And I want to tell you, there's nothing like coming home. ProBox TV back in North Florida. See beautiful Orlando. That is exactly where we are. Puerto Rican contingent in the house tonight to check out the return of Naji Lopez. Proudly waving the flag. As always, we are ringside. Jimmy Smith alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. You know what that means? It means the boss, Gary Jonas, is ringside. That's the guy everyone is trying to impress tonight. But let's talk about that. Some inside information we got talking to the boss. Now, we all know Erickson Lubin taking on Virgil Ortiz. That is November 8th. Press conference from Golden Boy. But one of the things, they didn't really get into it. Both guys really like one another. Not a lot of disrespect, not a lot of trash talk. But one of the things, Chris, a lot of people overlooking Erickson Lubin in this fight, but that could be a mistake.
Oh, absolutely. I think stylistically he could be a real challenge for a guy like Victor Ortiz. Listen, everyone knows. Everyone knows I love Virgil Ortiz.
We do this all the time. Virgil and Victor, we remember him well.
Everyone knows I love Virgil Ortiz. I think he's one of the best young guys out there to not have a title in the game today. But Erickson Lubin, man, he's a southpaw. He's slick. He has tons of experience. He can box. He can punch. He can bang. He really has a very well-rounded style. And with Virgil, he's going to be right in front of you. He's going to come forward. He's a banger. He's there to get hit. We saw him get dropped twice by Bohocek early in the fight. So there's opportunities where this could be a real firefight early on. And I don't know. I think, speaking to Robert Garcia, our friend who's actually literally right over there, who trains Virgil, they're worried about him, too. They understand what's in front of them. And Erickson Lubin is not a guy to be looked past.
Talk a little bit, if you can, Chris, about the timing here. Of course, taking on Ardrell Holmes last time on Arthur. Yeah. A tall, rangy, awkward guy. Got smoking a little bit late. Also, seemed like the momentum a little bit on Lubin's side. He got rid of some ring rust, waiting the timing of this fight.
Yeah, so the thing with Lubin, he'd been out of the ring for a while. He had to shed a lot of weight prior to that fight, get himself back into really good condition. Took a really long camp to get there. Had some ring rust. Ardrell Holmes, though, he's a disruptor. He's not a kind of guy who's going to be in front of you. You got to find him. You got to chase him down. He's trying to hit you with jabs and stay long, real tall, long, rangy guy. But once Lubin woke up, he went right to seek and destroy mode and got him out of there in vicious, violent fashion, as he's been known to do. And a lot of the knocks on Lubin, man, it's hard to look past the Charlo first-round knockout. I mean, he got caught. He got caught with a peach of a punch, and he went down. He was 22 years old when he had that first shot against Charlo, who was an absolute monster. And then you got the Fundora fight. First of all, look at what Fundora has been doing since then. And people forget. That was a really even close fight. They knocked each other down. It was back and forth. And essentially, Lubin's face failed him. He blew up and had to be stopped in the corner. But he was very much in that fight, even though it was such a war.
Now, when I'm looking at a guy who knows about cutting weight, I like the way that suit that you haven't worn in a long time looks on you, Paulie. But when we met Virgil Ortiz in Fresno, he came to a fan fest of ours. First thing we thought is, oh, man, that's a big boy. A lot of physical ability for Ortiz.
Yeah, and he's a physical guy. Not the tallest guy, but he's a big, bulky guy at 154 pounds, and he uses that physicality. We've seen him. He imposes himself physically. He makes you fight. He knows how to cut off the ring, and he brings it to you. And that's really the question I have about the Erickson-Lubin fight. Lubin will fight you off. We've seen it in the Fundora fight. He dropped Fundora. He really engaged. But sometimes, and he's not old. I don't want to, make it like, it's a past his prime. 29 years old, but has he had too many tough fights? He's also got some good wins. He beat Luis Arias, he beat Jason Rosario.
Stopped Arias, which no one had ever done.
No one had ever done. What I'm saying is he's been in with a lot of people. So he's been a member. This kid turned pro very young. So at 29 years old, can he summon that kind of fight in him? I don't doubt Lubin has the ability. The ability is always there. But with a guy like Virgil, you also have to be able to match energy and not just ability, because Virgil brings that youth energy and that fire and ferocity that as you get older, you look to disengage from a little bit, especially when you've had a lot of impact in your career like Lubin has. So Lubin can still fight. That's not my doubt. My question is, can Lubin summon that inner force that he needs, like the Fundora fight, or was it taken out of him in the Fundora fight once and for all? He's obviously come back. He beat Ramos. It was a disengaging fight. Arias himself is a disengager, disruptor. We prefer to call them stinkers here, But eventually Lubin woke up and got to him. But you're not going to have to wake up against Virgil. Virgil, you're going to have to start out the fight away, because Virgil, you're not going to have to go anywhere to chase Virgil. Virgil's going to bring it to you.
Otherwise, you're going to wake up in the locker room.
Yeah, you're going to need to be able to fight the ferocity with the ferocity as well as the skill. The debate here is not Erickson Lubin's skill. We know Erickson Lubin has the skill. Can he summon that inner fire to engage with that in that kind of fight at this, not so much at this age, but at this stage in his career is what I would like to say, because age can be deceiving. He's 29, but has he been at this stage of his career where he's had these many tough fights? Is it something that he cannot summon anymore? Or maybe sometimes you think you can summon it, but you get in the ring and you really can't summon it the same way. We know he's had it before. He summoned it against Fundora. It was a hell of a fight. He's going to need that kind of fire, that kind of ferocity to match Ortiz. It was Ortiz we saw against Madrimov. We saw him against Bolachuk. And yeah, Madrimov threw him off a little bit with the movement. And so you say, okay, Erickson at this point in his career, he moves a little bit, disengages you the way he did Ramos.
Virgil showed a great jab in that one.
Ramos is a sort of a poor man's Virgil Ortiz, but can you deal with the real Virgil Ortiz if you have that disengaging style? And like you said, Virgil showing a bit of a jab, showing a bit of his own boxing ability in closing the gap. It's definitely a fight that has a lot of intrigue. Young Lion against the maybe slightly faded Lion who says he's not faded, and so that's sort of what it looks like on paper. Then the way it plays out in the ring sometimes changes up a lot. I can remember going to Ukraine and fighting Vyacheslav Sinchenko. I was just going over there as the American opponent who was known. He's get a guy on his resume, and then he was going to come to America. I ended up getting the win. So this is kind of in the similar situation here. Virgil's going to the hometown. Erickson's going to the hometown of Virgil. He's going to Dallas to meet him there. And he's sort of looked at as a little bit of a resume filler. But he's at 29 years old. So maybe not somebody you take too lightly, because if he can summon it, he can throw you off a little bit. And he's got the ability to pull off upsets like he did with the Ramos fight.
You got me thinking now. Does Lubin's willingness to take this fight with Ortiz, because he had the
Martazalia fight.
Yeah, Martazalia fight, which is for a title, on the line as well, and he chose Ortiz. The fact that he's going to his hometown, the fact that he's actually seems pretty nonchalant at the press conferences, does that have a psychological effect on Team Ortiz? Do they see how cool, calm, and collected, and the willingness to step in with a guy that a lot of people don't want to go in with right now in Virgil Ortiz? Does that have any kind of psychological effect on
Do they know something? Does the camp of Lubin know something that Ortiz doesn't?
It's something to keep in mind. It's something to talk about. It's certainly a debate point. One thing you got to know about Erickson Lubin, though, if you look at his career scope, he's not really been one of those guys that I like to complain about that has a big name, who likes to sort of look for the softies to fight. Erickson's resume is full of dangerous guys. Yeah. He's taken them on, and that's partially maybe a reason why, even with all the talent that he's had, he's not been a world champion. Maybe too many tough fights. But that's also the question. Is it one too many here with Virgil, or can he summon another great night and get over a big hump? Because if he wins this fight, he still won't be a world champion. But, right. But the Virgil is probably better than a lot of world champions in the sport right now.
Yeah, it's very, very true. 154, absolutely red hot. Another fighter who's red hot, who's going into the enemy's backyard. Lamont Roach Jr., after the draw against Gervonta Davis, is going to San Antonio December 6th to take on Isaac Pitbull Cruz, a guy who's going to be there to fight for sure. And what about the slickness of Lamont Roach? Really briefly, gentlemen, what's your thought about that fight? The puncher versus the stalker?
Yeah, so in this fight, even before we even get into this particular fight, I felt like Lamont Roach was snake bitten, man. He had that great opportunity against Tank Davis at March 2nd, this past March, at Barclays Center, highest gate in Barclays Center history. I'm talking as a venue, not even for boxing. Anything that's ever been out there, most seats ever sold for anything, any event there. Lamont goes out there, gives the fight of his life, gets a draw, which most people thought that he won. With the knee touch, he definitely won, but whatever. A lot of controversy there. Now we're expecting this rematch. Big money rematch, right? Doesn't materialize. Gervonta picks Jake Paul. That's out of the running. Where does that leave Lamont Roach? And we had spoke about possibly going back down to 130. No, not only is he not going back down to 130, he's actually going up to 140, which I didn't love that idea. But Pitbull Cruz is a really small 40-pounder. He's actually a 35-pounder. So I actually really like this fight. And stylistically, it's the kind of fight that Lamont, with that East Coast style, I think Cruz is tailor-made for him. He's going to pick him apart, keep him on the outside, hit the body. And as Lamont has always said in all of our interviews, I hit way harder than people give me credit for. They're going to respect my power once I touch them. Is that going to happen with Cruz, or is he going to walk right through it? Because he generally does.
Is Lamont being physically there present, though, because he's not really a mover as a boxer. No. He's a pick-his-spots guy, but he stands in front of you, and he sort of catches and shoots and does all that. Is that physicality, is that going to allow Pitbull to offset Lamont as well? Because Pitbull's very, very physical. And remember another thing. You're in San Antonio, where it's a heavily, heavily partisan Mexican crowd. And you're dealing with a commission that has a bit of a history.
A checkered past.
Well, a checkered past is one way to say it. Who remember, Chavez Whitaker. But let's talk about that, transitioning to the main event
How about
here.
Paulie and Diaz?
100%. But if we look at it here, right now, in North Florida, of course, Naji Lopez, the Puerto Rican fighter, taking on Calvin Henderson in our main event, a light heavyweight showdown that, gentlemen, could be very partisan tonight. You see the Puerto Rican fans. Paulie, how do you deal with that hostile territory?
I mean, if you're Henderson, you look to rely on the experience you got. I mean, Henderson has been in with the likes of David Morrell, and so he's looking at this fight like, okay, Naji, they're looking to bring him up a la David Morrell, a la hot prospect, but I've already been in with guys who have gone further than Naji, so I've got to sort of rely on myself and my experience and say this is nothing I've been in with, quote unquote, better. We'll find out. There still remains to be seen where Naji goes, but I think that's where you got to rely on it. You got the experience. Listen, part of being a pro athlete is sometimes you go to places and they cheer you and sometimes they boo you. I mean, it's what you sign up for.
When we spoke to Calvin, he had said even in terms of his sparring, he travels a lot. He goes to other gyms. He goes to foreign territory, enemy territory, so to speak. So I don't think it's going to matter to him. He's got a ton of experience. He's been to the big show. Mentioned the multiple times that he fought on Showbox and Showtime, throughout the years. And he kind of said that ProBox reminds him of fighting on Showtime. So I don't think the lights are going to be an issue. I don't think the crowd's going to be an issue. He's used to hostile territory. He also knows he's the guy coming in to fight the hometown boy. So I don't think it's going to have an effect on him just based on his experience and the kind of confidence that I saw in those fighter meetings. But for Naji Lopez, man, all the pressure's on his back. Main event, fighting in basically his hometown on his home promotion, and he's on the cusp of some really big things moving forward, but he's got to win this fight.
Calvin Henderson, Chris just talked about it. We spoke to him over and over about this fight, and guess what we saw? We saw a young man who is extremely relaxed, who knows that a win over Naji Lopez, as you guys pointed out, in hostile territory, could be the ticket back to the big time. Had a tough fight against David Morrell. We know about that, but he talks about big fight experience. Not just fighting Morrell, but the idea that big lights don't scare him, and the ProBox TV platform is exactly what he needs to get back at the top. But enough about us. He'll tell you himself. Here he is in our main event, Calvin Henderson.
We're in Northwest Arkansas, Springdale, Arkansas. This is my gym out here. My coach, man, he's amazing out here. Kevin Lightside Lightburn. We do camps out here, and we travel for sparring. So we travel to Dallas, we travel to Vegas, LA, Philly, you name it. We go out and go seek to sparring. Especially in those big cities, man, like Detroit and Philly, where they're like known for boxing. See, they go, Arkansas, man, we get in there, it's all out war and nothing but love. After I get there and beat the guys up, fought a couple of up-and-comers in Philly the same way. I always bring the art. I fought out there in LA, actually, man. I'm expecting to bring it, man. He's young, he's hungry. This is his promotion company, man. I expect him to bring it, which is kind of cool. I remember being in Naji's shoes not too long ago, fighting on Showbox and fighting on those up-and-coming platforms to get to the next level. So I'm expecting him to come prepared. I don't expect him to sleep on me. At least I hope he's not. And there's going to be a great fight, September 27th. This is not my first time going to fight in the backyard. And so coming out of the amateurs, I was ranked number 4 in the country in the USA boxing. I fought for Team USA for a little bit. And so I had all the accolades to get signed out of the amateurs, but I didn't do the Olympics thing. And so they put you at a weird position to where you got the talent, you got the experience, but you don't have the financial backing. So I'm used to going to other people's backyards and fighting them and upsetting them in their backyards, man. It's nothing new. I'm very into watching film. I'm a student of the game. I look for mistakes, and we practice things throughout the camp with pads and different mitts and different simulated sparring to emulate Naji and his style and some of the things we can kind of exploit. ProBox reminds me of Showbox a lot. You know what I mean? You got prospects, you got prospect versus prospect, and you got 50-50 fights and on the main televised card, which is, I love it, you know what I mean? And Naji's in position to where he got to beat a guy like me to go to the next level. So I understand how heavy of a task this is. I understand that I may not be the favorite, but I'm guaranteed I'm bringing these hands with me. Guaranteed.
As we said, we're looking at a young man who is not beaten by the lights. He understands where he is, but doesn't look overwhelmed. But, Paulie, you also have to win the fight nuts and bolts. You got to win it in the ring. How does he do that?
Yeah, and that's the thing. You not being overwhelmed, and the psychology is part of it. Then you got to physically go in there and actually deal with Naji Lopez, and that's not going to be an easy task in and of itself. I think he's got to, put Naji on the back foot a little bit, not let Naji get off to that explosive start that Naji likes to get off with. Naji himself sometimes is so explosive that he's sort of careless on defense, and I think there is a chance for a fighter with Henderson's experience to make him pay for that. But if you sort of say back a little bit too relaxed, you wind up like you put yourself in the David Morrell fight, and a situation you put yourself in there where now you're getting backed up, you're getting put on the ropes, and you're getting teed off on. You got to stay off the ropes. You got to sort of let Naji know he's in with a real opponent. As soon as you start backing off a little bit and let Naji sort of his confidence grow, you know, he has that young ferocity, and it can sort of start rolling. What they say, crap rolls downhill from there, you know? And it does.
It certainly does. And also this idea that even in the Morrell fight, we saw those windows of, man, Calvin can punch. He does have good hand speed. That is something Naji Lopez talked about. Could that be a difference in the fight? He's able to get his hands going.
I mean, if he's going to win this fight, that is going to be the difference. And it's going to be his ability to set traps. Because I think pace for pace, he's not going to be able to match Naji's youthful exuberance. He's going to have to set traps. He's going to have to be very clever. He's going to have to make it rough. I think on the inside, I don't think he can match, like I said, the intensity of the pace or punch for punch with Naji. But if he can make it physical on the inside, move around the bigger man, push him off, make it ugly, use those elbows on the inside, and then look to get Naji when he gets a little frustrated or over anxious. Because Naji, as you said, sometimes he gets so bloodthirsty when he got a guy hurt. There could be opportunities for Henderson to put that power, because he does have power, if he can find one of those big good ones to put it on the chin.
When you see Naji Lopez, Paulie, this is a part in your career when you might get that big call, almost got to fight against Beterbiev, where it's difficult because you're taking on veteran guys. This is where a lot of guys stumble when you talk about Naji Lopez.
Yeah, sometimes you can get sort of caught in a little bit of a banana peel fight where, you know, you're looking too far ahead and you slip on something right before it, you know. So you got to be careful not to do that. You know, Naji has been, like you mentioned, he has been mentioned in the Beterbiev sweepstakes. As a matter of fact, for Beterbiev's next fight, Naji was in the conversation before they went in a different direction. Honestly, the direction they wound up going in was an older guy, a little bit more of a faded guy. So it's possible that, you know, initially after considering Naji, they thought, you know, this is a young and ferocious guy. Not what we're looking for with the third B-ball fight on the horizon. Let's play a little safer and get ourselves an older guy.
Naji might have been a little too risky for Beterbiev?
You know, at least for the situation that they were in. You know, listen, at that point, the chips fall where they may. I mean, it's a risk fight for both guys. But I think at the end of the day, Beterbiev team may have looked at it and said, you know, this is an older, we would rather take on the older guy who, you know, may be easier to convince that he doesn't belong in the ring with us, and then move on to the B-ball fight. You get a young, ferocious guy like Naji Lopez. He's hungry. He can taste the top, but he hasn't been there yet. And he's going to give it a little bit more. He's going to be willing to, you know, take a little bit more chances, and he has the explosiveness and athleticism and power to possibly make you pay for that. So, you know, I'm not saying I know for sure, but listen, looking at, they didn't exactly make a lateral move when they didn't choose Naji Lopez. Naji was the opponent being considered at first, but then they didn't make a lateral move. They went a backwards move and sort of picked on a guy who's a little bit more faded, and maybe that's the direction they wanted to go before the Bivol fight.
Well, Naji, of course, will tell you about his confidence. We spoke to him. This is what he had to say.
Man, very focused, super confident, and just excited, you know, to handle business. Calvin Henderson, definitely a good fighter. That just put me in a different mode, you know, during camp. Super locked in, worked super hard, and I'm just ready to show you guys. I'm just ready to show him that he's in for one. He's definitely in for one. If he think he's just going to come out there and just be all physical, he's going to be in for a bad night. But I'm definitely ready to fight. Whether it go 1 round or 10 rounds, I'm definitely ready to give it. A lot of work to be done, and I'm just ready to take it on. Super grateful that I'm just being in a conversation with the guys like that. And I know my time is now. Like, it's definitely going to happen soon. Get one of those big fights and just show the world that I belong here. I belong at the top.
I want credit from my broadcast partner, Chris Algieri. When I steal your quotes, I give you credit on air, which I did at a grappling event. And that quote was, gunslingers get shot. If you are aggressive, you leave openings. When you look at the keys to victory for Naji Lopez, is that the line he has to walk? He's a gunslinger, but you can get shot, Chris.
Yeah, but it's some saying that I always say, you got to make the table before you eat. And that means just setting everything up, making sure you got your I's dotted, your T's crossed, and then go in for that hammer. So with Naji Lopez, he does have the hammer, but also he's got a great jab. He's tall, he's long, he's athletic, he has very good boxing skills, high-level amateur background. When he sets that table before he sits down to eat, it's easy work. And I could see this being an easy fight if he does that.
Is he sometimes in a rush, though? Is he not using enough jabs at times before he starts lacing the firepower in there? Is he sometimes, sometimes you're so hungry. Yeah, you don't set the table the right way.
He doesn't have the knife ready.
Yeah.
He's eating a steak with a butter knife sometimes.
Yeah.
So you got to make sure you set the table before you sit down to eat. Naji Lopez can get over his skis, so to speak, certain times when he's got a guy that's hurt because he does like to finish.
We're not on him, Ali. We got
Take your time. You got to take your time. You got to make it right. You got to make it right. You got to season the meat properly.
When he does it right, it is absolutely delicious. It's that setup, but you have to almost convince a guy like Naji Lopez that he can lose, that because he hasn't yet, but he has been dropped. This idea of that vulnerability, is that important, Paulie?
I think it is. I think you have to know who you are in a boxing ring, but I think it's for personally, my opinion is you also have to know, more importantly, who you are not.
Mm-hmm.
And Naji, is an excellent boxer puncher with explosiveness, but he's not to me, he's not going to be that phone booth guy either. Sometimes he winds up in that phone booth and lets himself get caught with a big shot, and has been dropped because of that. So I think the understanding of your true and proper identity that can get you the furthest is a really important thing for any young prospect. I've seen in my life some very good fighters who got knocked off because they just didn't have a good grasp on their identity inside the ring. And if they would have had the grasp on their identity, they would have went a lot further. So I think machismo plays a part in it, ego plays a part in it, but I think you have to control your emotions the right way and play to your top level skills and play to your advantages. And if you can do that, Naji has plenty of those advantages over a lot of opponents, even over a lot of world-class opponents. If he can understand how to always drive the fight in that direction, he'll have the advantage in a lot of fights.
When you look at this fight, Chris, the start, what will that tell you the first couple rounds?
Listen, if Naji gets out there and gets pumping with that jab and using that athleticism, and we're seeing Henderson put himself on the ropes, similar to how we saw against David Morrell, I think the night's essentially over. I think if Naji is able to do that right off the bat, it's going to be almost a walkover. But if we see tactful back and forth, if we see chess, high level going back and forth between these two, and Henderson's able to touch the taller, longer man early, we got ourselves a fight.
Well, we call it a banana peel fight. Call it whatever you want. It's a fight that Naji Lopez cannot afford to lose. You talk about the better BF sweepstakes. We talk about him being right where he needs to be for the big call at 175 pounds. Right now, gentlemen, the light heavyweight division has some great names in it, but it's starting to age out a little bit. There's a room for that up-and-coming guy, which very much could be Naji Lopez. All he needs tonight is an outstanding performance against a veteran guy. And gentlemen, great coach Dan Gable once told his wrestlers, he said, when you lose, I want you to remember that pain. I want you to take that with you into the next season, into the next match. Well, one of the things about Calvin Henderson, had a tough loss against David Morrell under the big lights. He does not want to repeat that pain again, and he's carrying that with him into the main event tonight against Naji Lopez. It's about two fighters who are back against the wall. Can't afford to lose, but we roll on with the pre-show. More fights to come when we come back. Fight fans, get ready for a night of 50-50 all-action fights. On Saturday, September 27th, ProBox TV returns to Kissimmee, Florida. In the main event, it is undefeated ProBox TV veteran Naji Lopez versus Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson. The hard-hitting main event is ready to go. Plus, in the co-main event, El Revolucion Emiliano Moreno against the hard-hitting Dominican Raul Garcia. Welcome back. We are once again in North Florida. ProBox TV ready to go. Gentlemen, as the fighters are starting to make their way to the ring, we're getting ready to go. It's one of those things where ProBox TV, the all-action 50-50 fights. Chris, one of the things I've noticed talking to these fighters is 60 Minutes. Somebody remembers that show. It was around when I was a little kid. They said when we had to stop explaining what time we were on and what station we were on, we knew we were getting big. It's the same thing now with ProBox TV. Chris, a lot of these fighters, they realize the opportunity this presents. They see ProBox, they go, man, tough fights, but I know I'll get my name out there.
Also, yes, exactly. They understand the platform. They understand that people are watching. They've been watching. Everyone's tuning in. I'm in gym still all the time. And I talk to all these guys. They're like, hey, champ, how do I get on ProBox TV? And I'm like, hey, man, talk to me. What's up? They're like, it's got to be a 50-50 fight, though, right? And I'm like, yeah.
That's the first step.
Yeah. So I'm like, yeah, that's the kind of fight that you're going to come. There's no easy. There's no gimmies. You're not coming here to get a win. You're coming here to get exposure and to show what you got.
Yeah, and November 7th, it continues on ProBox TV. When you talk about it, Paulie, it's that it's that idea that the fighters know that they can go from here and that exceptional performance here to a world title opportunity.
Yeah, and I think at this point the bar is raised by all the fighters that have come here and have done that. You know, so you've seen that as these guys have led by example. You know, you've seen your Angelo Leos and you've seen your Lamont Roaches and you've seen, you know, even guys that have, you know, challenged for titles and maybe lost but have gotten the big opportunities. You know, even like your Pablo Canos and whatnot. You know, that who got a big opportunity after he fought here when he won on ProBox. You know, so this is a launching point. But dude, you know, it's not. You gotta be able to launch from here, man. Sometimes you get launched down instead of up, you know. So that's the thing. The channel, the network at ProBox, we've got that reputation, and fighters know and understand it. But the risk is there, and you've got to be able to perform.
Well, another fighter that, you know, Chris, I love seeing you on Kicks. Every time Nicholas Foss comes out, you start moving your feet, you start shadow boxing because of that flow ability he has. It's almost like it's infectious. You start dancing and moving in our seats. That's what Nicholas Foss brings fighting November 7th.
He fights like he's got his own headphones in. He's got earbuds in the ring, not literally, but you can just see the way he moves. He's got his own rhythm.
He dances to the ring.
He dances to the ring. He dances in the ring. He dances around his opponent. He dances over his opponent when he puts him down. I mean, he's just such a joy to watch, the way he gets in that flow state and just keeps moving and moving. I think we call him the flow master whenever he fights because he's just got his own rhythm. And on top of that, he's doing it with good competition, and he looks better and better and better. An ever-improving fighter that you always talk about as world class. And we very well could see him in a world title fight, if not being a world champion one day soon.
Yeah, Paulie, Emiliano Moreno, of course, fighting in our co-main event tonight at 147 pounds, a welterweight division. For many years, the jewel of boxing. Needs that next start. Could be Floss, could be Moreno.
Could be Moreno. I think Moreno's going to go up to junior middleweight. He's a big guy.
He looks like a junior middleweight now.
I look at him and I say, I don't see how this kid can stay at welterweight. But yeah, he's been constantly improving, and not just constantly improving. Moreno, one of the fun things about Moreno is he's very entertaining as well. And as he improves and he gets better, he also becomes more fun to watch. He's a highly offensive fighter, takes a good punch, but you know he likes that engagement, and he's very, very active offensively. Goes to the body, goes to the head, and is also physical when he needs to be. You know, maybe the knock on him as he continues to develop is sometimes he's hot and cold. Sometimes he doesn't go from fifth gear to fourth gear to third gear. He'll go from zero gear and neutral, and all of a sudden he's in fifth gear, and then maybe back to neutral again. So he's got to sort of balance it out a little bit. But man, when he gets going, it's like somebody lit him on fire, and he's off to the races. And when he gets going that way, he's very, very dangerous, and he's very, very violent. And so far, nobody's been able to deal with it.
It's one of those things where a theme tonight will be fighters who were brought up tough. You talked about Nicholas Floss, took 2 losses early on in his career. Why? He's not hitting softballs. There's no reason to get behind him early in his career. Had some tough losses, but man, when he's been in there against better and better competition, it has shown. That's a theme tonight, Chris. A lot of these fighters who have the losses, they fought tough guys.
Yeah, exactly. And we talk about that on our air all the time. And you're going to see fighters on our air who have losses. We're giving them second chances. The guys who fell through the cracks, because we're getting out of that era where you needed an O to be well known. We're not there anymore. We're past that. We're past the Floyd Mayweather era where everyone has to be undefeated. Yeah, we still have some guys like that. We got the great Terrence Crawford. We have Andre Ward, who retired a number of years ago. Those guys who retire or close to it, undefeated. But now these prospects, they're fighting each other. You know, one of the reasons is there's opportunity. There's platforms like ProBox TV, but also there's money around. There's money around. You're seeing a lot of these guys taking chances earlier in their career, taking that risk because they're going to get a big paycheck for it. But also these platforms are going to allow these guys to get out there and show their stuff.
Yeah, when you look at it, of course, tonight, a lot of these fighters backed against the wall looking for that second opportunity, and that's the difference. When you look at it, it's the guy like Naji Lopez. Calvin Henderson knows that it's win or it's back down the ladder, which he cannot afford. But we're ready to go. That's right here ringside at ProBox TV, ready to get it on in the ring. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape for our first fight. It is the fighter from Hawaii stepping into the ring. You see it right there. It is, I am not even going to, Kamakani Kumakai Jr. taking on Andre Johnson, 26 versus 23, 6 foot, a 2-inch height advantage for the Hawaiian, also a 2-inch reach advantage as well. Lupe Contreras ready to get us going. Honolulu versus Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're continuing the action here at the Osceola Heritage Park. It is another edition of ProBox TV. This contest 4 rounds in the super welterweight division. Este duelo a un límite de 4 vueltas. En la división peso super welter, the judges are, los jueces son Efraín Lebrón, Tito Wilgo, along with Alexander Levin. Presenting first in the blue corner. Y hecho is wearing black with red lettering. En la esquina azul, vestido de negro con letras rojas, su peso oficial 156 libras y media. He weighed in officially at 156.5 pounds tonight. He enters the ProBox TV ring for the 6th time as a pro with a record of 2 victories. Against 3 losses, 2 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche entra el cuadrilátero de ProBox TV en su 6º combate a nivel profesional con un récord de 2 victorias, 3 derrotas, 2 victorias por la vía del knockout. Fighting out of Fort Worth, Texas, Andre "The Egg" Johnson. His opposition in the red corner. Su oponente en la esquina roja, vestido de rojo con dorado. He steps in wearing red with gold. His weight, 155.25 pounds. Su peso oficial, 155 libras y un cuarto. Esta noche entra por segunda vez a nivel profesional con una victoria y un knockout tonight. He enters the ProBox TV ring for the 2nd time as a professional with a record of 1 victory and 1 KO. Fighting out of Waianae, Hawaii, KJ Waila. With final instructions, referee Massimo Montanini.
There you go, guys. I read the special rules, okay? Just try to, no overall, no behind the head, okay? Touch them up.
First fight of the night ready to go. Waila in the gold and red. Andre Johnson from Fort Worth, Texas in the black. Super welterweight, junior middleweight, whatever you want to call it. It's 154 pounds. Gentlemen, we are underway.
I feel like Waila like 6 inches on our air 2 months ago.
Johnson comes out there.
When they're kids, they do that, Chris. They grow so fast.
We've had Johnson on our air before. He can fight. This is not an easy second fight.
Johnson came out jabbing and actually closed the gap pretty well. He's still doing that. Got Waila on the back foot quick.
Waila made his pro debut with us. See the physical talent, very quick jab.
Champ, I think that's really what you want to do with a young stud like Waila. He's tall. You want to get him on his back foot. He looked like he was a puncher in his first fight. And Johnson's going to test that by pushing him with his back foot.
And just walked into a jab, gentlemen.
And a lot of times if you can push back the puncher, maybe they're not punching as hard, you know, and need some doubt.
Boxing, kickboxing, MMA, Hawaii, a very strong fight culture for sure. Good right hand.
And we got Johnson backing up.
Fighter from Hawaii showing that power.
Kind of shift. Waila really picking the spots nicely. Put some good body shots in there. Nice jab back there by Johnson. Like that stab jab from the taller Waila. And that was one thing I was impressed by Waila in his pro debut, is that he was very consistent with his jab. You don't see a lot of guys in their pro debuts doing that, looking to just get that knockout in the first round. But Waila set everything up with that jab first.
Yeah, and once he got it going tonight, now he's sort of starting to change the momentum around. Early on, it was Johnson who had his jab going and was backing him up.
Chris, you always say it, don't hook with a hooker, but you can jab with a jabber.
Yes, you should jab with a jabber. Even if you're the smaller man, the shorter man should try to out-jab the taller man, even though it's difficult. But that's how you offset that rhythm.
Just on cue, Waila uncorking that left hand. Nice ripping hook.
Johnson rubbernecked with those, but still he's getting backed up now, and the consistency of Waila is starting to take effect here physically.
He didn't rubberneck from that body shot, though.
Hard to do that.
Took landed real nice. There it is again.
Another one.
They tell you in the gym, bodies don't move.
That was a good one.
Not like heads move. Nice right hand as well.
And Johnson now holding on, trying to slow the pace.
That body shot hurt him in there. You see Johnson went back down to the body again, trying to respond with his own body shot. That usually is pretty indicative that you got caught with a good one.
10 seconds left in round one. Wiley so far showing that physical dominance we saw in his debut.
On Saturday, September 27th, ProBox TV returns to Kissimmee, Florida. In the main event, it is undefeated ProBox TV veteran Naji Lopez versus Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson. The hard-hitting main event is ready to go. Plus, in the co-main event, El Revolucion Emiliano Moreno against the hard-hitting Dominican Raul Garcia.
Now that's our main event coming up. Naji Lopez, Calvin Henderson, two guys who seem at least mentally ready to go. Well, no, physically, round number one, both guys made weight no problem. Can't wait for that one. And you're now in the corner of Wiley out of Hawaii. Had a good first round, guys.
Yes, excellent first round. Johnson came out with some good pressure starting out with that jab, trying to back the taller man up, but Wiley responded really well, getting behind that jab, landed some really good body shots as well.
And Paul, you pointed out, it was Johnson who had some success with the jab early and going back to it in round two.
Yeah, and I think he's got to at least get that going, because otherwise Wiley has nothing to worry about at all when he starts to really pose himself physically. At least sticking a jab in Wiley's face, give him something to think about.
Which he starts the round doing pretty well, does Johnson. He was unable to keep it up as the first round went on. Let's see what he can do here in round two.
Oh, nice. Hook combination at the end. 1-2 hook. Little three-piece. You said Chris Johnson able to rubberneck well. Moves his head very well. It's not even the brunt of these punches, but still taking some damage.
Yeah, you can tell Johnson, he's a tough guy who comes in shape and fights a lot off athleticism. You see him, how he's reacting to these punches. He comes out snapping that jab. He's got pretty good hand speed, nice reactions. Not super smooth or clean, but effective when he gets going, just like that.
Nice combination there by Johnson. Sweeping away the lead hand of
a little guard pull.
Wiley guard pull, yeah.
Oh.
Wiley turns that jab into a hook nicely. He's done it a few times. And this resulted well for him.
Oh, good right.
That's Johnson in the corner. Veteran move, clinching.
But also Johnson's smart, veteran move, talking to the ref. I'm good, I'm good.
Yeah, well, you roll with a lot of those shots. They're partially landing, but the problem is they're shutting down his will to initiate. And his will to engage.
Good 1-2 again.
See how calm Wiley is, too. Really poised for a guy with only a second pro fight.
And you see Johnson not engaging there. What he does, he comes in and holds, so it's taking away the will to engage there.
Oh, that one stung him.
Also, Chris, you see that Wiley is only his second pro fight. Does tend to fall in at the end of his combinations. He's so close, can't really follow up. Not keeping distance as well as he could, but still getting it done with power punches.
Yeah, he's got a guy in front of him who's pretty scrappy and savvy, so. Oh, nice combination there.
Sharp hook right hand there. He worked it to perfection. He got Johnson to react to the hook, and the right hand came down the middle like a train.
Nice guard pull again.
Guard pull.
Oh, that body shot response.
Yeah, I think Wiley got tired of the guard pull.
Mouthpiece is out.
He said, "Give me back my left hand."
A little bit of an awkward time to put in the mouthpiece, back it into the corner. See the power disparity when Wiley lands that right hand or the left hook. It is powerful. Johnson, as you said, good movement, doing some veteran stuff, clinching at the right time. But his offense seems to be stifling the offense of Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, it's more he's utilizing his athleticism and slickness to survive than to win. Because he can't keep up with the firepower of Wiley.
And good variation, too. Turns turns jabs into hooks, comes back with a hook right hand, then mixes to the body.
Very varied attack.
What do you think of the timing of looking for that mouthpiece? Just when he took the body shot, it was back
Also
in the
very
corner, the referee goes, I noticed Johnson looked down like, oh, there's my mouthpiece. Just right when I took a body shot. Chris, you a wrestler. You remember when a tired guy's shoes would just always come undone? And the laces would come out, right?
And then later on, they started getting smart, and they made us tape our shoes.
Yep.
Tape our laces, because you can't do that.
Shout out to Kerry Colat.
There it is.
Rule changing wrestling.
Yep.
For the record, people at home, a mouthpiece should never fall out without trying to pull it out. If it's properly fitted, they're hard to get out.
It's not. They have to pry them out with their fingers.
Yeah, that's a boil and bite mouthpiece should not be in a professional boxing ring.
The referee's starting to get on a little bit about the mouthpiece. We've all seen that tactic multiple times.
As he should.
Just over halfway through this fight, scheduled for 4 rounds. Wildlife from Hawaii in the red and gold. Andre Johnson in the black from Fort Worth, Texas. Both guys have been on our air before. So good with that jab hook lead.
Oh, nice.
Sets up the right hand.
That's another thing. If you're being built on ProBox TV, granted, Wildlife is the favorite in this fight. He's still in with a tough guy.
Yeah,
you don't normally see guys in the second fight fighting a guy like this.
Yeah. Johnson is crafty. He's savvy. He's crafty.
He's durable, too.
He's a wily guy.
Normally, in your second pro fight, you're fighting the guy who works at Subway.
Yeah. Nice body shot there from Johnson.
Back with the combination, answered by Wildlife. Uppercut right through the center.
Oh, man. Vicious shots ahead. You can hear them ringside.
Man, let's not forget, Johnson can take a punch as well.
Yes.
He's rolling with a lot of these, but he's eating a few of them.
Very
Still right
durable.
there. Out comes the mouthpiece again.
This might be a point.
Oh, that's got to be a point deduction.
How do you think Adam was a point of taking that right hand? Insult to injury.
I also don't think the ref should have stopped it right there. He had him pinned in the corner. He was doing damage.
Hey, look at me. You off this right. One punch.
Okay, that's good deduction.
One punch. Look at me. You off this right. You understand? Come in.
Yeah, 3 times. I mean, the ref tried that.
But also, they're very inopportune times when mouthpieces come out.
Yeah, of course, Wildlife came
Good job from Wildlife.
The mouthpiece stayed in for that one, though.
Shoved him off with the shoulder and answered with a right hand.
Am I reaching, or am I getting like little shades of Felix Trinidad from Wildlife? The push-off right hand, the left hook.
I mean, it's early, but yeah.
Which, by the way, is high praise.
You know, he's not quite as offensive-minded as controlling the center the way Trinidad is, but some of these moves.
The move more athletic, too. He twists combinations up.
Yeah.
Athletic way pretty well.
Trinidad was a little stiff. Not stiff, but mechanical.
Ooh. Well taught, though. Well taught, though.
Yeah, well taught. Super technical.
Johnson.
Nice left hook. Speaking of Trinidad.
Johnson's tough, man.
All right, Johnson looking at his corner now. Face starting to swell up.
Yeah, that right hand has been landing hard over the top. You've seen that left eye. Ooh, punch right through the guard on that one. Yeah, we're talking about the chin of Johnson, but his conditioning is a major part of why he's able to stay in these fights.
Another good combination to punctuate round number 3. This is what is going on tonight. That's right, here in Kissimmee, Florida. Naji Lopez, Calvin Henderson, our main event. Emiliano Moreno taking on the very tough Raul Garcia in our co-main, and Jeremy Hill versus Christian Cruz. Gentlemen, that could be a show stealer. Hill versus Cruz.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside
very technical, a lot on the line in that fight.
We got multiple show stealers potential on this card. That Jorge De Jesus, Anthony Cuba fight is a can't miss. Joshua Anton versus Isaias Lucero is a very good fight.
And remember the name Juanma, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah. That's right, our post-lim after the main event. Juanma Lopez de Jesus
Son of the legend.
Son of the legend taking on Luis Morales. Fourth and final round. Our opening bout of the night here on ProBox TV. Kamakane Wayali has been doing absolutely fantastic work from round number one. Andre Johnson, tough, durable. As Chris, you keep pointing out, looks like he's in great shape, but he's been on the receiving end of some devastating punches.
There you go, catch and shoot.
Good right hand again. Fighter from Honolulu trying to close out the show here.
That was a well-placed, well-timed right hand.
Oh, good body shots there by you as well. Hey, varies his attack well. Goes to the body.
Really good.
Two-handed attack to the body. Two-handed attack up top. Mixes it up.
But even that 1-2, he put a beat in between to see where Johnson was going and placed it.
Yep. Even there, that feint first and then see where Johnson goes and throws the left hook.
Nice. Well timed there. Comes right back with a combination.
It follows up a good
Referee's getting very close, gentlemen.
Follows up with he's got good counters and he follows up well. He comes out of
Peace out again.
He's flirting with disqualification there.
The referee just asked him, you want to go home? You want to go to jail? You want to go home?
That's a little Denzel for
the little Denzel there. I like it. Little Denzel. Little Denzel.
Look at me.
Referee doing a favor there for Johnson by not taking another point.
That would be academic at this point.
Yeah, I think one more though, and he might be disqualified. So
I think would that be 2-point deductions then disqualification?
Yeah, it's 2 and then disqualification, unless it's a flagrant.
He's been 2 now, right?
No, he hasn't taken on.
No, he only took 1 point.
He's only taken once.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying he did a favor by not taking that second point, which, by all intents and purposes, he could have.
Oh, good right hand again. Johnson comes right back.
Oh, there it is again.
Goes the mouthpiece. Referee says no.
Yeah, he's hurt though. He's hurt bad. He got hurt to the body. This could be the end right here.
Flying too.
Yeah.
Mouthpiece is out of the ring this time.
Honestly though, if I'm Wiley, don't stop the action. Don't take the point. Let me finish him because there was an opportunity there.
I think it's been more than one time that Johnson has been in serious trouble.
He's definitely losing that point here, but also he's going to have time to recover.
Taking 1 point again.
That would have been a disqualification had he lost it before, right?
If he had taken that second point, but now we're on disqualification zone one more time.
I mean, let's see the stoppage and disqualification. It's all up in the. It's all up in the
air.
Another beautiful right hand.
Johnson stood his ground and fired, and Wiley came back with a much bigger shot. That right hand up top.
30 seconds left to go. Round number 4.
Johnson just tough as nails.
Oh, you can be too tough.
Mouthpiece out again.
That goes the mouthpiece.
Either you're going to get stopped or you're going to get disqualified here. Let's see.
I don't think the ref realizes it.
Another good left hand. That is it. We didn't see a knockout. We didn't see a disqualification, but just barely does Andre Johnson see the final bell.
Man, Andre Johnson's tough.
He just spat out a mouthful of blood into his corner.
A little decoration of the ring for the night, you know?
We're not easily grossed out here at ringside, all of us combat sport veterans.
Can't be screaming here at ProBox.
Nope. And this could have been at any round.
Oh, man, that body shot, right hand, and right back to the body. I love the combination punching. You don't see a lot of combination punches these days. Everyone's afraid of getting countered. But a guy like Johnson, who's in there punching with you, you could see someone kind of climbing up. Wiley did not do that. He kept those hands moving all night long.
We got another up-and-coming fighter out of Hawaii. He will undoubtedly move to 2-0, going the distance for time in his pro career.
honestly, those were good rounds.
Yeah.
I got to see a lot. You know, his skill was on display. Got some much-needed experience against a very tough guy.
Go work, baby. Hold on, let me go. Let's go. Love you, my boy. Yeah, right up. Get the sponsor back up.
Paul, he's still got a little ways to go. Did you like what you saw tonight from the fighter from Hawaii?
I mean, yeah, he looks like a very, very good prospect. You know, he's one of these guys you want to keep paying attention to for his development. Fun to watch as well.
Excellent stuff. Lupe, make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, after going all 4 rounds inside the ProBox TV ring, the official scorecard reads as follows. Damas y caballeros, después de completar las 4 vueltas, esta es la decisión oficial. Los 3 jueces están de acuerdo con tarjetas idénticas de 40 a 35. All 3 judges are in complete agreement with identical scores of 40 to 35. All in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. Los 3 a favor del vencedor por decisión unánime. Still undefeated, KJ Wildlife.
Not surprising at all based on that educated left hand, excellent power as well.
I'm not a mathematician, but it should have been 40-34 if he lost 2 points.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
So I don't know. Somebody forgot to take off. All 3 judges forgot to take off the extra point.
I used to teach math too, and it doesn't make sense to me, so don't worry about it. It's not you, Paulie.
Yeah. It's commission, dude.
But a wipeout of a win for the fighter from Hawaii. But we roll on here at ProBox TV. Great fights left to come. Stay with us. We get rolling right after this. Fans, get ready for a night of 50-50 all-action fights. On Saturday, September 27th, ProBox TV returns to Kissimmee, Florida. In the main event, it is undefeated ProBox TV veteran Naji Lopez versus Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson. The hard-hitting main event is ready to go. Plus, in the co-main event, El Revolucion Emiliano Moreno against the hard-hitting Dominican Raul Garcia. Welcome back. We are just outside of Orlando in Kissimmee, Florida. That's any indication of what we have going on later on tonight. Tough fights, 50-50 all action so far. It's lived up to the billing, Chris.
Yeah, good start with some good action, some good skills put on display. Super tough opponent for second-timer Wiley out there, and he's very, very good-looking prospect.
I like what you said earlier in this show about, you talk about ProBox, guys go, hey man, I want to be on ProBox, but it's 50-50, right? You go, yep, every single time. Another one coming up. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. This one in the super lightweight division. Amador Mendez taking on Andres Caraballo. Caraballo from Puerto Rico is going to have a lot of fan support tonight. 27 years old. But Hugo Amador Mendez, outstanding amateur career. He's translated that to so far an undefeated professional career. Just 20 years old, but is going to have the height and reach disadvantage tonight. How does he handle it? That is the question. The young Mexican-American making his way to the ring. I don't care if it's Mexican or if it's Mexican-American. That versus Puerto Rico is always fun, Paulie. It's always great.
Yeah, rivalry is a rivalry.
Lupe Contreras, get it going. Second fight of the night.
We continue with the action here at Osceola Heritage Park. This contest, 6 rounds in the lightweight division. Continuamos con la acción este duelo. 6 vueltas en la división peso ligero. This is ProBox TV, our judges. At ringside, Tina Griffith, along with Rodolfo Aguilar and Efraín Lebron. Presenting first, in the blue corner, wearing white with gold trim en la esquina azul, vestido de blanco con vivos dorados, su peso oficial, 135 libras y media, his official weight, 135.5 pounds. En su quinto combate a nivel profesional con récord de 3 victorias, una derrota, sus 3 victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, he enters the ProBox TV ring for the 5th time as a pro, with an outstanding record of 3 victories, 1 lone defeat, all 3 victories coming by way of KO. representando a Bayamón, Puerto Rico, el flaco, Andrés Caraballo. His counterpart in the red corner, wearing dark blue with blue and white trim. Su rival en la esquina roja, vestido de azul con vivos azules y blancos. Su peso oficial, un peso idéntico de 135 libras y media. He weighed in officially an identical weight of 135.5 pounds. Tonight, he enters the place where no O is safe, the ProBox TV ring, and puts his undefeated record on the line, consisting of 4 victories. 3 of those victories coming by way of KO esta noche. Entra en la zona del peligro. El cuadrilátero de ProBox TV pone en juego su récord invicto de 4 victorias. 3 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Repping the ATX, Austin, Texas, the blindsider, Amador Mendez. With final instructions, referee Alicia Collins.
All right, gentlemen, you had your instructions in your dressing room. Protect yourself and obey my plans at all times. Your trunks are good here, your trunks are high, so you're good here. Go ahead and touch them up, gentlemen.
He spoke a bit, if you can't tell from the flag. Does have some Mexican heritage, but he is representing Guatemala tonight. Much like his countryman Lester Martinez, who has fought on our ProBox TV air, fighting for a title soon. He says that's the path he wants to follow.
Don't be surprised when you see a lot of talent coming out of Guatemala in the next couple of years because of the performances by Lester Martinez and potentially Amador.
I haven't seen this kid fight before, man. He has real power, never takes a backward step.
Caraballo has a difficult style himself. Also, not an easy frame to deal with.
6 feet tall, 135-pounder, athletic. Looks like he's got some power. He's whipping that left hook. Is Caraballo.
Mendez says, I was brought up tough. Nice right hand.
See, that's the thing. You got to be really careful pulling out straight with a taller opponent.
Nice left hook as well. Good offense. Good right hand.
Rocked him.
Mendez is hurt.
Rocked again.
And he's trying to punch his way out, gentlemen.
Jimmy, you said it. 50-50 fight.
Yep. First time in his career we see Mendez on the back foot. He was hurt by that right hand.
Mendez in a real fight.
And he's got to take the space away from Caraballo here. He's got to close the gap and keep him in a certain position where he can bang on the body.
Caraballo is showing some good defense as well.
Yeah, very
slipping,
sliding.
Nice.
Should have cut off the ring there. Shouldn't have let him out though. He didn't cut off the ring out. He allowed him back out.
Amador Mendez's legs went out from under him, stayed on his feet, but he was hurt. May have some cobwebs still. Paul, you talk about him letting him out, but he may still be struggling with that shot.
Yeah. And he's got him back on the ropes now again.
But Caraballo is still throwing hard shots. He's punching through the guard with the right hand. He's got a nice left hook.
You know what it is? Amador steps back, so he allows Caraballo to extend. That's a good body shot. Right,
exactly, right there. Yeah, you got to smother the taller man.
You got to start taking away that right hand, also making him pay for throwing it. If Caraballo doesn't start paying for throwing that right hand, the worst that happens is he misses. There he gets a big hit with a big shot. That's what I'm talking
his head after the right hand, but that was a good one.
Mendez throwing a lot of big punches here in round 1, though.
Yeah, this year's developing to a war here. But can Caraballo handle a war? Well, you know, Mendez feels like he can take him to a war. Caraballo like that awkward, you know, touching and hitting and not getting hit back. But if he's getting trapped, if he goes into a physical fight, can Caraballo handle it?
Yeah, but also Caraballo is allowing Mendez to walk right in the front door now. No jab, not punching on the way in.
Maybe he felt some of those shots in the last exchange, right?
I think it was a good body shots too.
Look what I'm talking about. I was about to say when Amador landed that good right hand in the last exchange, you got to make Caraballo pay for throwing that right hand. Until he wasn't paying for it. If he was missing it, he was just throwing it. But now he's not as quick to throw it anymore because he paid for throwing one of those right hands in the last exchange. And all of a sudden, it becomes less dangerous once Caraballo.
Incredible round number 1. The Guatemalan unloading with punches. Caraballo letting him know, I'm not backing down from him.
Wow, we got a fight here, boy.
What did I say about ProBox? We're talking about 50-50.
Young and hungry.
Yeah.
The thing is, Amador let know he wasn't backing off either because he took the big shot earlier and he's back roaring. And that's what I'm saying. Caraballo without a confident right hand is not the same fighter. When Amador made him pay with this right hand, let's see if we got so many possible replays here. This was when he got hurt. That was a good shot. That might have been the best shot of the round. But
And they hit him again here. They didn't.
But then here, is it here? What I mean,
good
was
right
so
hand
much.
there.
There was so much going on. It could have been any exchange. That was a good exchange too for Amador. But there was one exchange towards the end where Caraballo went to throw the right hand, and Amador hit him with a sort of a hooking right hand. And Caraballo's right hand has not been as confident since, because you will stay confident even if you miss. But when you start missing and paying, now you start hesitating.
Gentlemen, this is a 6-round fight, scheduled for 6. Amador was throwing punches like this was a 2-round fight.
Yeah,
like this was the amateur.
I was actually thinking that. I'm like, you got to be careful not to punch yourself out in a firefight early on. There's a lot of rounds to go. He's never been 6 rounds before.
One of the things you told me, Chris, when you fought Amir Khan, you said he has an amateur style and he would throw for 12 rounds.
Yeah,
I was like, he would blitz you with punches for 12 rounds.
I've never fought someone that was so fast and kept the gas tank going for 12 rounds like that.
Amador Mendez is going to need that kind of performance. He was throwing big punches in round 1.
See, there's that jab there from Caraballo. When he's got that going and he's able to launch that right hand off it, he's really dangerous. But the last minute and a half of that first round, no jabs at all. Allowed Mendez to walk in the front door and unload power shots. Like that.
Now unloading in the corner, good right hands over the top. Nice left hook as well.
The intensity of Mendez.
Mendez now starting to take control of the ring. There's a counter there.
But just loading everything into every punch.
But Jimmy, honestly, we've had him on our air a few times. That's how he fights.
That's what he
how
does.
he's fought every time we've had him. You know, he hasn't fought someone of this caliber before. You know, Caraballo is 3-1 with all of his wins by KO.
Also a very tall, rangy opponent.
Who's not really using his range. He was only using it when Mendez backs up to land right hands, but Mendez hasn't backed up in a while. Oh!
Caraballo starting to go more and more in survival mode. He's not initiating, not engaging as much.
He's shaking his head no a lot.
Yeah.
Which doesn't score points, but
it's a stubbornness.
Nice switch uppercut. Just weight on the left foot and threw it right through the center.
That can get beaten out of you pretty quick, though.
Show your defense.
Of course, Mendez having about 90 amateur fights, competed in the Pan American Games for Guatemala, lost to the eventual gold medalist.
Just
I
missed there
want
with
to
the
come
right
to
hand.
Florida. I want to test out a hostile crowd, taking on a Puerto Rican opponent.
Amador's come up a little short with some of those right hands. If he steps in maybe a few inches more before throwing them, he's going to start landing them even more stronger.
If he had a jab going, maybe you'd be able to figure out that range. But he just dives in with his shots.
That's how clash of heads, right?
Yep.
In the hairline, it looks like both guys.
They both clash heads.
I don't see any blood.
Peekaboo in, peekaboo in. Peekaboo in. Peekaboo in. Peekaboo in, body up.
Jimmy, you mentioned the hostile territory fighting a Puerto Rican in Orlando, which is a very Puerto Rican dominant area. Crowds are pretty quiet.
Yeah.
This last round and a half.
They've been treated to plenty of action as we close round number 2.
Fight fans, get ready for a night of 50-50 all-action fights. On Saturday, September 27th, ProBox TV returns to Kissimmee, Florida. In the main event, it is undefeated ProBox TV veteran Naji Lopez versus Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson. The hard-hitting main event is ready to go. Plus, in the co-main event, El Revolucion Emiliano Moreno against the hard-hitting Dominican Raul Garcia.
And we are back ringside, round number 2. You talk about the crowd being silent, but they're being treated to a great fight. Mendez finding his offensive range.
Yeah, and Caraballo losing his judgment and control of the range like he had in round 1. Didn't land a whole lot of effective punches that last round and completely took the crowd out of the conversation because Mendez was very aggressive and kept Caraballo on the ropes most of the round.
Begin round number 3 scheduled for 6. Amador Mendez in the black and blue.
Tons of pressure coming on from Mendez.
Yep, Andres Caraballo in the white. To your point, Chris, Caraballo, imagine with that jab and his height advantage, reach advantage, that'd be his go-to weapon.
Mostly paws with it, doesn't really snap it. No consistency with the jab. Completely gives up his height. Goes from one corner to the other. Big shot there from Caraballo.
You see Amador holding his ground more and more now.
Better, yeah.
And that applies mental pressure as well as physical pressure. Now all those big shots Caraballo's throwing, he can't get this guy off him anymore.
Oh, nice good left hook.
Walking right through the front door is the young Guatemalan fighter from Texas.
Still a lot of fight to go. This is a 6-rounder.
But Caraballo fighting less and less, champ.
Yeah, that's what I mean. A lot of fight to go to get to the end.
Yeah, the pace has slowed a little bit, but Caraballo is now allowing Amador to start taking
around
control.
the ring.
Yeah, Amador is taking control of the ring here.
He's not quite dog walking him yet, but it's moving in that direction.
Oh, nice uppercut,
nice
right hand combination.
That's what you got to do with a taller opponent. Climb the body.
Yeah, started with 2 body shots nicely.
And also, Jimmy, a lot less snap in the punches from Caraballo.
He had faith in his power in round number 1, but he's lost it since then. So he was throwing that right hand with bad intentions early on.
You know, Caraballo's loss was to an undefeated fighter who has still remained undefeated, but he did not get stopped in that fight. It would be a feather in the cap here for Mendez if he is able to get the stoppage.
You get the feeling Mendez just thinks stoppage from the opening bell. Doesn't throw a lot of feeling out punches. Even his jab is just powerful.
And if he would cut off the ring better, though, he would trap Caraballo more often. Nice shots here. Amador now smiling, feeling confident. Rolls with that right hand.
Yeah, he made nice adjustments from round 1. Not pulling straight back. He got hit with that big right hand, but since then has been really responsible on the way out. Chant, you made a great point about him holding position.
Amador once again bringing that physical pressure. Not a lot of space for the taller fighter in Caraballo.
Some of that, that beautiful combination. Left hand to the body, right hand to the body. Left uppercut splits the guard. Makes Caraballo's head look like a Pez dispenser. Excellent combination there, climbing the body of the taller opponent.
Halfway through a fight scheduled for 6 rounds. As you said, Chris, a lot of fight to go. Caraballo has to figure out his offensive rhythm, which was clicking in round number 1, but it hasn't done much since. Amador Mendez, a fighter that a lot of those in the boxing world are looking at. Just starting his young career. 4-0 so far, 3 of those wins by knockout. Last time out went the distance on our air, but aggressive the entire time. Never stopped looking for the finish.
Hasn't either. I mean, he got rocked with a good right hand, but came right back to finish out the round strong and has been dominant ever since. Again, I would nice athletic physicality move there. I would love to see a jab, but yeah, still very, very entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I think as Amador starts to move up in the prospect ranks, you know, he's gonna have to add a little bit more of a versatile jab. He does throw, but it's always a shotgun jab.
Yeah.
And it's hard to set up your right hand behind it when it's a shotgun jab like that. Nothing wrong with a shotgun jab. You just got to vary with other jabs.
Well, I mean, it's like open up a toolbox and there's only one hammer in there. You gotta have some other things.
Ooh. Again, holding his ground and walking down nonchalantly.
Drops his hands. As if say, come on, go ahead and throw power punches. I'm ready for him this time.
That's psychological pressure there. You hit a guy with 2 good body shots, he drops his hands and walks you down. Good jab to the heart there by Mendez.
Well, I would like to see Mendez. You know, you want to see more jabs, Jim. I want to see him cut the ring off better. He's allowed at times Caraballo to find some escape routes around the ring just from not cutting off the ring well. Because if you're going to be a pressure fighter, might as well be the complete package pressure fighter and also add the cutting off the ring. You see right there, Caraballo is able to turn the corner. When the ring is cut, you're not able to turn the corner. And again, he turns the corner.
You know, Champ, if Caraballo had a jab, this could be a very different fight. Like you said, he's allowing a lot of exits for Caraballo to survive.
If Amador had a jab, you mean?
No, if Caraballo had a jab, because you're allowing him to move out and move out. If he's jabbing on his way out, this is a different kind of situation.
Yeah, the problem with Caraballo, the 3-1-3 knockout record kind of tells you how he fights, right? When he does use the jab, he's just looking to use right hands behind it. He's not throwing jabs on their own.
I mean, you see him, he throws everything hard too. Getting one for posting that lead hand out there. Not I mentioned he doesn't snap the jab. Oh, beautiful right hand.
Again, Amador gets there because he doesn't give up position. Holds position.
Caraballo took that low, though.
Chasing after his man at the end of round number 4. Dancing his way to the corner is the Guatemalan. Later on tonight, Naji Lopez, Calvin Henderson in our main event. Emiliano Moreno, young fighter from Long Beach, California, taking on Raul Garcia. Jeremy Hill versus Christian Cruz. Don't let Cruz's record fool you. That guy started out his career 2-5 and somehow battled his way back to 23-7-1. If you question his toughness. Jeremy Hill, very, very confident going into that fight. Any one of these could be show stealers. This one so far, incredibly entertaining. 2 more to go, and Amador Mendez already on his feet and ready to go. Talk about psychological pressure.
That was a beautiful right hand. Double jab, had his man on the ropes. Anticipated where Caraballo was going to try to escape to that right side.
It's Mendez marching across the ring toward Caraballo.
And Caraballo, what he throws, he's got nice power. He's got nice punches. They're snappy. Just few and far between these last 5 rounds. There's a good right hand left.
Yeah, I think he's had it beaten out of him because in the first round he was engaging more.
Yes, you know? Absolutely.
But Amador has beaten that confidence out of him. What about Amador staying confident? You know, he took a big shot in the first round. You know, shook it off and confidently kept walking Caraballo down. It says something about his character. You know, we talk about some of the nuances he has to fix in his boxing style, but psychologically and mentally, Amador is a very, very strong fighter.
Also shows you that he's probably been rocked before, whether in the gym or in the amateurs. Yeah. He felt very comfortable that he was going to be able to recover.
Yeah. And also sees himself as a boss in there. You can tell the way he carries himself even in interviews and carries himself inside the ring. He has
got a ton of attitude.
That chip on his shoulder that he carries into his fighting style. And you need that.
Yeah, it's an aura. You can beat the fight out of a guy without even beating him with that kind of aura.
Good shot there by Caraballo. But he's a little bit arm weary at this point. Caraballo's shots is not as much on them anymore.
This has been the best round since the opening round for Caraballo. Still don't think he's winning the round, but
he's easiest thing to see for a judge is who is moving forward, and that has been Amador Mendez since round 1.
Especially in Florida.
Especially in Florida. We know it well.
That's the word on the street. Got blood from the nose of Caraballo.
Good counter up jab there. But again, everything hard, right?
Yeah.
Again, you see the focal point of the fight has become, you see Sanchez. Amador has continued to hold position regardless of what Caraballo throws.
Caraballo's face right now swelling up. Splotches all over his face and chest from the beating he's taken.
And again, casually, nonchalantly walks him down. Again, Caraballo has not been able to get Amador Mendez off him. And at this point, Mendez is very, very confident.
Short uppercut.
He's looking to overwhelm him here. And that's the thing. Caraballo is working so hard just to defend and survive.
Live from Lakeland, November 7th, the Contender Series returns. In our main event, Puerto Rican welterweight star Nicholas Flas puts his 15-2 record on the line versus the undefeated Delante Johnson at 16-0. Also on this action-packed card, 3 undefeated fighters putting their records on the line. Senbatar Erdenbot, Katsuma Akitsugi, and Central Florida's own Dominic Valle. That 6th and final round. Looked as though Amador Mendez, you're looking at him right now, Guatemalan American, that he was trying to get the finish, the end of round number 5.
Yeah, was he ever? And he looked like he'd broken. He was starting to break. Caraballo down well now.
Yeah, that nose of Caraballo, they did not stem the bleeding. Starting the round with the nose bleeding already. Not a good sign.
Yeah, that makes breathing very, very difficult.
Not a lot of fight left, though. But you see him, it's bothering him.
Amador Mendez, one of those guys, as you said, everything he throws is with power, always trying to get the finish. Don't expect that to change in round number 6.
No, especially the way he ended that last round. He smells blood now. And he sees it. Oh, good body shot.
Smart to go to the body when you got a guy bleeding from the nose. You can't breathe the same way, you can't catch your breath the same way, and you're getting hit to the body.
A lot of clinching from Caraballo.
You see how Amador Mendez also imposed himself physically. You see how he tosses him around.
Yep.
Any of the wrestling stuff, guys? You know, maybe he's
underhooks. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Terrence Crawford, of course, wrestler in Nebraska. We saw what that did against Canelo. Very physically strong in there.
Yeah, very arm weary. Caraballo at this point doesn't have that same snap.
Yeah, it's round 6. It's been a torrid pace for him.
Like I said, he's been working so hard to defend. Ooh, good right hand there from Caraballo. But back comes Amador.
Yeah, Amador gets offended.
Yeah. Oh, you gonna hit me? All right, you gonna hit me back? Okay. All right. Yeah, little red mark on the eye from that right hand. But more blood from the nose of the Puerto Rican.
Oh, good body shots there.
Starting to come back, trying to throw the right hand a bit.
I know what the problem Caraballo's had too. He tried to fight Mendez off him. You're not going to fight Mendez off him. You got to try to box and use the jab. But like you said, champ, he just wasn't using the jab enough, especially at his height.
He might not have
this potential to use the jab. Well,
just because you're tall doesn't mean you have a jab.
Well, obviously, we found out Caraballo doesn't.
Yeah.
That's why he's about to be 3-2. One of the reasons, anyway.
Not able throughout this fight to get Amador Mendez off of him.
I mean, not for nothing, a lesser fighter gets hit with that right hand in the first round. That Mendez ate, and the fight could have been over.
Yeah, especially with a guy with 100% knockout record in the win column.
Since that tough right hand in round number 1, it's been all Amador Mendez. 10 seconds left to go in the 6th and final round.
To me, Mendez took his foot off the gas pedal this last round. I think he had Caraballo in a really bad place at the end of the last round.
Still continue to walk him down, though. Boston.
Yeah, walking down with being the boss and physical, psychological pressure, but not as much fun.
Yeah, didn't go for the KO like maybe he could have. Or maybe he was tired too, you know?
True. First 6-rounder.
Well, barring a robbery, Amador Mendez will move to 5-0.
Nah, Mendez came forward, Jimmy.
What?
Mendez came forward. He walked forward.
That's all it takes.
That counts a lot.
I'm curious to see if the judges gave Caraballo that first round.
Could have been.
Could have been a first round. I couldn't see getting anything after that.
I thought he got hurt. You didn't get hurt. He twisted his foot. That's what Jerry told me.
Well, you got to prove things on the way up. Amador Mendez proved that he could take a shot, be rocked, and come back to win. All of the greats have been down at some point in their career of taking a tough shot. It's how you come back. Amador Mendez able to come back tonight.
Yeah, you can't be in the shot without getting wet, guys.
Yeah. Caraballo, the taller fighter, couldn't really use that length effectively outside of round 1, but in round 1 he used it well.
Yeah, he's really good with that right hand, put right on the chin as Mendez, not understanding the height and range of Caraballo early on, backed out straight with that right hand down, with that left hand down, excuse me, and got caught over the top. But after that, Mendez was just being a boss, both physically and mentally throughout the fight, walking Caraballo from corner to corner, just unloading with power shots. I mean, everything hard. Head, body, even the jabs were power shots.
And that's the thing, man. And once he stopped stepping back, he held his position. He took away the leverage from Caraballo and kept backing him up.
Punchers and tall guys generally don't punch well going backwards.
Judges Lebron and Aguilar turning identical scores of 60-54. Los jueces Aguilar y Lebron entregan tarjetas idénticas de 60 a 54. Y la juez Griffith anotó 59 a 55. Judge Griffith scores it 59-55. All in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. Los tres a favor del vencedor por decisión unánime. Still undefeated, the blind sider, Amador Mendez.
Igor Amador Mendez, as we figured, stays undefeated, 5-0, tested a bit. Definitely see the ingredients that make this guy fighter to watch coming up.
Absolutely, passed with flying colors against a pretty tough opponent. Came out early with a lot of aggression and confidence, landed a big right hand, got rocked a little bit, but asserted himself right away. Brought the aura right back into play. Tons of attitude, tons of skill, a lot of power punching. Like, two things that I think Champ and I both agree with. I would like to see more jabs, and would like to see him cut off the ring a little more effectively.
Yeah, he imposed himself well. He would impose himself even better if he did those things.
He's got the attitude, he's got the skills. Definitely has the look. Can't wait to see more of him in the ProBox TV ring. He gets a unanimous decision. But let's say 6 hard rounds. I'd say one really hard round, and then came back in the next 5.
But Jimmy, if you're going to continue to build your record on ProBox, the fights are only going to get harder. And you got to improve each and every time. So we'll see if we, in the future, when we watch Mendez, if he adds those little nuanced weapons that we spoke about.
And this will be our ProBox TV card. You see the main event, Naji Lopez taking on Calvin Henderson. Our main event, the light heavyweight division. That one's scheduled for 10 rounds. Our co-main event, also a 10-rounder, Emiliano Moreno, 12-0 from Long Beach, California, taking on Raul Garcia out of the Dominican Republic. Was undefeated until his ProBox TV debut, looking to bounce back. And of course, Juanma Lopez in our Post-lim. That's 6 rounds in the super flyweight division against Luis Morales. That's going to be a very interesting one. Juanma 3-0, 2 wins by knockout. Puerto Rican fighters tonight are just going to have a lot of support. This is like, you know,
Orlando's
fighting
like
in New York.
Basically, yeah, Orlando's like the third most populated Puerto Rican area. You've got Puerto Rico. Actually, probably number 1's New York City. Number 2 is Puerto Rico, and number 3 is Orlando.
Well, Orlando might be taking over from New York, right?
Yeah, true. Orlando is stacked with Puerto Ricans, and a lot of training camps down here as well.
Yeah.
A lot of cards have been down here lately. You know, boxing itself is moving event-wise to South Florida, which is a very good thing. I mean, training camps have always been here, but now we're actually getting fights.
Naji Lopez, of course, Puerto Rican heritage. Very proud of that. That's going to be our main event. Switch from YouTube to ProBox TV. We start at 7:30 sharp. Tune in. Check it out. Great main event. Great co-main event. Whole card is 50-50. See it now.
Proudly representing the fine boxing tradition from Caguas, Puerto Rico, here's the undefeated southpaw Juanita Lopez de Jesus.
From the island of Puerto Rico, where boxing legends are born, a new name rises. Juanita Lopez Jr., an Olympian, an undefeated fighter. He fights not just for victory, but for the glory of Puerto Rico. A legacy paved by warriors before him. Benitez, Gomez, Trinidad, Cotto, and his own father, Juanma Lopez, who lifted the Puerto Rican flag high on the world stage. But this is not his father's story. This is Juanita's story. A story written with blood, sweat, and tears. A story of stepping out of the shadows to prove that greatness is not given, it is earned.
Por algo me pusieron Juanma López de Jesús, ¿verdad? Porque soy una persona, ¿verdad? Aparte de lo que es mi papá, ¿verdad? Saliéndome de esa sombra, ya que he hecho muchas cosas, como lo son las Olimpiadas, como tener un récord de 3-0, pues eso demuestra que vamos poco a poco haciendo nuestro propio camino y demostrándole a la gente que todo lo que se ha hecho es por mí, ¿verdad? No por un simple nombre, porque el nombre no se trepa al ring, no, el hombre no suda, el nombre no hace peso, el nombre no hace dieta. Así que eso es lo que vamos a hacer. Nosotros vamos a seguir haciendo nuestro propio camino y demostrándole al público que Juanita ha llegado aquí por una razón. Para mí ser parte de los nuevos prospectos de Puerto Rico es bien emocionante, ¿verdad? Siempre hemos trabajado para darle la alegría al país y para mí es me pone bien orgulloso, ¿verdad? Saber que poco a poco voy poniendo el nombre de Puerto Rico y de Caguas en especial en alto, ¿verdad? También que estamos, esa es mi gente, ¿verdad? Y para mí es bien emocionante, significa que estamos haciendo el trabajo como se debe y vamos a seguir haciéndolo hasta que Puerto Rico tenga un nuevo campeón. Contento de que ProBox me haya dado la oportunidad. Yo creo que todos los boricuas quieren pelear tanto en Puerto Rico como en Orlando y en Kissimmee más que nada, que es como tú dices, el municipio 79, ¿verdad? Hay muchos boricuas que están allá y que ProBox me dé la oportunidad de presentarme en su cartel para darle el show a mi gente, para mí es bien emocionante, así que estoy bien agradecido por esta oportunidad y vamos a demostrar a la gente que Puerto Rico en donde se pare da buenas peleas. De mí el 27 de septiembre pueden esperar la mejor versión de Juanita. Van a ver que es más que un nombre. El que crea que es un nombre va a ver la mejor versión de Juanita, va a ver la potencia que hay en las manos de este muchachito de 5'4" y todo lo que tiene para ofrecer encima de un ring.
In Kissimmee, before his people, he comes to make his mark, to fight for his name, his island, and the future of Puerto Rican boxing. The next chapter begins, and all of Puerto Rico will rise with him.
And that is our lineup. Naji Lopez, Calvin Henderson in the main event. We know about the talent from Naji Lopez and his Puerto Rican heritage. That will be on display tonight. And of course, Emiliano Moreno versus Raul Garcia in our co-main event. And then Jeremy Hill versus Christian Cruz. That is going to be an absolute banger. Jeremy Hill used to taking on aggressive, explosive fighters. Christian Cruz definitely fitting that bill. But also look at our post-lim. Juanma Lopez de Jesus
Puerto Rican pride on the line tonight, just outside Orlando.
It's Saturday night, and it's time for the Contender Series on ProBox TV. Join us as we roll into the Osceola Heritage Park with 50-50 action-packed all-action fights that will keep you on the edge of your seat. In our main event, the undefeated hometown hero Naji Lopez battles Arkansas's Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson, who puts his 4-fight win streak on the line. In our co-main event, Long Beach native Emiliano Moreno puts his 12-fight undefeated streak to the test when he faces the challenge of the Dominican Republic's knockout artist, Raul Garcia. In our feature bout, New Orleans' own Jeremy Hill battles Tijuana, Mexico's Christian Cruz Chacon in a true test of wills. We are back in Central Florida for ProBox TV's The Contender Series, and it starts now.
Welcome into ProBox TV. Don't let the Puerto Rican flags fool you. We're just outside Orlando, Florida. ProBox TV coming home, but so many of our Puerto Rican athletes tonight will have the support of this very pro-Puerto Rican crowd, and they are great fight fans. We have a great card, starting out with Jeremy Hill versus Christian Cruz Chacon. Jeremy Hill, an outstanding boxer, brought up tough, has fought some great fighters in great fights. But Chacon knows how to come forward and throw power punches. In our co-main event, Emiliano Moreno from Long Beach, California, puts his undefeated record on the line against Raul Garcia, a fighter who is looking for his first win here on ProBox TV. With a fighter from the Dominican Republic, has power, has skills, has size. He wants to display all those skills tonight. And in our main event of the evening, can't talk about the up-and-comers on ProBox TV without talking about Naji Lopez, the undefeated light heavyweight, taking on Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson. Of course, a disappointing fight against Morel. He's looking to rebound tonight in a pro main event that he says reminds him of the big lights he's fought under before. Always ringside, Jimmy Smith alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. Chris, when you look at Naji Lopez, he's a great combination for fight fans. Big, skilled, but he likes to fight, even when that doesn't, maybe to be to his advantage.
Yeah, I mean, he's got great athleticism, he's got height, he's got reach, he's got the amateur pedigree, he can punch, but he tends to get over his skis sometimes and looks to, he gets a little bloodlust when he gets his man hurt and looks to finish, and sometimes he can get hit with some shots that necessarily doesn't need to. So he does have that. That could be an issue, but listen, at the same time, Puerto Rican fans love that. I mean, listen, I will argue that having an East Coast Puerto Rican star is just as important as having a West Coast Mexican star. So we need that on this side of the world, this side of the country. Naji Lopez fits all those bills. I mean, he looks the part, he acts the part, he's from the right country, he fights the fight, he makes for exciting fights. He's got it all.
Yeah, but Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson, you've got to be overwhelmed by the moment here. He's not very confident young man every time we've spoken to him.
Yeah, when we spoken to him, you know, he felt like, if get the sense like this guy, he was prepared the right way. You know, you talk about the moment, not letting the moment get to him. It seemed like maybe in the Morel fight, the moment got to him. But that experience is something he can take here. Morel, obviously a high-level fighter, and he can take that experience with him as well in terms of, I've been in with better opposition. I've been in there with opposition that has been to a higher place than Naji Lopez, and this time I am more determined to perform. If you haven't learned from the Morel fight, this is risking to be the same thing here because Naji can be of that level. He is expected to be at that level. He is in the conversation for fights against Better BF. He's already been there. You know, as far as those conversations, the fight didn't materialize in the next few months. But if Naji gets through this fight, he's going to be in that position. He's going to be in an eliminator that is expected to come his way. So in reality, you know, it's a situation where Henderson cannot let the moment overwhelm him because Naji's ready to get to the next level. But it's Henderson. He told me yesterday personally in the fighter meeting, as you remember, he said, you know, these things, just one fight, just one win, it changes things. Well, for Henderson, this one win could be tonight.
When you look at the fighters heading into our co-main event and main event, have to discuss Emiliano Moreno, his co-main event against Raul Garcia, another fight where he's backed against the wall. But let's get it started with our main card, 50-50 all-action fights, and they start right now. Of course, we have Jorge De Jesus taking on Anthony Cuba, 14-1 versus 10-1-2. The fighter out of Lawrenceville, Georgia, only 23 years old. His opponent's 22, exact same height and reach. The difference here will not be in the numbers. It will be in who brings the fight tonight. And then better all, we're ready for it. 50-50 all-action fights. Lupe, get us going.
We continue here inside of Osceola Heritage Park, Kissimmee, Florida. It is another edition of ProBox TV. This contest, 8 rounds in the super lightweight division. Este combate, 8 vueltas, división peso super ligero. Los jueces, the judges, Tito Welko, Alexander Levin, and Tina Griffith. In the blue corner, wearing silver with white trim en la esquina azul. Vestido de plateado con blanco, su peso oficial, 139 libras y 3 cuartos, his official weight, 139 3/4 pounds. A nivel profesional, mantiene un récord de 10 victorias, solo una derrota, 2 empates, 4 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. As a pro, he maintains a record of 10 victories against 1 defeat, 2 bouts even, 4 of those victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Fontana, California, Anthony Too Quick Cuba. In the red corner, wearing black with gold en la esquina roja, vestido de negro con dorado. Su peso oficial, 139 libras y media. His official weight, 139 1/2 pounds tonight. In his 16th bout as a pro, with a record of 14 victories, 1 lone defeat, 10 of those victories coming by way of KO. En su 16º combate a nivel profesional, con 14 victorias, solo una derrota, 10 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Fighting out of North Cross, Georgia, en Boricua to the bone, Jorge De Jesus. Our referee with final instructions, Michael De Jesus.
All right, guys, the rules we told you in the locker room, in the corner, you both know what I expect. Anything on the here will be below, anything on the here below. Touch gloves if you want to, if not, go back to your corner.
Got to admire the dedication of Robert Garcia in the corner of Anthony Cuba. Got up from his commentary position. He's our Spanish color commentator. Got up, got in the corner of his man, Anthony Too Quick Cuba. We're underway, round number 1. This one's scheduled for 8. Both these guys very, very dynamic, great hand speed. Anthony Too Quick Cuba started his pro career at age 17.
Yeah, and he fights. I mean, we've had him on. He throws punches. He puts you in difficult positions as an awkwardness to him. If you don't get off to the right start, you let him grow in confidence, he becomes a buzzsaw and a nightmare to deal with.
Both of these guys are ProBox TV alums, knocking off very good, very tough, undefeated fighters on our air. Anthony Cuba beat Michael Harris. And then De Jesus, it beat easily. Who I believe he had a sterling record. Like
18-0, gentlemen.
18-0, yeah. Close fight. Highly contested, but it was a good win. Obviously the best for De Jesus in his early career.
So far early on, Cuba's been busy.
Yeah. Well, Cuba trains, you know, we mentioned Robert Garcia in the corner. And there's no lack of good sparring at the Robert Garcia Boxing Academies.
Yeah, we asked him about that. He said, it isn't just the sparring, it's the confidence of going through the same workouts as those guys, high-level professionals.
It gives him confidence for this fight. Good power hands against the southpaw and De Jesus.
Cuba's a guy who went the distance with rising superstar Kumel Moton a couple years ago.
Yeah, that was the only loss on his record. Right?
Correct.
You know, it feels good, gentlemen, to be out of that. You need an O to be anything. These guys can take losses early.
De Jesus was looking for that.
Aggressive.
He was looking for that check hook from that southpaw position. Caught Cuba on the way in.
Yeah, it looked worse than it was because Cuba kind of falls in and has his feet all over the place in an awkward way. When he took that shot, it looked like it wobbled him, but I think it was more of a balance thing.
Yeah. Jesus just lost his footing as well. Both these guys very aggressive with their punching. You know that can cost you in terms of your footwork sometimes.
Hey, Cuba, you actually beat me to it. I mean, very wide stance. Like surprisingly wide stance the way he holds his feet. There you see it again. Hard to hold your balance and generate power like that.
He tries to make up for it with numbers, right? Garcia staying in the corner, keep touching. He wants to keep De Jesus busy. By being touched, he can't set up his own offense. But De Jesus likes to throw that counter hook.
Yeah,
tried it again.
That southpaw check hook. I always say the most dangerous punch in boxing. You can't see that thing coming.
A little body shot by Cuba. Spin around.
Good body shot there from De Jesus.
Entertaining round number 1.
Tranquilo, cerradito. Por dentro tiene que darse. Y por dentro. Igual cuando le daba ahorita lo cogiste con el gancho. ¿Entiendes? Cada vez que le da lo coge. Tranquilito. Dásela abajo, y camínale. Boom de volado. No dejes que te toque. Cerradito. Mira uno.
Both these fighters in round number 1, very, very aggressive as we get ready to begin round number 2. This one's scheduled for 8. And you said it, Chris. Both these guys, very wide in their stances. A little bit, as you say, over their skis sometimes.
Yeah, both very aggressive, trying to assert themselves, take control. I don't think either man really took control just yet. Still early in the fight. This is a scheduled 8-rounder. Oh, nice body work there from Cuba on the way in.
Anthony, too quick. Cuba had aspirations competing in the 2024 Olympics, went pro instead.
You gotta watch that counter right hook from De Jesus. That thing comes off like it's spring-loaded.
But from the other side, De Jesus also can't get into a habit of just looking for one punch either. It seems like that's what he's looking for. It seems like it's a shot that could help him. It could land. He's missed it a few times though, but Cuba's getting busy while De Jesus seems to only be looking for that hook. And the way he throws it, I gather he may be a natural right-hander.
Yeah, he did that in the Easley fight. That he was looking for one punch loading up with a guy who was boxing him.
De Jesus, one of those guys, he's fought in Thailand multiple times. His manager's Chinese. So he goes, look, I was just a road warrior. I just fought all over the place, fought in Asia, fought outside of the U.S. The vast majority of his career. You guys talk about hostile territory, how that makes you tough. That's what he's used to. Tonight, the Puerto Rican fighter, though, is going to have most of the crowd support. Got a big pop when they announced his name.
And when he said his last fight against Easley, you had to see him be a little rough because he had a guy who was so technical, but he said he can be clean and smooth too. We're not seeing that tonight. He's, again, trying to be rough.
But he's fighting a guy in Anthony Cuba who has a rough style himself. Exactly. He wants to fight fire with fire. Right?
And the thing about that hurts Cuba is he's so awkward with his feet that when he gets hit, he bounces all over the place, and it makes it look worse than it is because his bounce isn't great.
He can be flighty at times.
Yeah, he's been
bouncing
up
and down.
Right? He's been in and out, jumping the entire time. Very energy-burning style. Here it is again.
Chris, I think you and I have discussed this. I always tell fighters, cut your hair, because it looks like you're getting hit. It's obvious when you get hit, even if you don't get hit that hard. It's a similar thing with your footwork. If it looks like you're flying all over the place every time you get hit, judges see that.
It's also like making fat movements.
Yes.
We have too much excess on that. You don't need to. The guys who are very subtle, it's hard to tell when you're getting hit.
See here, Cuba puts numbers together nicely. See, that Jesus doesn't land that hook, and it's just Cuba doing the work, and that's what a big part of the rounds is.
And that looks worse when you're getting hit with shots and then you're lunging and missing like that.
And Cuba, as this fight wears on, Cuba's going to get the trajectory more and more of that right hook. He's going to sort of have a sixth sense for it coming, and he's going to have an easier time avoiding it. So again, De Jesus has to do a more creative job of setting up that shot if that's the shot he wants to look for.
10 seconds.
Shot again by Cuba.
Little mouse outside the left eye of De Jesus.
And get aggressive though at the end of round 2. Both these guys looking for their offensive opportunities, but to your point, Paulie, Cuba effective with that power shot against the southpaw.
Yeah. And you know, De Jesus' balance is better, so he doesn't go flying when he gets hit. But it seems like Cuba's been the busier guy who's landed the better punches. But you know, anytime he does get hit, it looks like De Jesus does land a very good shot. But is it enough to convince the judges? Do the judges fall for it? I think Cuba's having better rounds, personally.
I agree. I think he's more consistent, and he's showing a better gas tank. Seems like De Jesus needs to recharge and recover in between his salvos, which mostly consists of just winging the right hook.
Robert Garcia, coach who's on our air almost every day, giving advice in the corner. We all know about his boxing acumen. You know he's going to have his charge ready to go. Begin round number 3. Southpaw versus orthodox. Cuba knows that his right hand is going to be the money punch, and he's been using it effectively.
Especially in combination.
De Jesus has had some success with that lead hook, but not a lot on the power side, Chris.
No.
Thrown that left hand a lot.
Not a lot of consistency with any of his shots, really. I mean, the jab is pawing. He really just looks for that check hook. I mean, he's thrown almost 0 left hands. There's one. That's a good right hook there.
I think Cuba's just flighty too, like you said, Jeff. So he goes flying out of there.
And Jam, a really great observation. I think you're absolutely right. I think that De Jesus is a right-handed fighter. I don't think he's a real southpaw.
Yeah, he's converted.
Which is weird, because usually convert fighters the other way.
Yeah.
Mike Tyson, Oscar De La Hoya, both naturally left-handed, forced to fight orthodox.
I've seen a few guys, though. Chad Dawson was a natural right-hander, and so was Zab Judah. You do see it at times. Actually, I think Post-Bataforo might have been a natural right-hander, too.
Yeah, absolutely. But Zab could hit with both hands.
I mean, you didn't want to hit with Zab's left hand, to tell you the truth.
Especially that left uppercut. That was a good shot from De Jesus.
Shot there by De Jesus.
But also ring generalship in terms of where this fight is fought. Cuba has been controlling the center of the ring, keeping De Jesus on the outside. Other things you need to keep in mind.
It's been the kind of fight Cuba wants to fight. You know, when you try to see which kind of fight are they trying to fight, I think Cuba prefers this kind of fight. He's in and out. He's comfortable going in and out.
He's been controlling the real estate, as we say.
And he keeps De Jesus reaching. De Jesus pretty much is just trying to time with the right hook when Cuba jumps in, but he was able to jump back out most of the time pretty safely.
You know, good left hand there from De Jesus, but Cuba comes right back.
Yeah, Cuba seems content with an inside fight. When they exchange on the inside, he's happy to do it.
But Cuba hits on the way in, on the way out.
Yeah. All kinds of punches too.
And you know, he
creates punches.
Oh, nice setup there for the left hand. I'm sorry, right hand.
De Jesus had his hands up, but Cuba trying to send it right through the center.
And Champ, we mentioned how flighty Cuba can be. I would argue that De Jesus is equally as frantic in terms of how he's fighting. He does not look comfortable.
Yeah, I think now he's starting to get nervous because it's like he's got to start catching up on the scorecards. You feel like, I mean, it's a confusing fight to deal with.
He's had a better round because he's landed some big shots here.
Oh, good hook there.
Nice counter there from Cuba.
Tiene que usar la mano de 3, 4 hombres, abanico arriba rápido otra vez. Abajo, arriba, de la izquierda abajo. Cruza ya adelante, abajo y cierro. Doble, lleguemos, paradito, a meterse ahí. como abajo, arriba, izquierdo, como el gancho.
Double jab, right hook works very well. Again, double jab, right to the body, also works very well.
We're about to get going in round number 4. This one scheduled for a Jorge De Jesus versus Anthony Cuba. And so far, it's been Cuba controlling the real estate, throwing the better punches. De Jesus, we talked about his awkwardness, been a little bit all over the place, but starting to land that hook from the southpaw stance, that lead hook.
Yeah, I thought De Jesus had a much better round last round. He landed some left hands. He landed that right hook pretty well. Best round of the fight for him so far.
The CompuBox numbers, total punches landed, it's been Cuba ahead of De Jesus, where eyes have been telling us as well.
Yep, that looks about right in terms of what I was wondering. I was like, I wonder what these CompuBox numbers are looking like, because it's an interesting fight to score.
And round number 1 looked very close,
right?
Which we expected.
Which is why I mentioned the ring generalship aspect of it, because you got to, if the punches landed are very close, you got to start looking at the other scoring criteria: defense, ring generalship,
the tiebreakers, as we say. Yes.
Oh,
good shot from De Jesus.
De Jesus needs to throw that left hand. It's actually it's a good shot.
Yeah, and he's landed it a couple times. You need to see more of it, especially as he makes Cuba pull out with the right hook. The left hand is there because now Cuba's getting a trajectory with the right hook, so he's not really getting hit with the right hooks. But on the way out, he can be hit with the left hands.
Good body work from Cuba, both hands. You know, I was just going to say, you can tell, and not only based on their records, you know, 10 KOs versus 4 KOs, De Jesus being the guy with the power, he can tell his punches are heavier. But De Jesus is consistent.
Robert Garcia telling his charge, back him up. He's in the corner right next to us. I think Robert understands what we understand, is that, hey, control the real estate, push this guy around, be the boss in there. So far, that's what he's doing.
Both guys are pretty awkward.
Yeah. Oh, good uppercut there by Cuba.
And the body.
Throws some weird punches at weird times. You don't expect them.
They both do.
Right off the break, he threw that shot to the body.
Steps over into a southpaw, square southpaw
stance. Up for a second. I think southpaw's generous. He squared his feet up.
Yeah, in a karate horse stance. There it is again.
He makes it work for him. I mean,
yes, he does.
Again, we talked about it. He knocked off an undefeated fighter all the time we had him on ProBox. He needs a handful to deal with.
But Paul, you talk about the mental pressure of you can never relax because he throws at such weird angles.
Yeah,
you never feel like you're out of danger.
Yeah, because he can throw at any given point when normal fighters might not be throwing from certain distances or in certain positions. But Cuba's able to throw anything because he doesn't really have a ceiling as far as what he's willing to throw and not throw. He's willing to literally throw anything.
Margarito kind of had that style where he'd throw from weird positions and just wear guys down.
Yeah, he would just step through and he would just pressure, and heavy hands. And sometimes plastered hands.
Yeah, well, until they
sometimes unnaturally heavy, right?
Nice back and forth action there in round 4. I like the work by Cuba, though. He has some really good, nice body work. Seemed like he used that awkwardness, those step throughs effectively in that round. Had De Jesus a little befuddled.
Not always landing clean, but very, very busy. De Jesus had success a little bit earlier in the previous round with that left hand, but wasn't able to throw it a lot in round number 4. Halfway through this fight, scheduled for 8 rounds. You see Robert Garcia, once again, our Spanish commentator. He has left the booth and is in the corner.
That's our man, Ricardo, on his own.
Ronald said he's going to handle it all by himself.
This
that man is a damn professional.
This is
true. Begin round number 5, one of the best in the business. And there's Anthony Cuba once again stepping for nice jab.
Ricardo's like a Spanish-speaking Swiss Army knife.
Yes, he can do it all.
Good angle there. Cut from De Jesus. Cut out to the weak side of the orthodox fighter. Rips a nice right hook to the body. Yeah, champ, you're absolutely right. I think you're seeing the nervousness from De Jesus that he's got to step on it and win some more of these rounds.
Yeah, that's the thing. You try to maybe apply pressure to Cuba. He doesn't react the way a normal fighter will react.
He stays super calm. And that comes from that sparring at the Robert Garcia Boxing Academy.
He's used to seeing all kinds of situations.
De Jesus has won 9 in a row.
Ooh, nice.
Feels like momentum was really on his side coming into this fight. But
ooh, nice body shot, but also De Jesus comes back with a good right hook and a nice left hand. Cuba walks through it.
Talk about the higher knockout percentage. He's finished 10 fights by knockout of his 14 wins.
There.
Cuba not accepting any clinch. You see again. And see how he jumps
looking to get right back into it. Yeah.
He keeps that mental stress on you.
You see that Robert Boxing Academy conditioning coming in too for Cuba. Obviously in excellent condition. Heads came close together again.
But after you throw a body shot from 4 feet away, right?
One of the themes of tonight.
Left hook to the body.
One of the themes tonight, guys who are brought up tough. Cuba, one of those guys. He's fought 5 undefeated opponents in his young career. That's extremely rare.
And again, only one loss.
Only one loss to Moulton, right? So,
yep.
Champ off a lot of them.
I let it slide, but you said throwing body shots from 4 feet away. I couldn't help but think of Canelo Alvarez versus Terrence Crawford a couple weeks ago, where he threw them from 8 feet away.
Yeah, well, we can't criticize Canelo, so we can criticize Cuba. But honestly, even with Cuba, it's actually one of the good shots.
Good clash from Cuba.
Look at this. Back and forth action.
And that's a big difference, too. When Cuba takes a shot, he wants to jump right back in. And when De Jesus takes a shot, a lot of times it's freezing or it's, he ends up in a clinch afterwards or something. Cuba wants to get the get back right away.
It's also because of the overthrowing by De Jesus. Like, if you just don't throw that right hook, it almost spun around. He's not in position to keep throwing when he does throw.
No.
Cuba's more of a combination puncher.
From any stance.
Yes, from any stance.
From wherever his feet land.
From a non-stance, whatever you call it.
And we are halfway through this war. Round number 4 comes to a close. Round number 6 about to begin, and we had great exchanges in round number 5.
Yeah, beautiful back and forth action. You see them trade right hands. De Jesus having the bigger one. Good shot. Left hands, actually. But still a good round for the Cuba, even though that replay showed a bigger shot landed by De Jesus.
Anthony Cuba getting right back to it.
Cuba just has a rugged rhythm he forces too, and that's part of what makes you uncomfortable fighting him. It's not just the punches, it's just a weird rhythm too.
Look at the power punches landed. Cuba a commanding lead over De Jesus.
Yeah, I mentioned the power advantage for De Jesus, but the combination advantage for Cuba, and the CompuBox numbers represent that.
It's one thing De Jesus has not done is put punches and punches.
Ooh, good left hand from De Jesus.
That's another thing about Cuba. He takes a good shot too. So
yeah.
it does, just because you hit him, it's not going to stop him. As a matter of fact, sometimes you piss him off and he brings more, as you can see here.
And gentlemen, it doesn't make him back off either. It's like De Jesus lands a big punch. He was right there in front of him.
Yeah. He throws more. He engages more.
De Jesus just woke Cuba up here.
What do you say, Paulie, about letting sleeping dogs lie?
Yeah. Well, he's never sleeping.
Not doing that.
The problem is he's never sleeping, because he's always jumping all over the place.
I remember Robert telling me about Anthony a couple fights ago. Yeah, this guy spars with everybody in the gym, and he's good, he's tough. Coming from Robert, that means a lot. And now we're seeing it on full display.
Jesus looked like he wants a physical break and can't get one.
Yeah, he was really...
even the body language of that, where Cuba not accepting the clinch, and De Jesus looking for the clinch. That's a strong look for the judges as well on the part of Cuba.
This is a huge round for Anthony. He's just not stopping.
Even swats at you like a fly.
Yeah, he needs to keep this pressure.
He punches, he swats, he does everything.
Ripping body shot, misses, goes right back to it.
What you see was a flying body shot, so he blew right by him, and he missed. You see him miss a body shot, he's still there.
Yeah, De Jesus is trying to breathe, but Cuba's all over him. If I'm Cuba right now, I'm not stopping.
Now he's southpaw.
Go, 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 go.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Southpaw, northpaw.
Started boxing at 14, turned pro at 17. Gentlemen, he's had to learn on the job. You see that in his style. It's not the most fluid in terms of a guy with an amateur pedigree, but he never stops throwing.
De Jesus looks really uncomfortable. Huge deep breath.
You saw that?
Yep. I'm getting the sense that he's like that frog who's in that slowly boiling water.
Yeah. And now it's getting uncomfortable.
Yeah.
He realizes it's too late.
Yeah, look at his footwork. Just crossing his feet and basically falling over. Look at his feet. No, I can't see it on our air. Sorry. Sorry, our viewers. But
we're telling you about it.
He's crossing his feet wildly. Just literally walking and stumbling. The pace is really wearing.
The clinch. You see Robert Garcia saying finish strong, finish strong. That's exactly what Cuba's looking to do.
2 more rounds to go. And De Jesus' body language, gentlemen, is telling right now.
Nah, he looked like he took a deep breath in, looked down, and like, I have never been here before. What the hell? This guy's all over me.
Last time out, he did go 8 rounds, did De Jesus. That was against Levante early, the fight that we talked about. It was 18-0, but...
Really different pace, though, Jimmy.
Different pace.
Easley was a boxer. He was a smooth technician. Cuba is anything but smooth. And at times technical in some kind of way, but much more of a volume guy. In your face, break your will type of fighter. I'm sure Robert Garcia told Cuba in the corner, don't lay off that gas pedal. Good body shot.
He is not coming back with jabs and body shots to start round 7.
Good poker face from De Jesus, because he definitely felt that body shot. Left hook to the liver. Oh, clubbing left hand. There's that awkwardness. Out of a crouch, throwing punches over his own head.
And De Jesus was not doing himself any favors going straight back. He should have stepped in and smothered him. In that crouch, he could have leaned on him.
Here, Robert Garcia, trainer of the year, yelling pressure.
Yeah, because they know that De Jesus' level is starting to diminish.
And Cuba doesn't look tired. He looks fresh. Still pulling on punches, being defensively aware. Oof, good heavy left
It's
hand.
almost like going to war with everybody at the Robert Garcia gym has done wonders for his cardio.
Strange how that works.
Yeah, funny how that works, right?
You know, but Cuba said something really important, because I did 4 camps in a whole entire year at the Robert Garcia camp, and he said, he's like, you know, the confidence that I can go with these guys, that's what it was for me. It wasn't conditioning that I learned out there. It wasn't even technique that I learned.
Look how he threw that shot.
Yeah. Ooh, good overhand.
Right.
Backing
Starting to
up,
step in more.
eating big shots now.
Got to not smother himself, though.
Cuba starting to take over this fight completely.
And he's feeling it, too. He's feeling like he's, a good body shot. Oh.
Clubbing. 1,000 cuts kind of finish, gentlemen. Could be what we're seeing now.
Robert calling for the uppercut.
Pushing down.
Physical on him.
Yeah, making it rough.
De Jesus is drowning out there.
And Cuba looks like he's getting more energy.
Yes.
Well, he's feeling, he sees the stoppage in front of him, right?
This would be a huge win for him. Another.
Jesus trying to land the check left hook, but not enough steam behind.
He said he's had a few wins over undefeated guys. This isn't an undefeated guy, but this is a guy who has some good,
this is a bigger win.
Momentum. Yes. De Jesus coming off a nice win over Levante, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
The problem is, as you said, Chris, kind of smothering himself a little bit. He's almost running into De Jesus, keeping himself at punching range.
Yeah, exactly. And you also got to keep in mind who the Puerto Rican fighter is here. So you got to think more likely than not, even though we don't have the A sides, B sides here, that the favorite is probably De Jesus. You're coming into enemy territory here. So this would be another huge feather in the cap for Cuba.
He is just marching forward in this round.
Big left hand lands there from De Jesus. Ooh. Boy from the nose now, De Jesus. Ooh. Punches from everywhere.
Even walks to his corner quickly.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside of Osceola Heritage Park, 8th and final round.
Huge round for Anthony Cuba, just overwhelming, unrelenting pressure from the young Robert Garcia charge. Tough round for De Jesus.
Absolutely going after it. 8th and final round. The question is, how hard will Anthony Cuba go for the finish? Starting right where he left off round 7.
Oh, good left hand there from De Jesus. But again, Cuba walks right through it, comes forward, throwing combinations. Nice straight right hand there.
I think Anthony Cuba might have to change his name from Too Quick to Too Tough, because he is just walking forward here.
Too much.
Too much.
You see what he does? He hops over to the left and then jumps in with the right hand. You see what he does? Look, watch what he... It's obviously what you want to do. You want to get on the other side of the southpaw, but it's the way he does it, though.
Yeah, he jumps, he hops to that weak side.
Yeah, he hops that weak side, and then he throws the right hand. And you got a bloody nose there from De Jesus. Now Cuba's turning southpaw, turning back right-handed.
Corner of Garcia yelling, excuse me, the corner of Cuba yelling, he's hurt. I think he's more tired than hurt.
He's worn out, essentially.
Yeah. But De Jesus is tough. He's still firing big shots, especially with that left hand. Oh, good combination there from Cuba. Right hands right down the middle, splitting the guard of the southpaw.
Robert Garcia imploring his fighter to go to the body.
De Jesus looking at a lot left, guys.
Yeah.
Even his punches look a bit arm-weary here.
Having trouble defending. Getting backed up consistently.
Yeah, Cuba just walks forward, literally walks forward throwing punches, even if he's crossing his feet.
Yeah, and Cuba himself is a little arm-weary, but he's still scoring.
Yeah, Cuba doesn't care if there's something on the punch, if there's nothing on the punch, he throws them just to throw them. And it just overwhelms you at this point if you're tired as De Jesus. You see right there. Not a lot on that shot, but he's just throwing.
It just looks like he wants this to be over.
Yeah.
Not that he wants to quit, but he just wants the bell to ring.
Yeah. And 45 seconds is an eternity if you're this tired and can't get this guy off you.
Also, just no tactical answer for the offense of Anthony Cuba.
And when you're fatigued, Jimmy, it's even more tough to come up with a tactical answer, right?
Oh, good hard body shot.
Under 30 seconds now in the 8th and final round.
You know, and listen, Cuba's tired too, but he's willing himself through the pain and the burn.
The will and determination of Anthony Cuba. Absolutely exceptional for 8 rounds, gentlemen.
I think Cuba, man, once again, Very impressive on our air against another very tough guy.
Now, Paulie, I see a guy tonight who's going to be a tough out for just about anyone with that volume and that physical pressure. It's a tough combination to deal with. Look on his face for Anthony Cuba, like he could go another 6 or 7 rounds.
But that would be based on will and will alone. I mean, he's a very tough, hard-willed guy. Here we see some of the action in that last round, just letting those hands fly. Not a whole lot on the punches. Like I said, I believe he was arm weary, he was tired too, but he just had a bigger will to keep pushing.
And Jesus never found his offensive rhythm, answered back when he could. Never really able to make his left hand a huge factor in the fight. Let's take a look at the CompuBox numbers. And Cuba ahead in every category. Total punches 153 to 84. Body shots, look at that, 50 to 21.
Oh, that's another good point that CompuBox picked up, is the body shots.
Yeah.
That could have had a lot to do with how tired De Jesus looked down the stretch. Round 7 and 8, you really saw the fatigue setting in. But when you're getting hit with 50 body shots in an 8-rounder, makes sense.
Also a bloody nose, couldn't breathe well at the end of the fight. Lupe Contreras has the scorecards, make it official.
After going 8 rounds inside the ProBox TV ring, judges Wilgo and Griffith turned in identical scores of 78 to 74. Después de completar las 8 vueltas, los jueces Griffith y Wilgo entregan tarjetas idénticas de 78 a 74. Y el juez Levin anotó 80 a 72. Judge Levin scores it 80 to 72. All in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. A favor del vencedor por decisión unánime, Anthony
One judge gave it all 3 rounds.
Cuba.
Yeah, 72, eight rounds to none.
And 2 gave 6 rounds to Cuba.
However you want to see it, Anthony Cuba with his pack of Pokemon cards.
Cuba has earned his record.
Earned it.
I mean,
Yes,
what did he
you
got?
say, Paul, he brought up tough.
Wins over several undefeated fighters.
Yeah.
And now this is a battle-tested fighter.
Yep.
Likes his Pokemon cards. He's gonna open them up. People collect those.
Apparently
Maybe
Anthony
he does.
Apparently he does, but he wasn't playing games in the ring tonight. Great stuff from Anthony Cuba. Chris, you see the things he needs to work on. Did tend to square up his feet a little bit, things like that. Maybe off balance sometimes, but man, that pressure, hard to beat.
I mean, I don't know if he necessarily needs to fix it. I think it's kind of his thing.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, if you fix it, is he as good of a fighter?
I don't think so.
He's the kind of guy, the more awkward he is, the more effective he is, because he combines the awkwardness with insane pressure.
Yeah. Insane pressure is the theme of tonight. Stick with us. We roll on here at ProBox TV. Stay with us. From Lakeland, November 7th, the Contender Series returns. In our main event, Puerto Rican welterweight star Nicholas Flas puts his 15-2 record on the line versus the undefeated Delante Johnson at 16-0. Also on this action-packed card, 3 undefeated fighters putting their records on the line. Senbatar Erdenbot, Katsuma Akitsugi, and Central Florida's own Dominic Valle. Welcome back to ProBox TV. We are ringside, getting ready to go as we roll on. Our next one scheduled for 8 rounds in the super welterweight division. But so much talent on display tonight in our main and co-main. Unbelievable talent, especially our co-main when you talk about the 147-pound division. It is a division right now, the jewel of boxing for a lot of years. It could use a lot
of young talent. There's a lot of room. When we talk about young talent at 147, we have Nicolas Flas. He's fighting for us November 7th. His ability to move and throw fluid combinations. But in our co-main event of the evening from Long Beach, California, trying to stay neutral, got a guy from my hometown, 12-0, 7 wins by knockout. Last time out, took on the very experienced Eric Bonet, probably the best name of his career. Passed that test with flying colors. With his opponent, Raul Garcia from the Dominican Republic, 14-2-1. His only stumbles have been right here on ProBox TV. Emiliano Moreno knows what is at stake. This is what he had to say.
For the Eric Bonet fight, we kind of had an off fight, so we had to go back and work on some things. You know, we got a new strength conditioning trainer, nutritionist. We just felt amazing for that fight. You know, we made the weight easy. We were working on new things. It just made the fight easy. Since Bonet, I've advanced much more, so you guys are definitely going to see something amazing September 27th. Me and my team has studied him. He's a boxer. He likes to box and he likes to keep his distance. So, you know, I'm going to have to get in there and make things a rough fight for him. We've worked hard and trained for him. Obviously, the goal is to win. I'm going to knock out everybody. My style is to apply pressure, go for the finish whenever it's possible. What this does for me is it just shows that no style can really counter me. There's a lot of people who think that, oh, when you box, now he doesn't know what to do. So now I'm going to show that I do know what to do and that even if you're boxing, you're not safe from me. And in 2026, it just puts me on a whole different level because people, after this fight, they're not going to know what to do against me.
One thing about fighters, Paulie, where Emiliano Moreno is in his career, you say, know who you are. Know what kind of fighter you are. He has had difficulty starting early. So sometimes they have to get a hit and wake up against Cesar Francis, a veteran guy, never poked the bear and ended up winning rounds. He knows that about himself. Might change that tonight.
Yeah, you know what? I got to be honest, Jimmy. I thought I saw a little bit of an improvement on that in the Eric Bonet fight. You know, I thought he was more cognizant of needing to work on that, needing to, you know, keep that in mind. And I thought he got off to a pretty quick start with Bonet. He never really let Bonet, the veteran, settle into anything where, you know, maybe it could become problematic for him. He just went right after him, and I think he realized how that could work for him because, again, Emiliano is very explosive, and his attack comes out a lot of different, with the punch selection of a lot of different shots, upstairs, downstairs, and it's very strong and very violent. It's physical as well. So I think he probably noticed that, you know, if I just get off to a good start, or to a fast start, and I don't let these guys in the fight, they may never get into the fight. You know, you probably, the way he could do that, if he's at, he probably wouldn't be tested until he's at a world-class level if he does that every time. I'm curious to see tonight if he starts fast again.
That is the question. We will see. As we begin the tail of the tape for our next fight, Joshua Kevin Anton from Granada Hills, 27, 6'3". That is not a misprint. Incredibly tall for the weight class. Isaías Lucero out of Baja California, 29, 5'10", and the reach advantage, of course, belonging to Anton. The question is, can Lucero get inside, make this an inside fight against a much taller opponent? Isaías Lucero, see him in his corner right now with the blue gloves. Very tough Mexican fighter. 19-3 overall, 13 wins by knockout. Paul, you talked about it. When a fighter comes in and they've kind of cut their teeth in that Tijuana, Mexico circuit, as you say, you know you're tough as nails.
It's that grunge circuit. Yeah. You know, you've dealt with already the adversity. Just fight on those circuits. You can deal with a lot of stuff.
Well, when a guy comes up through that, we know he is battle tested. His opponent, Joshua Anton. Lupe, get us going.
We continue with the action here at Osceola Heritage Park. This is ProBox TV, this contest. 8 rounds or less in the super welterweight division. Este duelo a un límite de 8 vueltas, división peso super welter. Los jueces, the judges, Rodolfo Aguilar, Efraín Lebrón, and Tito Wilgo. Presenting first, in the blue corner, he enters wearing the colors of Mexico, green, white, and red, vestido del tricolor mexicano, verde, blanco y rojo, su peso oficial, 153 libras y media he weighed in officially at 153.5 pounds and 22 bounces as a pro. He maintains an outstanding record of 19 victories against only 3 losses, 13 of those victories coming by way of KO en 22 combates a nivel profesional. Mantiene un récord sobresaliente de 19 victorias, solo 3 derrotas, 13 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. Fighting straight out of TJ, puro Tijuana, Baja California, México, Isaías La Bestia Junior Lucero. In the red corner, wearing green with gold trim en la esquina roja, vestido de verde con vivos dorados. Su peso oficial, 153 libras y un cuarto, his official weight, 153.25 pounds tonight. He enters the place where no undefeated record is safe, the ProBox TV ring, with an unblemished pro record of 11 victories, 10 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Esta noche entra a la zona del peligro el cuadrilátero del ProBox TV con su récord invicto de 11 victorias, 10 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Fighting out of Palmdale, California, Joshua Kevin Anton. Our referee, Massimo Montanini.
La regla él. Okay? No bro, no behind the head. Touch him up. Good job.
We are ready to begin round number 1. Super welterweights, Joshua Kevin Anton out of Palmdale, California. Isaías Lucero from Tijuana, Mexico. Lucero coming out in the tricolores. Anton in the gold and green. 6'3" versus 5'10".
Big step up for Anton here. We've had him on our area, really impressive, but against much lesser opposition. Lucero is also a guy who's been on our air, has been impressive in a fantastic fight with Vlad Hernandez, who at the time was on a real streak.
That was his last time out in the ring. And like a lot of people fight Vladimir Hernandez, started out strong, and then Vladimir Hernandez started wearing him down, as he almost always does. It's the kind of fight you learn a lot from. About pacing and energy. He says to win this fight, I got to get inside, got to make this a dog fight. Vladimir Hernandez fight prepares you for that kind of fight, because that was a dog fight as well.
Yeah, I mean, no one's going to set the pace like a Vladimir Hernandez does. You know, Anton, with his height and reach and power, you can't expect him to put on that kind of performance. So you got to think Lucero is ready for a volume fight, but is he ready for the power?
Yeah, and is he ready for the different dimension of fighting at that distance? You know,
he's 6'3" southpaw.
Yeah, obviously Anton going to sort of look to dictate a certain distance in this fight.
Anton trying to stay busy. His second fight in 84 days.
Anton's looking good, though. Mixing up his punches well, utilizing his range. Got hit with the left hand there.
Yeah, Lucero's going to have to keep his foot on the gas. Good blow. So Lucero's going to have to keep his foot on the gas to keep that distance close.
It's going to take a lot of gas to keep that going.
Yeah, I mentioned the step up in class. Anton, 10 KOs in his 11 wins. This is going to be a nice litmus test to see how real that power is. Lucero has never been stopped. Oh, nice body shot. Body shot with that left hand.
Lucero believes in his power. 7 of 8 of his wins have been by KO. 7 of his last 8, so he believes he can get in there and get it done. Knocked out 13 out of his 19 wins. Anton, it's been 10 out of 11.
Oh,
power puncher, speaking of.
Best shots of the round there for Lucero.
Those are heavy,
stepping
too.
in, nice left-right combo.
Right hand, left hook combination lands on the taller opponent. Anton took it well. Can't be getting hit with too many shots like that. You can hear both these guys can punch.
Yeah, good snap on both shots.
Thudding shots.
Little headbutt there for the kids, right?
Yeah, a lot of power punches in round number 1.
Yeah, not having trouble finding each other.
Lucero hasn't fought since that Vladimir Hernandez fight. It was 189 days ago. He started off aggressively in round 1. Gentlemen, landed some good power punches in close.
Yeah, you got to force the issue well. I thought Anton started well boxing, but Lucero kept his foot on the gas, and that's what he's going to have to do. We'll see if he has the gas tank to continue that for 8 rounds.
Guys, keep in mind, this is only Anton's 4th opponent with a winning record.
Yeah.
Huge step up in class. Oh, good body shot from Lucero. This is where the experience really comes into play with the way that Lucero's picking these shots. Paul, you ever fight those really experienced guys that came out in the first round and kind of gave you like half an effort,
yeah,
and then round 2 they came out and they were awesome?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sensing that a little bit here from Lucero.
Lucero, I think, gave a good effort already in round 1, right? I mean, and now in round 2, he's ready to set the pace, and Anton is getting...
Yeah, but look at the adjustments that Lucero made already.
He's falling for it, though. Anton is getting engaging. You want to engage against this sort of a buzzsaw in Lucero. Because we saw he can deal with it with in the Vladimir Hernandez fight. He fought Hernandez in a tough fight.
Yeah, talk about the boiling frog. Every fight against Vladimir Hernandez is that. But Lucero stayed in there. I mean, it was rough for him at the end, but he made it to the distance. Threw a ton of punches in that fight. It was a very close fight. Oof. These guys are unloading on each other.
Anton landing some good power punches to the body.
Big shots here.
What a shadow! Look at that, controlling the real estate, pushing Anton back.
Who needs a ring? You got a phone booth.
Yeah. And we say this all the time with the taller opponents, taller fighters who are punchers. They don't hit the same going backwards.
And at close range, right? It's very difficult at close range for a lot of tall fighters. Not all tall fighters, but a lot of tall fighters have a lot of difficulty generating power at close range.
I think Lucero is realizing that he's a lot safer on the inside.
Yeah, I think he enjoys himself more on the inside. He doesn't mind.
He's having a lot of success.
It's a physical fight, and he's having success. Exactly, champ.
It's a lot more fun when you're landing punches. So I hear. Oh. You know, we saw a phone booth fight a few weeks ago on the undercard of Canelo Crawford with our own Lester Martinez against Christian and Billy. And in that fight, you noticed when there was a little bit of distance, much more power was coming from Lester Martinez, and you could see his ability. Here, these guys are kind of smothering each other. You're not seeing the hardest shots landed, but a lot of volume.
But a similar thing where Lester just had trouble stepping off, but whenever he did, man, he generated a lot of power.
Yeah, I think Anton would be better served if he could make a little bit of distance.
But Lucero stepping forward enough that Anton can't find that range to generate real power.
Lucero looks very comfortable in this kind of fight.
Paul and I were talking about it. Came up in that Tijuana system. And whenever a guy comes up with that, he's used to wars, staying inside, you have to have plenty of gas. So far, he's shown all three. There's some of that action from round number 2.
Yeah, well-timed little left hook there from Lucero. Anton was getting those combinations off. When he has that mid-distance, when he has a little bit of range, he's able to throw those nice combinations. But even from there, Lucero was able to time some of those shots, hit in between.
And Vladimir Hernandez, a southpaw as well. So back-to-back camps for a southpaw, getting used to that kind of style.
Great point, Jimmy. Great point.
Yeah. I make them occasionally. Not that often. Try to let you guys shine.
I try to write them down since they're so few and far between.
I know. You make a mental note.
Yeah, but they...
I feel you. Round number 3, ready to go. Scheduled for 8. Anton, the undefeated fighter out of Palmdale, California. Nice uppercut.
Well timed. Nice jab there from Anton.
He's looking to sharpen things up in round 3.
Heads came together there.
This height and stance disparity, that's pretty common. A lot of clashes of heads.
Good adjustment here from Anton. He's picking his punches much better on the inside, shortening up those shots.
Yeah, but he's still engaging at this distance. Is it smart from the fight at this distance? Or does he not have a choice? Is he not a good enough boxer to keep it on the outside? Because now with the step up in competition, you find out just how good of a boxer you might be, right?
Again, champ, 4th fighter with a winning record.
A little bit of padding on this one. Not a ProBox TV record, we could say.
Certainly.
Well, he tested on ProBox TV, right?
Yeah. He's getting tested tonight for sure. Didn't hear anything from the lens. The ref says keep him up. Second time we've seen a clear low blow from Anton. First one was in round number 1.
Good combination there by Anton. Backs off Lucero.
First time Lucero backing up a bit.
Like some of the adjustments that Anton's made this round, shortening up the punches, stepping around to the weak side, showing a good gas tank, letting those hands go here in round 3. Lucero looking really uncomfortable.
Yeah, you talked about his comfort level at the end of round number 2. Round number 3, not as comfortable at all.
No, taken right out of his hands by Anton.
Massimo Antonini saying the punch is regular. He's trying to say it's clean. In Italian, the word is regolare. So you use that expression, regolare, in Italian. That's why he translated it to regular. But he's trying to say it's a clean shot, so
I don't think Lucero understood it in English or Italian.
Oh, good end of the round
nice
for the fighter
overreach
from California.
Nice counter.
Isaías Lucero, you see in his corner. Round number 3, certainly a better one for Kevin Anton. As you said, Chris, making adjustments, shorter punches, more accurate from the beginning.
And when you have a competitive fight like this, one guy makes adjustments, the other guy makes an adjustment, and until someone runs out of adjustments, and that's how you figure out who's the better, more complete fighter. I don't know if we have the answer yet. Let's see if Lucero can make another adjustment this upcoming round. Who has more tricks in their bag?
See what the numbers tell us. CompuBox 78-53 for Anton. A lot of that from the last round, last couple rounds. He's been ahead in terms of total punches.
Well, good separation in that third round. 28 landed to 18. That's a plus 10. That's a very good round for Anton, which was able to help him separate.
Oof. Starting to throw good combinations.
Heavy, too.
He's starting to have some success. He's made some adjustments. Now it's up to Lucero to see if he can make the adjustments back.
Giving Anton a last-minute replacement. Supposed to be Durrell Blast Valsaint. Very talented fighter on our air. Haitian Olympian. Anton making the most of this opportunity right now.
Yeah, man, that's a big difference in opponent. But Anton's team very confident in their young man's ability, their young Charger's ability, willing to take on a Blast Valsaint this early in the career, but also Lucero. This is not an easy fight either, although he's starting to make it look easy here in round 4.
And Paul, you talked about Lucero needs to kind of stay on the gas the whole time to make it work.
Yeah.
Fatigued in the last couple rounds, not stepping in like he did in earlier rounds.
Yeah, and also staying in that wheelhouse.
Just got hurt by a shot.
Yeah,
Anton went out from under him.
Anton's figuring out how to generate that power at close range and make it rough at close range. So being in that wheelhouse is no longer easy for Lucero. Even if you're landing, you're taking shots, his nose is bleeding, it's getting more difficult to deal with.
He's having trouble getting away from those shots, and Anton's showing that power is real. The 10 KOs and 11 wins is starting to show up here.
But also, you know, he's got flung to the ground. He didn't do that much.
He's beat at this moment right now. He took a lot of head shots. He was a little wobbled. Yeah, he's getting hit a lot.
Ooh. And Anton, despite the size advantage, has definitely brought the volume and conditioning with him as well.
But you see the difference in power for Anton when he's coming forward versus when he's being pushed back?
Yeah.
He's been going forward now, and he has a lot heavier punches.
Yeah, and he's shortened up and tightening up his shots on inside, so he's make it uncomfortable for Lucero on the inside.
Cutting angles now.
Good left hand. Lucero mugging like it's not hurting him, but it's a good sign that it is.
Blood from the nose, got rocked a little bit. Still coming forward, though. It's Lucero doing what he does best. But just taking a lot of punishment that are heavy blows.
He's trying to back Anton up now. But Anton starts backing him back up.
And also just the volume of Anton. Lucero can't keep up.
Gentlemen, looks like the tide might have shifted last round.
I'm getting shades of the Vladimir Hernandez fight, except this guy can really punch.
Starting to pull away is Kevin Anton. Short, crisp punches. Lucero not able to get inside and do that dirty work he needs to do. Some of that action from round number 4, gentlemen.
Yeah, good two-way action there, but you see Anton starting to find home because those short left hands on the inside, and those are probably the reason the nose of Lucero's a bit busted up.
You know, 2 rounds ago, Jimmy, I said that Lucero was looking uncomfortable. I'd say it's gotten a lot worse since then.
Uncomfortable is before hurt. He got hurt in that last round.
Got wobbled, started bleeding from the nose.
Got shoved down, which is never fun. Kevin Anton bouncing in his corner. Looks like his conditioning is holding up as we reach the halfway point of this fight, scheduled for 8. Good left hand from Anton. Oh, another good left.
1-2, right down the middle. Very impressed with the conditioning of Anton. Staying really sharp, punching hard, throwing a lot of punches. I know he's listed as 6'3". He seems way bigger than that, right? Like 6'3" for a junior middleweight's not that big, but he seems really big for a junior middleweight. No, sure. Definitely not small, but I don't know. He just seems
we're
bigger.
not everybody's Fundor.
That's true. That's true. Maybe that's why I'm jaded because there's 6'6" guys out there.
Oh, good combination there. Finish it to the body, comes up with a counter shot to the head after Lucero tried to throw back. The rhythm is just starting to wear on Lucero.
We knew if Lucero had a shot in this fight, he would have to be the boss. But it is Anton being the boss for the last few rounds.
How tall is Shiraz?
He's about 6'3", but he's at 168.
Yeah, that's what maybe 6'3" is real tall for the first in the middle. Maybe I'm bugging right now.
I think you are.
Yeah.
He looks tall to me.
Yeah, he does. And he looks like he could fill in.
Oh, good shot there by Lucero, little right hand.
Not really the energy to follow up on it, to your point, Paulie.
Not the same steam he had a few rounds ago. Oof. I love the way that Anton has shortened up these punches. You see the damage on the face from Lucero.
Earlier on in the fight, Lucero would land a combination and stay right in the pocket and make Anton uncomfortable. Now he's landing maybe 1-2 and he's back out in the middle.
And then he gets hit with 3-4. It's not always, doesn't always tell you, but facial damage, when you compare this fight versus the Vlad Hernandez fight, you can tell the difference in power between the two men.
Yeah, Lucero's starting to look uncomfortable.
Oh, beautiful job with the left hand.
Can't get away.
Cannot miss with those power shots. Round 6 about to begin, but you look at the flurry at the end of round 5. Looks like the fight close to being stopped if this continues.
Very impressive with these combinations from Anton, and also the ability to put this many punches together with power. Listen, this is a huge step-up fight. He is performing exceptionally well.
With the fastball, you better hit it. So far, that's what he has been able to do.
I had a conversation with the CEO of ProBox TV, Gary Jonas, about this young man. This matchup, really, I'm like, this is a huge step up. Like, what do you think? He's like, yeah, we're going to find out if this kid's for real or not.
I love how Gary does that. He's like, yeah, we'll see.
He just shrugged his shoulders. Yeah, we'll find out.
And look at the power punches landed. A wipeout for Anton over Lucero, 126 to 66.
Just running away with it as the rounds wear on.
Lucero will find out what he's made of in this round 6.
Oh,
nice right hand over the top.
Oh, you asked Jimmy, and he's trying to answer for you.
Yeah. A lot of fighters at this point will kind of mentally fold and go, okay, 3 more to go.
Yeah, but not a lot of Tijuana fighters would.
Not a lot of Tijuana fighters.
Lucero is from Tijuana. TJ fighters don't have that quit in them.
One thing we've been very impressed with is the conditioning of Anton throughout this fight.
Yeah, super impressive. I wouldn't expect that a guy this big, who I'm sure doesn't make the weight easily, who also throws heavy, hard shots, would be this kind of volume puncher.
Look, when I think about, junior welterweights who were tall and had
junior
middleweights who or super welts or whatever you say, 154 pounders who were tall and had volume, and Paul Williams, you would look at him and go, how does he throw that many punches and he's that tall?
And Fundora, same thing. He's a volume puncher. Both those guys you mentioned, Fundora and Paul Williams, they were also power punchers. They scored knockouts. They were volume guys who hit hard.
But maybe it's because they don't have to get as much leverage on the shots because it's traveling from those big shoulders.
Or maybe they have more leverage so they don't have to use as much
energy. Torque, right?
Yeah. Free-flowing punchers.
Yeah, you're right. Williams was like this too. He was southpaw as well.
Yep, just wear you down. First fight with Sergio Martinez, an absolute classic.
The fight was sick.
Yeah.
Sergio was in a lot of really good fights, though.
Yeah, he's incredible. One of the most entertaining fighters of all time, in my opinion. Anton staying right in the pocket. Subtle little footwork of Anton, staying on his toes, little tiny movements just like that. Keeping Lucero at the range he wants.
Lucero has agreed to not try to match him for volume anymore and look to set up traps. Be pesky with shots. He landed a couple big shots this round, but very few and far between.
You know, Lucero answered back. He showed he's not quitting, but another round you got to give to Anton. His volume has been there. He has not slowed down. Confidence in his punches, controlling the real estate, Paulie. He's getting it all done.
Yeah, man, it's been a solid performance. Yeah. We were wondering, you know, because he hasn't stepped up on the pro box level much. Well, you know what? He's giving us the answer tonight. Because this is why you step up to the pro box level, so you see if you're for real. And Anton has shown just that.
Two more rounds to go. Can't sleep on the power as well. 11 wins, 11-0, 10 wins by knockout. Kevin Anton. So he has faith in his powers to be in round number 7. Starts pretty much how he ended round number 6. Finishing is not a skill, it's an instinct. And it's instinct Kevin Anton has. Nice left hand.
Big straight left down the middle and a little right hook.
I think he hasn't really gone for the kill because he hasn't believed Lucero's really there yet.
Yeah, I mean, there were times where I think he could have stepped on a little more. I think he tried, but Lucero is still tough. He hasn't been broken down quite to that point. Lucero's been 10 rounds many times before. Now this is an 8-rounder.
But even on the inside, he's not letting himself get bullied.
Lucero.
He stays right there, pushing back. Nice short uppercut.
Lucero's tough. He's durable. He's never been stopped. Good body shot. See, this is what I was saying last round about where Lucero is placing his position in this fight. I'm not going to match this guy punch for punch. I'm going to have to be pesky and set traps. But
Anton backing him up now again. Lucero don't want to go away, but now he's using the smother tactic, probably smarter. But again, how does Lucero figure out a way to win this fight? I mean, he's figuring out a way to stay in it, but it's torturous. See the different angles Anton brings it. Also, he's a southpaw.
Yeah. He's tall, he's long, he's a southpaw, he hits hard, hits the body well.
And once he got into his groove, his rhythm is good. Also, he sidesteps to the weak side a lot.
Well, we got our answer.
Yeah, we're seeing this young man tested. Yep.
Good body shot again there from Lucero. Champ, to your point, is like, you know, how does he find a way to win? I mean, he's not coming close to winning any of these rounds.
Yeah.
Another good flurry of power punches. Good left hands from the southpaw.
And he's been tenderized enough. It doesn't seem like he's got that knockout punch still left in him. Good shot there.
Referee asking Lucero if he's okay. I don't think any one punch is hurting him, but it's starting to be one of those death of 1,000 cuts. He's starting to see Lucero kind of wear down.
Yeah, he's cutting angles, headshots, body shots, continually touching up Lucero as the fight wears on.
I don't know if you had one of those coaches, Chris, but you hear plenty of times, not to hurt him, just touch him. Keep touching him. He'll go down. Keep touching him. Lucero's corner working hard on him right in front of us.
not looking too positive in that corner.
Yeah, this is why, because he's eating power punches.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside of Osceola Heritage Park, this is
probably a good move.
And final round.
No?
I thought I saw the referee wave his hands.
The ref was waving his hands.
Yeah, he just turned to Anton, so they have stopped the fight. It is over. Corner stoppage.
Yep. All right,
gentlemen, I think that was a merciful choice as well.
I think it was a good. Yeah, that was a good.
Because like I said, I was asking later on, how's he going to win the fight? You know, he's toughing it out, but he doesn't really have a way to win the fight. Good stoppage win though for Anton. Yeah. Very impressive.
Very impressive. First time he's ever been stopped. He showed a lot of his skills out there against a guy who came to win. He just was outclassed.
But Anton shows a lot of abilities that are hard to find in a fighter his size. Good volume, good power. His footwork's excellent. Showed solid defense. Lucero, you can see beaten up by the damage he took over 7 rounds. Look at the face of Anton. A little swelling around the eye, but not bad at all.
And Jim, you said it perfectly. Death by 1,000 cuts. I mean, Lucero nothing was that big, but he was getting hit so consistently. I think that was a really, really good stoppage by the corner. He was way behind. Why take more damage? And Anton wasn't really slowing down. He looked really good in that 7th round as well, which was also impressive. The ability to have that kind of gas tank for this size at this weight.
And talk about an embarrassment of riches at 154 pounds. Not just here at ProBox TV, but throughout the boxing world. Maybe in a little while you will add Kevin Anton to that list. Let's take a look at the ProBox TV CompuBox numbers.
This is going to be impressive, I'm sure.
Yeah, 36-19, 158 to 87. Almost half of his power punches landing. You know, that's the magic number in terms of power punches.
Once you get the closer you get to 50% of your power punches landed, the less chance the fight goes the distance.
Yeah, total punches almost double for Anton. Body shots, 6 more. Like, there's no category in which Lucero was outlanding. When you look at the numbers, you understand the stoppage in this fight. Good job by the corner, in our opinion, here ringside. But Kevin Anton, man, 6'3", volume, good power. Make that 12 wins, 11 knockouts. Send it up to Lupe. He'll make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, in between rounds, the blue corner informs referee Massimo Montanini their fighter can no longer continue, obligating him to stop this contest prior to the start of round number 8. Damas y caballeros, entre asaltos, la esquina azul informa al referee Massimo Montanini que su peleador no puede continuar, obligándolo a parar la contienda antes del inicio del asalto número 8, declarando el vencedor por knockout técnico, declaring the winner by way of TKO, and still undefeated, J.K. Joshua, Kevin Anton.
Joshua Kevin Anton, impressive performance stopping the Tijuana fighter. And Isaias Lucero, who had never been stopped. We wonder how he would handle the step-up. Paulie, I think he showed us he can fight.
Yeah. You come to ProBox to see if you're for real. Anton showed he's for real just now. I think we definitely look forward to seeing him again.
That is a scary guy, Chris, at 154, just with his build, his style, and even combination we don't often see.
That was impressive for a number of reasons. One, the opponent, obviously. Lucero's a guy who's fought on our air before and is shown to be very, very capable and extremely durable. 2, the fact that he was able to get the stoppage, which is a first stoppage of Lucero's career. And 3, just the way he went about it. He showed a lot of skill. It wasn't just power punching. It wasn't just a big shot here or there. He's showing angles. He was going out to the weak side. He kept his hands busy. He threw a lot of volume. With this kind of size, dimensions, and ability, he's going to be a real problem. This is a very deep division, arguably the deepest in the sport today. But I think he fits in with a little more seasoning and maturity. He could be up there with the best in the world.
Also, Lucero had some success in round number 1, and he made the right adjustments. Great boxers have that deep toolkit. They can do a lot of different things. He showed that tonight.
Absolutely. I could see him reaching very, very high heights, great heights in this sport and this division, and divisions higher as well.
That is right, 154, incredibly red hot, not just in boxing, also here in ProBox TV. Darrell Blast Val-Saint, an outstanding 154-pounder. Wasn't able to make it tonight. Last-minute replacement in our last fight, but we continue to roll on. That's right, Jeremy Hill, Christian Cruz Chacon when we come back.
Live from Lakeland, November 7th, the Contender Series returns. In our main event, Puerto Rican welterweight star Nicholas Flas puts his 15-2 record on the line versus the undefeated Delante Johnson at 16-0. Also on this action-packed card, 3 undefeated fighters putting their records on the line. Senbatar Erdenbot, Katsuma Akitsugi, and Central Florida's own Dominic Valle.
Nicholas Flas, you talk about that ability to flow and throw a lot of punches. That's what that man does in the welterweight division. Of course, November 7th, once again here in North Florida, Lakeland to be specific, putting his record on the line against another undefeated opponent. Seems like the bigger the challenge, the better he looks in the ProBox TV ring. We continue to roll on, this time in the super featherweight division. When you look at it, of course, some absolutely outstanding fights and fighters, including our main event tonight. When you talk about Naji Lopez and his abilities, taking on Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson. Fight we're looking forward to in our main event of the evening. Incredible ProBox TV fighter. Another step up for him. How does he handle it? Let's find out.
And now for the main event. Naji Lopez, who's been streaking, really making himself a name in the 175-pound division, against Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson. Tons of experience, good puncher. Had the chance to speak to him last week. Very confident, knows what he has in front of him. Dangerous fight. Guy has banana peel written all over him. But Naji Lopez is one of those guys who is a supreme talent. He's got the physicality. He's got the background. He's got the amateur pedigree. And he has the belief in himself. And the team behind him that's bringing him up gives him that confidence that he can take on anybody. And speaking to him, you could tell that the confidence was there. For Naji Lopez, listen, you got an older guy in front of you with a lot of experience, maybe a little bit long in the tooth. Make that night even longer. Stick that jab, keep it in his face, use that height, use that reach, use that length, touch the body early. Don't go in too soon. You got 10 rounds. You have a dangerous guy in front of you who's going to look for that one shot to try and equalize everything. Set the table before you eat. I think if Naji Lopez goes out there, utilizes that jab early on and some smart body work, he can really neutralize Henderson and make it an easy night.
Chris, we all know about the talent of Naji Lopez. That's why he's in our main event position tonight. But what are the pitfalls? What are the problems? What are the possibilities that he might not be aware of heading into this fight? We know about his offensive ability. He can leave himself a little bit vulnerable, but this is the point that is so dangerous in his career, knocking on the door.
Well, you know, this is a dress rehearsal for the big show, because the pressure is all on you. It's the main event. It's your hometown. You're the guy with everything to lose. You have all the pressure on your shoulders, all the weight. And he said that he wanted that weight. He carries that weight with pride. But we'll see how that weight affects him when he's in the ring.
That's one of those things, Paulie, when you look at Naji Lopez, every time we talk to him, he's sweaty. Every time we talk to him, he's right out of the gym. Every time we talk to him, he's putting in the work necessary to be great. What does that tell you?
Yeah, you know, that means he's passionate and he's enthusiastic. I love to use those words when it comes to a fighter on the rise. You have to have passion and enthusiasm no matter what you do in life, you know, because it gives you that desire to not only succeed, but to really excel at anything you're doing. And you can see that Naji really loves this rise to the top that he's trying to go for.
As we roll on, now in this super featherweight division, this one's scheduled for 10 rounds to Jeremy Hill, 32 years old, 6 feet tall. Also a gigantic reach advantage over his opponent, Christian Cruz Chacon. Hear his music right there, only 5'5". This is a guy who knows how to come forward and throw power punches. Tasmanian Devil. That is exactly his style. He's he makes his way to the ring, another TJ fighter came up through Baja California. Gentlemen, this guy started out 2-5 in his career and has battled back to a record of 23-7-1. What does that tell you about his character, Chris?
Well, I mean, and let me just tell you also, Jimmy, since those first 5 losses, he's still been in tough. He just learned how to win. He just learned how to beat the tough guys.
And Paulie, we see it all the time. Fighters who learn on the job, they just get thrown into the wolves, and you see what you can do. This is a guy who's definitely proven he can do that.
Yeah, and you know what? That's the ProBox TV way, right? I mean, that's everybody gets thrown to the wolves. So if you've got experience in that, you'll be ready for ProBox.
And we talked about our main event, the opponent for Naji Lopez, Calvin Henderson, as being a banana peel. Cruz is not a banana peel. He's a bear trap.
Yes. He turned pro 11 days before his 17th birthday. Insane. 16 years old, he started his career. First appearance here in Florida, second on U.S. soil.
Another Tijuana resident.
Yep.
Careful now.
Tough. See his opponent, Jeremy Hill, inside the ring now. Jeremy 6-0-1 in his last 7 fights. He had to get over the hump in the middle of his career where he went 3-3. Lupe Contreras, get us going.
We continue with the action here inside of Osceola Heritage Park. This is ProBox TV, this contest, being presented in association with Overtime Boxing and set for 10 rounds in the super featherweight division. Pactado a 10 vueltas en la división peso super pluma. Los jueces, the judges. Tina Griffith, along with Tito Wilgo and Alexander Levin. Presenting first, in the blue corner, wearing the colors of Mexico, green, white, and red en la esquina azul. Vestido los colores mexicanos de verde, blanco y rojo, su peso oficial. 127 libras y media. He weighed in officially at 127.5 pounds. Esta noche, en su 32º combate a nivel profesional, con 23 victorias, 7 derrotas, un empate, 12 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. Tonight, he enters the ProBox TV ring for the 32nd time as a pro, with 23 victories against 7 losses, 1 bout even, 12 of those victories coming by way of KO. De Tijuana, Baja California, Mexico, Cristian Lacandón Cruz. En the red corner, en la esquina roja, vestido de blanco con dorado, morado y verde. He steps in wearing white with gold, purple, and green. He weighed in at 130 pounds. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 130 libras. En 26 combates a nivel profesional. Mantiene un récord de 22 victorias, 3 derrotas, un empate, 13 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. In 26 bouts as a pro, he maintains an impressive record of 22 victories against 3 losses, 1 bout even, 13 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Repping the Big Easy, New Orleans, Louisiana, Jeremy Zero Hill. Our referee, Alicia Collins.
All right, gentlemen, we have your instructions in the dressing room. Obey my command, protect yourself at all times. You're good here, and you're good here. Touch them up, gentlemen.
Pretty easy. You want to go for the body, aim for the boxing glove.
I was literally, Jimmy, that was one of the first things I wanted to say about that. I fought a guy who had a pair of boxing gloves hanging right over his liver, and my coaches were yelling at me, punch him in the tattoo.
Be careful what you get when you go to that tattoo shop. And Jeremy Hill coming in with a lot of confidence tonight. We're underway at round number 1.
Oh, right away. Chacon.
Scheduled for 10. No surprise here. Chacon, known for his aggressive output. When asked about Jeremy Hill, he said all he has is volume, not worried about him at all.
So I guess he also feels that he backs up the volume guy, maybe it'll offset it. Trying to start quick, trying to start fast.
Last time out against Malik Montgomery, Jeremy Hill. Montgomery's very aggressive early, and Jeremy Hill did a great job counter-punching, very, very slick with his combinations. Ended up winning that fight. Excellent fight, by the way.
This is weight plays a big role in this fight. Cruz Chacon has fought at lighter weight 26 and below. And Hill has only lost at 135 and up. Undefeated at this weight at 130. So these guys are meeting in the middle, and seems that they're meeting in Hill's preferred weight class.
Well, his loss to Morataya, he said that it was the wrong weight class. He said, you know, that I'm more natural here, I'm better here.
Well, he lost to two Philadelphia fighters. Yeah. Now here, Albright, who's an excellent fighter, who beat Kelvin Davis not too long ago, and he lost to Steven Ortiz, who was an undefeated, very, very slick Philadelphia fighter. All three of those fights are at 135 or above.
Yeah, Paul, when you talk about fighters, you always say, you know, get out your microscope, look in detail at the record. Hill has been brought up extremely tough.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, you prepare for a show like this, an opponent like this, already having had that resume, so it's why he's probably the favorite tonight. But Chacon is not impressed at all right now. He's been putting pressure on Hill since the opening round, seconds of the round.
Hill needs to be careful going straight back the way he just did.
And he's kind of nonchalant and lax so far to start this round. He's not active.
He's not worried about Chacon.
Chacon hasn't landed anything big, but Hill has not gotten much started so far. So I'm not giving Chacon anything to really worry about, guys.
Chacon sparred with Naji Lopez to get ready for this fight. He says, I sparred some tough guys, southpaw, rangy guys. I'm prepared for this style.
Bernardo, excellent former world champion at featherweight. Explosive guy, awkward guy, good puncher too.
Maybe he'll expect Chacon to be a little wilder, coming throwing more punches. He's throwing combinations and getting out just like this, resetting.
I don't know about you, Jimmy. He don't look wild to me at all.
Nope.
He looks very, very clean.
Yeah, very composed. Yeah, maybe Hill taken aback by that.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he's thrown off a bit by a little hook there from Chacon.
And look, Chacon is being smart. He's actually backing out after scoring. He's like, I've done enough to win this round.
Good first round for the fighter from Mexico. Wow. Ready to begin round number 2. Jeremy Hill, Christian Cruz, Chacon, and it's been Jeremy Hill kind of under assault in round number 1. No big punches from Chacon, but seems like Hill just couldn't get his offense going. Looking to counterpunch, couldn't make it happen.
I don't know if it was so much that he couldn't. It didn't look like he even tried. No. He was, as you said, champs, very nonchalant in that first round. But he does have 10 rounds to work with tonight. But you don't want to fall behind with a fighter from TJ, that's for sure. Tijuana tends to have very good gas tanks.
They waited a lot in round 1, and so far in round 2, it's early, but Chacon getting off first again.
Be careful letting a guy like Chacon get confident.
And also, we talked about the height disparity, the reach disparity. Chacon at 5'5", he's used to being the shorter guy. You know, it's when a guy who's usually taller has to fight somebody and have a reach or height disparity. It usually bothers them a lot. Lennox Lewis, a great example, is kind of a different guy when he fought guys who were his size.
True.
Yeah, and Chacon, he's used to being smaller.
Some guys are just really good at that. Like Manny Pacquiao is excellent at fighting taller opponents. Almost never had any trouble with anyone taller than him. You know, Oscar De La Hoya, myself, his last fight, Mario Barrios, Antonio Margarito.
Hill has to be careful getting into your turn, my turn, because it's rarely his turn. He's not punching at all whenever Chacon is punching. And he's rarely first. So if you're going to fight a your turn, my turn first fight, you got to get off a lot, and Hill has not done that.
But just based on effort and body language, you know, you look at Chacon and it just seems like he's being more effective, even if he's not landing a lot of punches.
Yeah, his intentions are more focused, it seems. Ooh, shot there by Chacon.
That overhand left. He came out with that in the first round, and that was the cleanest that he landed, which has been the best punch of the fight for either man thus far.
And Chacon, 6 of his last 7 fights have gone the distance. When you talk about that gas tank and that will, he's used to going long. He's never relied on his power punching.
And I mentioned the weight issue. That this is Hill's preferred weight class. Chacon looks stronger on the inside than me. I don't know about you guys. Very physical on the inside.
Ooh, so careful. Chacon shorter shot on the inside.
Hill came back with a good 4-3 combination.
Referee a couple times, the fighters complained about the back of the head. She goes, nope, not back of that. I'm not buying that.
Well, that's
you ain't telling me that.
A lot of times it happens with lefty righty.
Yeah,
it's not on purpose. And just the angle causes it.
And also, a good referee recognizes you're not allowed to hit the back of the head or target the back of the head. If you dip your head into my punch, that is your problem. And a good referee will tell you that.
Well-timed shot there from Hill as Chacon rushed in.
Yeah, Hill needs to start punching when Chacon is rushing in. He started out that your turn, my turn nonchalantness. You're going to have to meet him with some shots here because Chacon has a confident body language so far.
One good shot's not going to win you the round unless you drop him. And he has not shown that he has the power to do that yet.
Ooh, nice exchanges on the inside. Hill landing a good power punch from that orthodox stance. Good right hand, but gentlemen, another part of it is Chacon at 5'5" doesn't present a lot of target. He doesn't stand very tall. He hunches down a lot.
No, but he does have to be careful trading on the inside. Even though Hill's not matching him punch for punch, he is a sharp counter puncher. He needs to be careful not to run into something with his hands down.
Very good, but so far Chacon looking good. Corner working on him now. His trainer's out of the Castillo Boxing Club in Tijuana, Mexico. This is a man, he said, I have no other job. This is it. It's all I do for a living. I'm all in to the sport of boxing. Jeremy Hill hasn't fought since that fight against Malik Montgomery. That was 189 days ago. Third fight of this year for Hill. He says, I want to stay busy. I always want to be in the ring or in camp. Oh, good shot. Chacon putting him off balance.
Yeah, good left hands there. He followed it again.
I was just about to say, Jeremy Hill seems like he's going to stand his ground and look to counter now, and then he got clipped with a shot that rocked him back.
He's trying that shoulder roll defense, but he's staying in the shoulder roll. The shoulder roll defense works best when you time it instead of just freezing yourself in the shoulder roll defense.
No, every now and then we have a guy like, for example, Akatsuki, who had, I think, 1 knockout in his career and then started on our era and started really turning it up with the power, surprising us. Chacon doing that tonight. Guy not known for his power, moving up in weight class, but he's really sitting on his punches.
Akatsuki was a volume guy, was getting stoppage in the volume, and I think Chacon, I mean, I don't know if he's going to get a stoppage here. It's too early to tell, but certainly he's gotten his numbers
Respectable
up here.
power, though. Respectable power for sure.
I mean, listen, you can punch without being a puncher. Yeah. You could be, you could have a good, solid shot without being a KO artist. So you can't always let the numbers of KOs fool you. Chacon looks like a physically strong guy, and we're seeing that here.
I think maybe Jeremy Hill taken aback by that power. Wasn't expecting this. Thought he could maybe be the boss in there, and right now Chacon being the boss.
Honestly, I think it's more the aggression and the technique. I mean, Chacon is looking very sharp. Like, he understands what he is and what he's not, and he throws his punches with very little fat on them. Great counter there, attempted by Chacon.
And not a lot of daylight.
Talk about I mentioned the not banana peel, bear trap. Got a guy who's got 7 losses. But this guy can fight.
Almost the definition of a dangerous guy, which is what we like that here on ProBox TV. A lot of guys would avoid this guy like the plague.
I think you had mentioned at the top that Jeremy Hill is on loan to us by OTX. You got to be careful of loaning out your fighters on our air.
Yep.
They're going to be in tough.
But they got to know that by this point.
Yeah, the secret's out. The secret's out. Everyone knows if you come into ProBox TV, you're looking at 50-50 fights. Doesn't matter what the record says.
Chacon from that Tijuana system, that area. Tough amateurs, tough fighters, tough pros, tough everything.
10 seconds on the for that belt.
You expect him to slow down. You got another thing coming.
Oh, good body shot there from Hill.
Well, then pushing that. All right. Getting ready to begin round number 4. Round number 3, I think Jeremy Hill doing better with his power punches and his counter shots, but Chacon leading the dance again.
Yeah, I mean, he stood his ground more that round in Jeremy Hill to look for counters, but it allowed for Cruz to land shots like that.
This one's scheduled for 10. As you said early, Paul, you don't want to fall behind against Chacon and end up having to catch up late.
Nah, because you can see that he's in shape. He's got a confident rhythm about him. He's aggressive. And if you're going to have to, get aggressive back towards him and go away from a game plan that might work, just to try to make up rounds, there's a clash of heads there.
Hill was going for that body shot counter again.
Yeah, Hill's body language, though, just hasn't been
he's not switched on. Yeah,
even from the beginning, Good shot there, but Chacon again undaunted. You can see, speaking of using the term switched on, Chacon's been switched on from the go, champ.
Yeah, absolutely. From literally the opening bell. Very determined. You can see it even in his face. His body language, the way he's throwing his punches, the idea of what he wants to do is very apparent. With Jeremy Hill, it seems like he's trying to figure out what he wants to do.
Yeah, and he's not really creative with it either. He gives one look, looks for a couple of shots, but he gets outworked, out-efforted, if that's a word I can use, I guess,
Outworked works.
As you said, kind of waiting on Chacon to do his thing, and Chacon leaning very efficiently.
Because it's not just outwork, champ. It's like Chacon wants it more too. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
No, I understand.
It's the body language. It's the mentality in the ring. He'll just like he's sleepwalking through the fight. See there, he goes back, no return. Decides to throw 5 minutes later. Throws a right hand. You see, even when Chacon's not in range, he's bouncing. He's engaged.
Beautiful counter.
And the taller fighter not able to make his jab work against the southpaw yet. So on the tail of the tape, height advantage, reach advantage, so far a non-factor.
That was a nice jab by Hill. Best jab of the night so far.
Hill, certainly a relaxed style, but to your point, Paul, maybe a little too relaxed right now.
Yeah. It's almost like they had to remind him that he's going to fight, and it's not a sparring session.
Oh, good counter there from Hill.
Counter there, but again, Chacon gets right through it, tries to make it physical. You got to be ready to follow your counters with attack. You see, he counters, and then they're shots that he hopes he stays away from him with instead of attacking.
No pierdas tu caminado, no pierdas tu punta y tu cabeceo, que eso es lo que nos dan las oportunidades para poderlo trabajar. El modo está aquí y te trabaja un recto bien despacio.
You are looking at the corner of Christian Cruz Chacon. So far, seen this fight go his way. He's been the aggressor. Not a lot of daylight in his punches for the counters of Jeremy Hill. Smaller man coming up in weight class hasn't seemed to bother him at all. And he started off every round very, very strong.
A lot of Vaseline over the eyes of both eyes.
Now Hill turned southpaw here. I'm not sure if that's the answer, but we'll see.
Chacon full-time southpaw. Jeremy Hill switching right now. Everybody's trying to be Terence Crawford. Paulie. Pretty much everybody's trying to be Terence Crawford.
I don't know.
Look at those rough tactics on the inside.
There's no effort from Hill. It's like he doesn't want to be there. It's like he hasn't wanted to be there from the beginning. It's almost like he thought he was too good for this guy, the way he nonchalantly came out in round 1, and it never clicked to him that this guy's better than maybe what he thought.
Well, I think it's clicked. He just doesn't have an answer.
But well, you know what the problem is? When it clicks and you haven't expected it, now you're mentally, you can't engage in that kind of fight. That's why you should always be mentally engaged that a fight's going to be tough. So just in case it is, you're ready for it.
Well, if you didn't get the memo that ProBox TV was going to be tough.
Yeah, it's a good point, champ.
Whose fault is that?
Yeah, switching back to orthodox. That experiment is over.
It didn't work out. He got hit a lot.
Certainly did not. Jeremy Hill seems hesitant to throw even at the kind of range right now where it seemed like he would be dominant with the jab.
Back to southpaw and gets hit with a jab immediately. Lands a decent overhand left, but
it's almost he's pushing those punches out. No, there's no snap on them. No. There's a good snap on the Chacon shot, though. It's like almost like he's aiming them. You never aim your punches. You shoot them with snap.
Ooh. Lead hook and a hard jab. They trade jabs there. Oh, good left hand, but then right back comes Cruz Chacon.
See, what Hill's trying to do is basically do just enough to keep Chacon away from him. It's like that Teddy Atlas line in the Michael Moore corner years ago. Where it was famous. It's a famous speech he gave. You're doing just enough to keep him, to hope that he leaves you alone and keep him away. But you're not trying to win. Yeah, you're not trying to win the fight. And Chacon is trying to win the fight, so that's not going to keep him off.
I mean, where is the guy that fought Malia Montgomery?
No, he's not.
He's a very different fighter tonight. Oh, good left shot there. Oh, and a right hand.
Good combination against Chacon, but Chacon stepping forward again. 10 seconds left.
Oh, get double hooked there by Chacon.
Oh, another good left hand from Chacon. Good round.
You gotta get your hands back to your face.
Pinta, salir, te movías, lo moviste bien loco, bien loco, no supo qué hacer. Él ya está desesperado. Si en un buen momento que él tenga, en vez de poderte bajar con él, dale la vuelta.
We're halfway through this fight, scheduled for 10. Jeremy Hill landing some good punches at the end of round number 5. Can't tell from looking at the face of Christian Cruz Chacon. Very tough fight. He's been wearing it well so far. We're underway round number 6. Jeremy Hill, the taller, rangier fighter. He's in the white, purple, and green. Chacon in the green, white, and red. Hill finally getting some counter-punching room in the last round. Don't know if it was enough to win the round.
He started fighting back. Let's see if he can hold that mentality, because you just entered the second half of the fight. Maybe you can fight your way back into this thing, but it's going to take a big effort now.
Looking at the faces of both corners of these men, very tense.
What has been impressive is Chacon's ability to lead even from the outside against a taller fighter.
Yeah, his mentality is to boss the fight, and it has been from the beginning of the fight.
He also follows up. Something that Hill has struggled to do all night.
Yeah, even when Hill does land a nice counter, he just waits. Again, he hopes it's the shot that makes Chacon leave him alone, but Chacon's not going to leave him alone.
Good body punches. Backing Hill up again.
The corner of Chacon is calling for the body shots, but it allowed Hill to counter upstairs. Got to set those body shots up. That's one thing. Chacon doesn't really have a jab that he can build off of. It's more of a get you in, land it.
Oh, nice shots there from Chacon. Came in with the left hand, and then as he pushed Hill off, landed a nice right hook. Cutting off the ring here as well, nice.
Nice little escape there by Hill. That right.
But again, he uses punches to get away instead of using punches to sort of set something up after it, you know?
Yeah, you're
There's no continuity.
Right. That was that last left hand was 100% get away from you punch, not to do damage, not to follow up. There's zero follow up.
Yeah, he's not. His mentality is not to win the fight. It's just to escape.
Right hand over the top.
That was a good hard shot. I don't know what he's talking to the ref about.
Yeah, that was a nice counter.
And look at Chacon's laughing.
You see Chacon cutting it off.
Chacon's a rough cat, man.
Tijuana, right?
Yeah, but he's skilled too. You mentioned him cutting off the ring. We see high-level fighters not cut off the ring as well as this guy who has 7 losses is.
And he doesn't just cut off the ring for no reason. He's cutting it off and throwing power punches, Chris.
Yeah, and he's got a guy with fast hands and good counters, but he's still willing to engage and follow up. That was one of the better punches landed tonight by either man. It was a nice right hook that we heard the snap as it hit the jawline of Hill.
Probably a lot of fighters in Chacon's position waste time on the outside kind of looking at their opponent. Chacon doesn't. He throws that big shot.
No. From the beginning of the fight, he's been here to win the fight. You can see from his body language, he was mentally checked in, engaged from the go, and it was Hill who's been disappointing with his mentality. Because you know Hill can fight. We've seen him. That's why he's here. You know, but his mentality has just been completely disengaged.
And a lot of times, you know, to your point, Jimmy, to just kind of piggyback on that, is a lot of times shorter opponents, even when they get inside, they waste time. They work so hard to get there, and then they're there, and they're
so many times to see that. Yep, or they go into a clinch or something.
Asaias Lucero earlier tonight, a lot of time kind of looking at the taller man from the outside, and Chacon is not doing that.
Lucero was looking at a lot of gloves.
Yes.
A lot of gloves to his face.
Again, Anton much busier than Hill is. This referee taking no crap at all.
Cannot play with her.
Love it. She doesn't play.
He did get him in the neck, though. He did. He'll wrap his arm around his neck, around Chacon's neck.
Yeah,
so Chacon's like, all right, I guess I'm not going to get a free break here. Obviously wasn't bad either way. Getting a little chippy in there this round, guys, right?
It's bound to get awkward when you have two guys with different builds, different styles,
different stances,
and even different mentality. Yeah.
As you said, Paul, on the outside, he's bouncing, he's moving.
Hill has changed stances, but given the same look constantly, you know, not changed levels, not really fainting.
Oh, he's also throwing punches like it costs him money.
Yeah. And like I said, even when he throws them, sometimes he looks like he's aiming them. So they don't look natural. It's hard to land them cleanly the way he wants to. A lot of defensive moves without a punch in return afterwards.
Every once in a while, because he will punch in between at times, and you see where he can be a really dangerous counterpuncher, but it's so few and far between.
And when he does land, he doesn't follow up. He hopes that that's the shot that makes Chacon leave him alone. But it's not been there.
And also, it tends to, like, when you do have that nonchalant attitude, punches seem to, like, affect you more.
Yeah.
It just seems
because you're
the
more
perception.
shocked.
Yeah, the perception of the punch being heavier than it is.
Man, this is an incredibly awkward round. We're seeing a ton of clinching, holding. The referee earning her money in this round 7.
You know, I always worry about guys like a Cruz Chacon with their record that they have trouble winning. They have trouble separating themselves enough to win a fight.
Yeah.
But Chacon's not doing that tonight.
No, he's not. He's not. But there's still some fight left. He needs to keep up this pressure.
Welcome back as we're getting ready for round number 8, scheduled for 10. Round 7 that had more grappling than punching. As much as I appreciate grappling, the referee had to separate them a lot. Could be a little frustration on the part of Hill. He's had trouble with that inside style of Chacon. Go right back to it.
Hill coming out with a stance where that he wants to engage, and he's throwing more combinations than we've seen all night. Holding his ground as well.
Oh, Chacon punches. Oh,
nice.
Nice.
So 2-1. They tied up together. Look, they tied up and they went down tied up. You see that?
That was a very awkward way to go down.
Crowd letting them know they don't appreciate it.
Well, MMA Jimmy.
Little outside trip. Yeah. That's what that is, but
you were going to call that.
Slimy outside trip. It's still an outside trip.
Kind of like an arm drag outside trip.
Well, outside up, you know that combo.
Yeah.
Come on, every wrestler knows that combo.
Oh, nice hook there.
Oh, that looked like a good Chacon.
Yeah.
Good punches from Hill.
That was the best shot I think Hill landed on that.
A little right hook on the temple. Got Chacon's attention.
Chacon's leaving. Chacon might be still recovering.
Up.
Surprise shot there.
Yeah, I don't think he liked that shot. Hill might have an opportunity here.
Will he take it? Does he understand it?
I mean, he's got the body language of someone who's looking to take it.
Winging some punches finally.
Yeah, these punches are a lot different than the ones he was throwing earlier.
First time, Chacon circling on the outside.
Yeah, he did stalk more for the first time.
Now it's Jeremy Hill pushing forward.
Oh, good hook there from Chacon. Hill again, not changing levels or anything, just comes in straight with his head up. Gets caught with that hook.
Oh, nice
good
hook on the
combination
inside.
there. Right hand to the body, left hook to the chin.
But he allowed the clinch afterwards. He's got to follow up. It's at that point in the fight now where he'll need something big.
Good right hand.
Yeah, his best round of the fight, though.
Absolutely.
The problem is it's just one round, so unless something drastic starts to happen, I don't know if he can get himself back into the fight mathematically.
It seemed like he was getting into it with his corner, was Hill. Started the round, he was talking to them. It seemed like they were urging him on. He said, no, I got this, I got this. And he really drew a line in the sand that round.
But to Paulie's point, might be too little too late. We're about to begin round number 9.
Still got 2 to go, though.
I don't know what the scorecards might be saying right now, but Paulie, to your point, it might be too late for him to get back in terms of the scorecard without a
he may
knockdown
need some
or two.
knockdowns, you know. And although he seemed to buzz Chacon a little bit that round, I don't know. It's gonna take a big effort. Does he have that in him to try to even go for that?
We have not yet seen Chacon wobbled. He's been steady on his feet throughout this fight. You've seen frustration in the corner of Jeremy Hill. It's understandable.
Clean, gentlemen, keep it clean.
You've seen their man kind of pushed around a bit in this fight.
And Cruz Chacon is very scrappy, rough guy. Came with a plan, came in shape. And to your point earlier, Chan, maybe better than expected from Team Hill.
You look at the total punches landed. No surprise, big lead for Chacon, 121-99. Even got the advantage in the last round. In terms of numbers, I think Hill landed the more meaningful punches. Good left hand.
Hill takes a good shot. He's been hit with some tricky shots that he didn't see. Although having a good chin doesn't score you points. Ooh, good another attempt there.
Yeah, he landed that before. I think he went for it again. He also has to keep himself together, though. He gets a little bit wild at times.
Yeah, he's falling apart a little bit here late in the fight.
Could be some of the fatigue as well.
Well, he's been working, to your point, Paulie, from the start of every round, from the beginning.
Yeah, he tries to set the tempo early to really try to put Hill on that defensive mode. And a lot of times it's worked. It's almost like Hill buys what Chacon is selling, you know, instead of meeting him with attack himself.
Nice left hand over the top again.
Yeah, that was a nice catch and shoot there from Chacon.
Hill needs to do more of what he did in the last round, where he held his ground and let those hands fly in combination.
I'll tell you, this is one of those losses where he'll look back at it and just really kick himself because, you know, if he would have gave it an effort, I don't know if he would have won or not, but at least, you know, would have given himself a real chance here. I don't think he'll ever give himself a chance in this fight. We're about to close out the penultimate round, and it's been a dismal effort for the most part from him.
It just looks like he's sleepwalking.
Yeah, it's almost like he chose to lose this fight, you know? There are those off nights where you just don't want to wake up. Now he turns southpaw again.
Makes me wonder if he struggled with the weight.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
You get that kind of sense that he's kind of portioning out how much gas he has, how much he can do in any one round.
It does look a little bit dull right now.
Yeah,
left hand there.
That could do that to you. That could make struggling with weight can make a good fighter look ordinary. Oh, physicality from Chacon here.
Here inside Osceola Heritage Park, this is the 10th and final round.
take your punches home with you. What can Jeremy Hill do in this final round that he hasn't done in the previous 9? Hasn't really wobbled that man. Cruz Chacon, who has fought an exceptional fight moving up against a taller opponent. He's been the aggressor, and he starts out every round throwing big shots. Jeremy Hill has to let them all go in this round 10, and so far he is.
Sweat is a-flying, spraying all over the ring. He's
coming out to win round 10 at least.
One of the things about those Tijuana fighters, I know I'm a Southern California guy, and I've seen a lot of these guys fight all over California. They just wear damage well. It's just like you just got to unload on them, and a lot of times, not big
fighters. A lot of Mexican fighters in general do that.
Dude,
yeah.
just
Chavez never had any.
Yeah,
tough skin.
And Canelo wears it well too. Actually.
Yeah.
Yes, he does. And Canelo, being very fair-skinned, also still wears it well for.
It doesn't matter. Mexican fighters can just.
There's not a mark on.
There's not a mark on. He's some good punches.
Yeah, absolutely. And their heads will come together.
Yeah. But as they say, the just look at him argument. Well, it doesn't look like he's taking a lot of punches.
Yeah. Yeah, just look at him argument. It's for amateurs though.
It's for civilians, right, Paul?
Yeah, it's civilians. Yeah. Some guys got scar tissue, they cut easy, you know.
That's a casual way to score a fight.
But it can be disheartening. I've seen it happen so many times. I'll fight a tough Mexican fighter, you land a good combination, like, man, it looks like I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Like, going on here.
I never felt like that. I mean, I felt good if I did bust you up, but if I didn't, I didn't care. As long as I hit you and you didn't hit me.
Going back to work, right, Paul?
Yeah.
That's it. Name of the game, right? Hit and don't get hit. Let's see how this 10th round closes, guys.
I remember I fought a really tough, awkward, counter-punching southpaw. A guy hit hard, and he didn't hit me almost the whole night, and had a good performance. And then right at the end, we clash heads, and I got this wicked black eye, and I'm like, man,
all the things.
7.5 rounds, didn't get touched, and now I got a black eye for no damn good reason.
Yeah. Comes with the territory, right?
Yeah. When you're young and on the come up, the things that bother you are non-consequential.
A little bit of engaging here, but nothing stands out in this round.
Yeah, nothing that's going to turn the tide of this fight. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, Hill, I think, is going to kick himself for this performance.
Yeah, but also just the energy level is just very lackadaisical, low energy.
You see that jab he did, that double jab, looked like he gets pushed out.
Ties up.
Not a lot of snap on his shots. Right from the go, it wasn't a lot of snap on his shots.
But also, the secret's out about Chacon. If you have a guy that's tough, maybe undefeated, on his way up, keep him away from Chacon. That's a tough customer.
Or if you want to test him, if you think he's ready.
Right. But that's a tough test.
Our matchmaker, Daniel Rubin, was really high on this kid. He said that he actually is the goods. Don't be surprised if he goes out there and puts on.
Hill coming up saying hi to us. We appreciate it. But you felt there was more in the tank, that he had more to give and didn't throw the way he could have. Is that the disappointment here, Chris?
I don't know. I don't know if it was that he had more to give, but he did look flat tonight, and I can't help but think it was because I've seen him look great before. I've seen him be very, very busy. I've seen him throw a lot of punches. He just didn't seem like he had that in his bag tonight. I mentioned, the weight. You got to think. I don't want to reach for excuses for the guy, but it's just a weird performance from a guy that we've seen be very, very different.
Well, this is how this fight went from the beginning. Chacon, the shorter man. Jeremy Hill having a height and reach advantage, but moved forward almost from the beginning, Chris.
Yeah, he fought a surprisingly tactical but physical fight for the smaller man coming up and a guy with 7 losses. But as we always say on ProBox TV, you got to look past the numbers.
And if you do, you look past the numbers, there were a lot of those early in his career, right? You matched tough early,
yes,
right?
Yeah. I think he lost 5 of his first 7 fights, something like that. And since then, he's only lost 2 fights.
Kevin Farmer-ish, right?
Yeah, good. Yeah, that's a good analogy there. He lost to Ruben Villa a couple fights ago. Went the distance with him, but it was a fight. And Ruben Villa is a former title contender and challenger at the elite level.
Let's look at the punch counter. No surprise in jabs. Hill had the advantage. In everything else, it was Chacon with the body punches, 48-24, exactly double the number of his opponent.
Big disparity in total punches.
He has the scorecards, Lupe Contreras.
Ladies and gentlemen, after going all 10 rounds, we consult the official scorecard to determine a winner. Damas y caballeros, después de completar las 10 vueltas, consultamos a la tarjeta oficial para determinar un vencedor. El juez Levin anotó 96-94 a favor de Hill. Judge Levin scores it 96-94 in favor of Hill. El juez Wilgo 96-94 a favor de Cruz. Judge Wilgo scores it 96-94 in favor of Cruz. And Judge Griffith scores it 96-94. La juez Griffith anotó 96-94. A favor del vencedor, por decisión dividida, in favor of the winner by way of split decision. Puro Tijuana, Baja California, México.
I told you this commission is weird, guys.
Cristian Lacandón.
They almost
Split decision. One judge had it for Hill by 2 rounds.
But everybody had it by 2 rounds, right?
Yeah.
So everybody had it close.
Yeah. That's not what I saw.
That's not what we saw in general. I mean, we saw Hill with the potential to make it closer, even win, but we also saw Hill just not engage enough and making choices not to do that.
Yeah.
While Chacon was making the choice to go for it every single round and landed the better shots.
Champ, you mentioned that Hill's going to look back on this fight and see a lot of missed opportunities, especially now when you hear the scorecards. It would have taken very little to have actually come away with this win. And whether it's a split decision or not, whatever, a little bit more.
Oh, it's one of those fights though. I want to be able to go to the judge. What were you watching exactly? What was that?
It's a weird fight. It was a weird fight.
But it was pretty much the same every round, though. You know.
One of the things we did not see was a fight that was close. But Chacon getting the decision. One thing we can say is at least the right guy won, according to what we saw. And that was Christian Cruz Chacon. He moves to 24-7-1. We just said it, awkward fight, a little bit strange maybe, but a fight that Jeremy Hill is going to regret maybe not quite doing enough.
Well, I mean, I would say it's only strange because we know what Jeremy Hill can do and has done in the past. That's the reason why I say it's strange. Other than that, it wasn't necessarily a strange fight.
Well, a lot of clinching. It was a little bit awkward. You know what I mean?
But it's, you get opposite stances, opposite styles, different heights, like you said.
Well, when we come back, as we roll on our co-main event, Moreno Garcia, when we come back.
Live from Lakeland, November 7th, the Contender Series returns. In our main event, Puerto Rican welterweight star Nicholas Flas puts his 15-2 record on the line versus the undefeated Delante Johnson at 16-0. Also on this action-packed card, 3 undefeated fighters putting their records on the line. Senbatar Erdenbot, Katsuma Akitsugi, and Central Florida's own Dominic Valle.
Welcome back to ringside, your ProBox TV. Heritage Park, Kissimmee, Florida. An outstanding crowd tonight. Very pro-Puerto Rican, but now you have the fighter from Long Beach, California, Emiliano Moreno, taking on the fighter from the Dominican Republic, Raul Garcia. Emiliano Moreno, undefeated in his young career, 12-0. 7 wins by knockout, been brought up here on ProBox TV. Last time out, fought a guy you know very well, Chris, because you fought him too, Eric Bonet. Probably the biggest name of his career. What did we learn in that fight?
We learned that Eric Benet has seen better days, but we also learned that Moreno...
That Father Time gets everybody.
That Moreno can deal with an experienced and durable foe. And he went out there and he looked fantastic from the opening bell until the fight was stopped mercifully by the corner. Moreno was all over him. And all the veteran tactics and tricks that Bone was trying to dig out of his deep bag did nothing to the youthful exuberance and skill and size of Emiliano Moreno.
But Cesar Francis in the fight in California had a veteran style as well, Paulie. It was one of those things where he had the ability to kind of put pressure on and didn't deal with that pressure well, and it cost him. But before we get to our co-main, let's talk about it, the ability of Moreno.
Discussion of Emiliano Moreno, in his next step-up fight, because every fight the kid fights is a step-up fight. He's fighting Raul Garcia, who in his last fight fought a Fight of the Year candidate, if not the Fight of the Year last year, against Vladimir Hernandez, who we've had rip-roaring on our shows on ProBox TV. Very, very excellent Dominican fighter. He can box, he can punch, he likes to fight. Another really big step-up for Moreno. His team is very confident in his ability. For him in this fight, I think he needs to use that youthfulness that he has, but he's got to start early. He tends to be all the way on or all the way off. And if he lets Raul Garcia get into a rhythm and set that tone and land some big punches the way he did against Vladimir Hernandez, it could be a really long night. And, for Moreno, he has been in that situation before in the Cesar Francis fight where, he started a little slow, fell behind, had to come back and roar to score a knockout. And, Francis, I don't think is as durable as Garcia is. So I think he really needs to start early, make sure he doesn't get into get behind the 8 ball, so to speak, and get to Garcia early and set that tone right from the outset.
And we saw it there, Paulie, the Cesar Francis fight where against a guy who's big, who was experienced, he had a little trouble making adjustments at the right time. We're making them early enough in the fight.
Yeah, I think that was a learning experience, right? He realized, that once he did get going, he was able to, give Francis a lot of trouble. Ultimately, that fight was stopped a bit early and it wound up in a no contest, but it was still the learning experience you take home with you, because in the Bonet fight, he made sure he started really fast. And that's what we're going to be looking for tonight, because I think with Raul Garcia, who, is much younger than Bonet, and obviously has a lot left in the tank than Bonet, now you're going to put that to the test, that early start. You're going to put that to the test because it's going to be more important against a guy who's younger and coming here to win.
And once he turns on, Chris, we've seen over and over the finishing power of Emiliano Moreno. The guy can hit very big for the weight class.
Yeah, he's big for the weight class, but it's not so much the one-punch power. That's not really what you see Moreno. It's just that he overwhelms you. He's got fantastic endurance. He lets those hands go. He throws in combination. He's durable. He'll take a shot. We just saw him just get cracked there by a left hook, and he comes right back. He's the kind of guy he wants you to fight. He wants you to try and hit him. He wants you to be there because he's very competitive. And he wants to outdo you and show everyone how good he is.
One of the most irritating things to hear is when a fighter goes, "Oh, he never hurt me." I'm like, he doesn't need to hurt you to beat you. And it's almost like if you don't poke the bear,
right.
It's possible to win rounds against Moreno if you never wake him up.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's not the way that Moreno wants to fight. He wants to let him. He actually reminds me of a smaller version of David Benavidez. He's got the fast hands. He's not a one-punch guy. He'll hit the body. He'll use the jab. He'll be aggressive. He'll throw in combination. He'll overwhelm you. It's not just one punch that does it. It's the multitude of punches that are coming your way that you have no answer for.
Well, a theme tonight, Paulie, is also where fighters are. Moreno's in that rare air of being, he could get the call for a big fight very, very soon, especially in a thin division.
He's only 20 years old. That thin division, I personally am skeptical of how much he can keep making this weight. As a matter of fact, I'm curious to see his energy level tonight because of making this weight. But I'm very curious to see about him at this weight, because then the next weight class up, it's a tough weight class.
It is very, very true. But let's talk about the keys to victory for Emiliano Moreno, El Revolucion. What does he need to do tonight?
Yeah, he's got to keep his foot on the gas. We talked about that. We can't stress that enough about him not making sure not to start too slow. Make it physical. He is a physical guy. He throws violent punches. When he gets going, he puts punches in bunches, goes to the body, goes to the head, and also makes it physical. He roughs you up. And the high pace, keep that pace. Once you get it going, keep that pace, because with his power, it tends to make guys very uncomfortable, and it's led to some good stoppages.
Oh, he's a big guy. Youthful exuberance, big part of his style. Let's take a look at the numbers for this, our co-main event of the evening. 154 pounds, Emiliano Moreno. Both fighters are 5'10", 20 years old for Emiliano, 27 for Raul Garcia.
They didn't weigh in 47. I see the stat sheet says 47, but the official sheet says 54, so we're good.
I'm reading the screen saying 54, so
I think he's big for 54 too.
We'll see what the difference is, but right now, Emiliano Moreno making his walk to the ring, the Mexican-American from Long Beach, California. By the way, next fight in Long Beach, great Mexican food in Long Beach. Absolutely unbelievable.
I've heard that before.
It's so good.
I think I heard it from you.
I miss it. I miss it.
You talk about it all the time.
Because I love it and I miss it. My hometown, and right now, Emiliano Moreno, the proud Mexican-American, making his walk. Lupe Contreras, get our co-main event going.
We continue with the action here inside Osceola Heritage Park. This is ProBox TV. With our co-featured bout of the evening set for 10 rounds in the super welterweight division. Este es el duelo coestelar de la noche, pactado a 10 vueltas, división peso super welter. Los jueces, the judges, Efraín Lebrón, Tina Griffin, and Tito Will Go. Presenting first, in the blue corner, he enters wearing black with silver, presentando en la esquina azul, vestido de negro con vivos plateados. Detuvo la báscula al límite de 154 libras. He tipped the scales at the limit of 154 pounds tonight. He accepts the challenge and takes on another undefeated foe with a record of 14 victories against only 2 losses, 1 bout even, 12 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche acepta el reto y se enfrenta a otro rival invicto con un récord de 14 victorias, 2 derrotas, 1 empate, 12 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Repping the DR Santo Domingo, República Dominicana, el domador Raúl García. En la esquina roja, vestido de blanco con color plateado in the red corner, wearing white with silver trim. He weighed in at an identical 154 pounds. Su peso oficial, un peso idéntico de 154 libras. Esta noche, este peleador con la mano pesada lo arriesga todo, incluyendo su récord invicto de 12 victorias. 7 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, this heavy-handed fighter risks it all, including his undefeated record of 12 victories. 7 of those victories coming by way of KO. Repping the LBC, Long Beach, California, Emiliano, El Revolución Moreno. Our referee, Michael De Jesus.
All right, guys, the rules were told to you in the locker room in the corner. You both know what I expect. Anything under here will be low. Abajo de aquí va a estar mal. Toca what si quiere, touch goes if you want to. If not, go back to your corner.
These men turned pro on the exact same day, and they meet in the ProBox ring now. Moreno, at that time, only 16 years old.
Ready, move. Ready. Ready.
And we're underway, round number 1. Emiliano Moreno from Long Beach in the white and silver trunks. His opponent, Raul Garcia, in the black.
I'm curious about this weight because this is our first time seeing Emiliano at 154 pounds. First time I'm seeing him in the ring with a guy that he's not much bigger than.
Yeah, and Garcia fought Vladimir Hernandez, so we should have kind of realized that.
At 54, right?
At 54
well, I thought maybe he was going down. But Garcia looks to be in fantastic shape. I could tell that when we did our fighter interviews. He looked lean in the face. He sounded energetic, very confident. Said he had a fantastic training camp with excellent sparring, training in New Jersey.
Now, taking you back to that fight against Vladimir Hernandez, he rocked and dropped Vladimir Hernandez in round number 3. The referee, I thought, took a ton of time to get them back together. Knocked down later twice in that fight was Garcia, but he certainly has power in both hands. Vladimir Hernandez has an iron chin. He wasn't just knocked down. He didn't just slip. He was wobbled.
Garcia could box, too. Yeah. He's got good skills. Doing a good job targeting the midsection.
I was going to say targeting the body early. Moreno starting slow again.
Oh, nice jab. Caught Moreno coming in.
You already see on the ribcage a little red mark from that right hand down low to the body. Nice strafing right hand from Garcia early on. There's that little twitchy explosiveness that we see from Emiliano become his calling card.
Yeah, Garcia trying to control subtly with body shots, trying to maybe if he figures if he lands enough good body shots, it'll prevent those subtle explosions that Moreno tends to come out with out of nowhere.
Really good level changes from Raul so far. And you just see he's not being overly aggressive, kind of like that we always talk about, don't poke the bear. Because once Emiliano gets going, man, he's really tough to deal with. It's like trying to stop a cart from rolling downhill.
That's one of the things he said in our interviews. He goes, yeah, you know, sometimes I need a guy to punch me to really get going. I got to get out of that habit, and blah, 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 blah. But how much can you change what you really are?
I mean, Garcia's already punched him several times, so he needs to wake up.
Maybe he needs to get hit in the face. He's been into the body.
Got hit with a good right hand a few moments ago. 1-2 right down the middle.
And a couple of good jabs popped him right in the face.
Garcia's looking really sharp. Nice precision. But this is where Garcia does damage when he gets his opponents on the ropes.
Don't push, no push.
Especially with that left hook to the body.
Yeah, he landed a good one there, Moreno did, to the body.
Raul Garcia's last 5 wins have been by knockout. He has faith in his power. Only losses are his last 2 on ProBox TV.
Now, when we spoke to Emiliano in the fighter interviews leading up to this fight, I'd asked him, like, is this the toughest opponent of your career? And he said, nah, I think it was Eric Bonet. But, this guy's younger, so maybe it is this guy. He wasn't really sure. I think it's him, Raul.
Yeah.
Él tira nomás quiere mantenerte con este jab aquí, güey. Todo lo que quiero hacer nomás cubre, güey. Y regresa con tu jab. Cuando vayas para enfrente, muéveme la cabeza y este abajo. Dame pisado arriba, tocar nomás. Yo lo que quiero ver, sí, expulsar mucho la gente y gancha arriba. Okay?
Into the corner of Raul Garcia after a good round number 1. Not a ton of action, but standing his ground in spots. Good sharp punches. Talk about his boxing ability. He said he trained in Jersey, had great sparring. He acknowledged it when we talked to him. My back's against the wall. I can't afford another loss.
I mean, I've never seen him in this kind of physical condition. I mean, his body looks better than I've ever seen it. So he definitely took this fight seriously. He's definitely in shape. Ooh, good left hook.
Yeah, he got some good leverage on that one. If that's not the one that wakes up Moreno, I don't know if anything will. Good body shots and return fire from Garcia, though.
Moreno trying to hook with the hooker here. It's a good left hook of his own.
Garcia did a good job of changing levels. Because Emiliano tends to fight tall, right? He's got a long torso, he stands tall.
Acknowledges as well that Moreno is a younger, hungrier version of the fighters he's been facing. On ProBox TV, Vladimir Hernandez, certainly one of them.
Well, what I was saying before the break, that he had said that he thought Eric Bonet was his toughest opponent based on the experience. I really think he was overlooking the skill set of Raul Garcia. We've seen him, obviously we saw him lose to Vladimir Hernandez, but Vlad was on an absolute tear at that point. And to his point, he's like, yeah, he got a 12 or 13 second chance to get up from a knockdown, so really that could have been a knockout win for Garcia. But he also has boxing ability. He can punch, he can box, get the guy in shape, and he's a real problem.
Can Moreno figure out a way to close the gap here? Garcia using his lead hand very, very intelligently.
Well, Garcia's starting to back him up.
And also, Garcia against Vladimir Hernandez got worn out by Vladimir Hernandez's pace. Moreno so far hasn't put the kind of pace on Garcia that makes you test your endurance.
No, but that's what we say about him going from 0 to 5th gear. He goes from 0 gear to 5th gear, as Paulie said yesterday. And this is where we got to see him wake up.
Nice left hook.
Because you don't want to fall behind with a guy like Raul Garcia.
But the one thing Garcia has that maybe some of the other guys didn't have is a good jab. That can prevent you from going up the gears and offset your attack.
Well, that was one of the things that gave Emiliano trouble against Cesar Francis.
Yeah, it was
a busy left jab. But Francis is not the most durable guy. Garcia has shown to be quite durable, and he's a bigger fighter. He's been in a higher weight class. Little mark on the cheek there.
Nice job switching from jab to left hook.
Body shot there from Garcia. Sneaky shot.
Garcia so far winning the battle of the lead hand.
That body shot bothered him. It was a tricky little left hook under the ribcage, landed by Garcia, that Moreno felt. See the eye feints by Garcia, looking down, throwing the shot up.
Good stuff again in round number 2 for Garcia. And you may have said it, Chris, when he ate that body shot, went to the ropes, drove up a bit.
It's rare that you see Emiliano take backward steps, and we're seeing that. We saw that here in round 2.
Raul Garcia certainly physically came to fight tonight. We're talking about his tactics, his fitness. Everything looks in shape tonight. Emiliano Moreno said, I'm going to start faster in this fight. Boy, I'm going to come out. Hasn't done it yet.
It was opposite day when he said it.
Not quite.
I didn't think about that. Opposite day. Didn't think about that.
That was yesterday.
You know the funny thing about opposite day, if it's opposite day, it's not opposite day.
Ready for round number 3. Raul Garcia cannot wait to get out to the center of the ring. Starts jabbing right away. So far, that jab kind of offsetting the power of Emiliano Moreno, Chris.
Yeah, and it's preventing him from being able to close the gap when he wants to.
Also, the range changing from Garcia. He's doing a good job of being the smaller man with the shorter arms, being able to pull in and out.
Move. He's a good job winging that right hand over the guard of Emiliano.
But it was smart because he threw the overhand to land the left hook to the body. It was a two-punch combination. Yeah, he's using the eye feints great.
Now,
to the pit of the
you see
stomach.
Moreno starting to
Hand
close
went down to the stomach.
He's starting to try to close that stomach up. He's feeling those shots to the stomach now.
Ooh, and then right over the top came Garcia. Good. Nipped up action here.
The thing about Garcia, he punches back when Moreno hits him. He does not refuses to let himself get overwhelmed. And this is what Moreno has to do. He has to make it physical, like we said. He's got to attack here.
Moreno's at his best when he's fighting like a burning building. Just a raging inferno.
Hasn't opened up like that so far against Garcia.
Again, Garcia with those level changes.
Oof, stab jabs.
Man, his stomach is bright pink. Nice left hook.
These guys are digging in hard. You can just feel the tensity. The intensity and the tension building between these two.
I like that intensity. It's like,
yeah, I mean, it's a combination of intensity and tension.
Oh, making up new words to describe boxing here at ProBox TV. That's what we do for you.
They traded a combination. There was a Raul Garcia jab and Emiliano Moreno a left hook.
Left hook again.
Look at this action back and forth.
But Garcia just planting his feet and going, okay, I'm right here in the center.
Yeah, and he's giving different looks, and it's confusing Moreno. The problem with Moreno is he gives only one look and one height. Garcia staying disciplined to that midsection.
And Moreno lands, it's one punch at a time. Whereas you see Garcia setting up a series of shots. Oh, good shots. Beautiful counter.
What a counter.
4-3, that was,
And that's the explosiveness of Moreno we were talking about.
Yep.
Now Garcia's hurt.
He's hurt now. You see it in his eyes. He is stunned. But fighting back.
This is what happens when Moreno wakes up. You poke the bear, you get ate by the bear.
What a round.
Awesome.
Garcia's still hurting.
Oíste un golpe, porque te están poniendo. No te preocupes, mi amor. Esto es boxeo. Esto es boxeo, chulito. Deja la cabeza ahí. Deja la cabeza ahí. Oye, inteligente. No.
Round number 4 ready to get underway. Round number 3 where Emiliano Moreno began to open up with his punches, Chris.
I mean, one of the sweetest combinations counters I've ever seen, which the truck didn't get there. It was
that
an
we're not going to see.
It was a 4-3 uppercut hook that started all the troubles for Raul Garcia.
Yeah, catch and shoot too.
Oh, it was awesome. Really, really beautiful shot. An uppercut left hook combination off of a catch and shoot. And that's what makes this kid special, being able to return fire in a counter with combinations.
And power punches landed. Garcia having the advantage, but Moreno starting to take over. You see 19-14 in round number 3 as it's heated up.
Garcia trying to get on that front foot. He's trying to get on that front foot again, trying to take away the play from Moreno after Moreno took some momentum in that last round.
That last round, it was all about the pace of the round. You saw the pace building and building and building, and that's where Moreno is special. Garcia can box really well on the outside. He can set the plate. He can set things up, set traps. But when you start going faster and faster and faster, that's where Moreno makes those quick decisions. Like, he's not even thinking. He's just reacting.
Garcia trying to take away the play again from Moreno. Slowly going back to disciplined boxing.
And what we're seeing more and more, gentlemen, is these fighters from the Dominican Republic are getting better and better and sharper and sharper. And Garcia definitely part of that. You said, Paulie, a lot of great fighters from Dominican Republic in the past just weren't brought up the right way to get the right opportunities.
Yeah, that's what I noticed.
Talent,
and Garcia is one of those talented guys. This is a fight.
It's still early, though. It's only the 4th round. There's been a lot of contact. You know, can Garcia keep up the smart boxing? It looks like Moreno is just getting warmed up.
Oh, nice little pyramid sidestep. It was a pyramid, right?
Yeah, nice pyramid shot there, stepped around. He's been training in Jersey, so it's pretty close to the Northeast area where you see that move quite a bit.
Moreno, though, fell that. Talk about waking him up. He looked furious after that shot.
The thing about Emiliano, man, he shows really impressive durability. He gets hit with some big clean shots to the head and the body and usually responds immediately.
Nice to be young.
Oh! Nice right hand from Garcia.
And a left hook. This is where Garcia needs to be careful, though. Moreno is still dangerous. The more this turns into a firefight, the better it is for Moreno. Garcia needs to keep it a boxing match.
And he has done a good job. He goes back off the jab. I think he's won this round, guys.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But then he gets overexcited and he gets countered.
A fight has broken out. And to your point, Chris, that might be to the detriment of Raul Garcia. He wants a boxing match. He wants it cool. He wants it slow.
Right. And Moreno wants it to be a raging inferno.
But I saw at the end of the round, Garcia try to get back to that jab as well. You know, he landed those big punches, but instead of, you know, allowing Moreno to get back in, he landed these big shots. See if you see here, there.
That was the hardest punch landed tonight. And he follows up with a left hook as well, right there. Yeah. That was a hard shot.
And then he went back to the jab afterwards.
Set up by the jab. And watch, he throws the 2 to land the 3. Very, very smart maneuvers by Garcia all night tonight.
You know, I always say it all the time, but if you're a ProBox TV, this is a guy in Raul Garcia that would usually be a B-side walkover. Oh, Moreno's the big name. Raul Garcia came to fight. He came to win.
I don't want to say I told you so, but I was saying this guy can fight. Yeah. And this is a really tough step up.
Yeah, I think we learned that in the Vladimir Hernandez fight. This guy can fight.
But also the Leonardo Ruiz fight, which is another fight on our air that he lost by split decision against another top young prospect. He was very much in that fight as well, and I don't think he was in good shape for that fight. I think he was just fighting on skill and will. Tonight, he's obviously in very good condition. Let's see if he can keep it up. still a lot of fight left to go.
And what's so interesting, it's not as though Brandon Moreno has controlled the power punching. Like, even on the inside with the hooks and the right hands, Garcia has done very, very well.
Jimmy, who is this Brandon Moreno? This is
Emiliano Moreno. Brandon Moreno fights in the UFC. Emiliano Moreno fights in boxing. And when I think Moreno, a lot of times I mess with former UFC 125
This guy's getting a lot. This guy's getting a lot of play on our end.
Yep. So used to saying Brandon Moreno, but Emiliano Moreno. It's not as though, you know, Garcia has just won the jabbing battle. He's done very well with the power punches.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's setting him up with the jab, though. This is not just a jab. It's a jab as a placeholder for combinations and power punches. Ooh, good counter there by Moreno, but it's one at a time. Oh,
nice left hook.
These guys are training with deadly punches.
See, Garcia doesn't lose position, though. He stays balanced, so he's able to fire back.
That catch and shoot uppercut from Moreno is nasty.
Paulie, off air, you and I were talking a little while ago about a mutual friend of ours, Antonio Tarver, from up in this neck of the woods, and you said he never broke position. That's what made Tarver so dangerous and so good. He never broke position. Raul Garcia, obviously different level, but not breaking position even under duress.
Yeah, and what happens when you don't break position, you're able to fire. You're able to surprise your opponent, even if they think they can't get too froggy, so to speak, with their offense, because you're able to fire between their shots because you have the position. And that's what Garcia's doing. If you notice, any move Garcia makes, he's able to fire shots off.
Moreno trying to stalk forward and make this a war, but Garcia doing such a great job with the jab and controlling range. As we just said, controlling position. Nice left hook again.
And again, the level changes as well. Do a good job for Garcia.
He's been doing that since round one. Very, very tactical, very smart. There it is again. Throws it too low, lands a 3 high. Moreno's a tank, though. He's getting hit with some clean, hard body shots, head shots. There it is again. Too low, 3 high, goes right back down to the body. But can he keep it up?
Round number 6. We're halfway through this fight, scheduled for 10. And Raul Garcia, we thought he'd go away in the face of the power of Emiliano Moreno. You got another thing coming.
No, I mean, because, listen, we spoke about it earlier. When it's a boxing match, Garcia is the smarter, sharper guy. But when it's a fight, Moreno, his firepower is just too heavy. But tonight, it's been much more of a boxing match than a fight.
As we pointed out, though, even when Moreno really opens up, Garcia's right there, landing his punches back. Is yet to be physically or mentally intimidated. Is that fair to say, Paulie?
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fair to say, because again, I respect the position game of Garcia. If you notice any defensive move he makes, look, he's firing at least off a jab, or he's countering with a body shot. He's keeping Moreno honest. Moreno can't come out of pocket because he sees that Garcia is always in punch position.
But more and more, his feet are getting stationary as Garcia. He doesn't have that push-pull like he had earlier.
Yeah, he does. There is a little fatigue, but will Moreno push that? Will Moreno waiting too much allows Garcia to sort of resurge this way.
Oof, Garcia's going for it. Moreno's still dangerous, though. These guys are not your turn, my turn. They punch with each other consistently.
Another thing about Emiliano Moreno is he's used to, when I finally open up, I can close the show. When I finally open up, I'm going to get you. Well, he opened up a couple rounds ago, and Garcia's still here.
Yeah.
That's an important thing to keep in mind.
Garcia offsets him with the jab, and Moreno hasn't really had an answer for that jab. And it's sort of showing itself to be a kryptonite tonight in the style of Moreno.
That pyramid again. Off the jab. I like that heart jab from Garcia. Just thinking that was a stand jab.
Good right hand. Garcia's got a chin on him.
Yeah, Garcia's taking them shots better now than he was earlier.
Ooh, good response from Moreno. More and more they fight like this. Getting real chippy. Can Garcia keep it up?
But you said before this fight, Chris, that Moreno isn't
good right shot, and Garcia takes it.
A one-shot power. He overwhelms you. He hasn't been consistent enough to overwhelm Garcia. Garcia is there in the middle.
No, consistency has been the problem for Moreno tonight. That's usually where he's really good. But, I mean, his counters are so nasty. And Garcia just is very, very smart. But more and more, he's standing in front. He's giving opportunities. This is a fight that I think Garcia is comfortably ahead, but it's hanging in the balance because of the momentum shifts.
You can't feel great about it.
No.
You can't feel that he's got it in the bag at all.
You got to feel like you're on edge if you're in Garcia's corner.
Sharp right hand.
It's just Moreno takes the shot so well. And that's the thing, when you have a chin...
Rocking right hand! Right below the eye.
And I was saying, when you have a chin like Moreno, you're okay with staying in the pocket to trade and counter. That's why his counters are so good. He's not worried about getting hit.
This crowd coming alive in this co-main event. Man, what a fight.
What a fight is right.
Animation in the corner of Raul Garcia.
This whole round could have been a replay. These guys were trading huge bombs back and forth. A lot of contact in that last round. Both men landing, bombs. Here we see mostly shots from Garcia, but man, Moreno landed a right hand. It was like he was chucking a football.
Yeah, it was a lot more than that in that
round. Moreno threw that right hand from the third row. Couldn't believe Garcia took that.
But he did, and here we are, round number 7. And the fight, as we have pointed out, neither guy can feel like they have the lead.
And as usual, our co-main event could be a main event anywhere in the world. Wow.
Oh, clash of heads there.
Talk about two guys who don't want to break position.
Yep. That's part of the reason why it's been such a good fight.
Great balance between both these guys as well. Oh, that's why they're countering so excellently.
When he gets behind his jab, he does have some success.
In the corner of Raul Garcia, Coach Chino was yelling, boxing, boxing. Keep boxing.
Garcia's done a good job of changing that jab into a hook. He's had a lot of success with that tonight.
And he puts the right hand right behind it, too. Oh! Garcia's got a chin, too. Can't forget about that.
Oh, what a left hook again.
I was literally about to say,
another one.
Garcia should stop trying to knock Emiliano out, just keep boxing him, but then he lands a shot like that. And I'm like, well, maybe.
Yeah, that right hand to the chest, left hook to the head has worked a lot. Yeah, I think they noticed probably in footage of watching Moreno that he hasn't changed looks too much. He may be susceptible to certain shots over and over again.
Well, he stands tall. He stands very tall.
And he's so good at catching Moreno kind of slipping into it on that right side.
Nice head movement there from Garcia. 145. Oh!
Sharp boxing by Garcia.
Garcia looking at the ceiling. That hurt him.
Yep. The end of the round. That's when Moreno comes on. That youthful exuberance. Heavy breathing from Garcia. You can see his stomach heaving in and out, in and out. Oh, oh.
And the war continues. Wow, wow, wow. And we are back for round number 8. We were talking about fight of the night, maybe, this fight. We're talking about fight of the year. This has been absolutely incredible.
Back and forth, awesome action. Fought at high level, too. This is not just rock'em sock'em robots. These guys are very technical, fantastic countering, nobody breaking position, jabs, counters, hooks, right hands, body work, you name it, this fight's got it.
No one has consistently, as we've seen so far, gotten the respect of Emiliano Moreno the way Raul Garcia has. Even when he opens up and throws big punches, Garcia is there answering and countering back.
But also, Jimmy, this is the first fight at 154. At 147, Moreno was so much bigger than everybody. Oh! Oh, nice elbow on the inside there.
Were they legal when you were doing kickboxing or no?
No. I refuse to do any combat sport elbows.
Slice your face right up. Moreno now going back to the jab.
See how Garcia changes levels in it. Gives that head movement. Probably change the target a little bit, and it freezes Moreno. It makes Moreno think a little bit. Not to mention it creates new punching opportunities for Garcia.
The trouble I see for Garcia is he doesn't know how to fight hard, and there's still a lot of fight left. Are we watching the sand fall out of the hourglass? Because there's still a lot of rounds left. And at the end of every round, he seems to struggle.
And also, judges tend to remember what happens at the end of rounds, and Moreno has been closing rounds strong.
Oh, big left hook.
Swelling on the right eye of Garcia as well. Those left hooks of Moreno starting to take effect.
Nice left hook again.
It's almost like Garcia's like, I mean, when I throw, I land. Why would I stop? Why not just throw harder? It's like, oh, because the counters are there, and this guy's chin is crazy. You know, I mentioned the youthful exuberance of Emiliano Moreno because he's 20 years old. Garcia's only 27. Yeah. These guys are both young. Garcia's a young man.
Garcia, 27, might have a little more of that man strength. And a lot of people don't get until they're late, mid-20s.
I don't know. When I was 20 years old, I didn't look like Emiliano Moreno.
Yeah, very true.
I couldn't grow a mustache.
Beard looks good though now.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's filled in. Nice.
Got my man strength too.
See if Moreno once again finishes strong. Close of the round.
Oh, just missed. Garcia did a good job of slowing down the temperature a little bit this round. Spoke too soon.
2 more to go.
This is crazy.
Man, you are earning your money here at ProBox TV. Wow.
feel like a fan just watching sometimes. I forget I'm calling the fight. I'm just watching.
But this is that gut check kind of moment for both of these fighters. Emiliano Moreno, at this point in his career, usually has someone tamed, as you say, Chris.
Right.
Usually has a, my power. You're trying to run away from my power. Raul Garcia is not falling for that.
Tamed or domesticated by this point, and it is not the case. This is still a very much two wild animals fighting tooth and nail to find out who's the better man. And I got to applaud both these guys. One, for even signing on the dotted line to fight each other. At this stage of their career, Raul Garcia said it. He's like, I can't lose this. My back's against the wall. He's lost twice in our air. He can't make it 3, and he can't lose to a 20-year-old. That's the mindset that he has. And Moreno is like, my first fight at 154, I'm getting in with this guy? That's, I mean...
Nice, sharp right hand.
And what does Garcia do? Comes right back into the body.
Man. But that's what you mean about domesticated. He's refusing to be domesticated.
Refusing. And that goes to speak to his conditioning. A guy who's in condition doesn't take a shot like that in round 9 and come right back.
Speaks to his character as well. Proud Dominican.
Oh, he's fighting for his career right now. He's fighting for his life.
And not many people could take these punches against Brandon Moreno and still be standing here.
Emiliano, right?
Emiliano Moreno. I will get that right at some point in my life.
I mean, both these guys can punch. Moreno's got 7 stoppages in his 12 wins. Garcia's got 12 stoppages in his 14 wins.
Garcia's hurt here. He took that right hand. Nope.
Question is, can you keep boxing?
I felt the wind from that punch.
Ooh, Moreno's really coming on.
This is where the judging becomes so important. There's a good chance Garcia's way ahead.
I don't know if we're going to see the end of this fight.
We may not.
Yeah. Judges may not matter. I'm sure if you're Team Moreno, you don't want the judges involved.
And then Garcia getting to the body well and smothering. Good smother work there from Garcia.
Does Garcia have the ability to box smart, to steal time?
Getting a little bit wild now.
To do things like this to eat the clock. Champ, I know you were good at eating the clock. I used to too. I was good at it at times. I needed to.
You can see he's a little bit tired in his legs. He's not.
No, he's very tired.
But he's also boxing very well and picking his shots very well. He has that veteran experience to be able to, like you said, eat the clock a little bit and buy time with the jab.
Oh, I think he's fighting too much. I'm not complaining, but if I was his corner, I would tell him to be a little smarter, use that jab, take some walks around the ring.
And they've been telling him in the corner, box, move, angle.
But he refuses to give up ground. I'm saying you can just take time to walk around the ring, make the guy come at you. Take a step back, walk around the ring, circle, circle, circle. Change directions. I will rather stand there and trade and counter. You hit me, I hit you.
Emiliano Moreno has certainly come on late in this fight. The last few rounds ran some great power punches, but Garcia has been there, right there to meet him.
The trade hooks.
One more to go.
This 10th round.
Who needs the last round more? Moreno?
I think Moreno.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside Osceola Heritage Park, this is the 10th and final round.
Final round, it has been an absolute war. Last round, no exception. Beautiful hooks, power shots traded throughout this fight. Emiliano Moreno has come on late. Does he need a stoppage in this 10th round? That is the question. And only the judges know as we begin round number 10.
Yeah, I mean, I never trust judges, but I feel like both men need to go for it this round. You know, champion, who needs it more in my eyes? I think Moreno needs it more, but I think both men need this round.
It's been a high contact fight.
Yeah, these guys have not had trouble finding each other.
No knockdowns. Both guys have worn punches well. Nice left hand from Moreno, followed by an attack from Garcia.
I don't know if you guys at home can hear these shots the way that we can. They sound bone punching.
Garcia keeping himself low, making himself a small target when he gets close. Very intelligent.
Yeah, he's
Moreno being up high, he makes himself a bigger target.
The thing that I was worried that he couldn't do, he's done pretty well the last 2 rounds. He's kept it kind of calm. Don't poke the bear. Don't get into big exchanges. Box smart. Still moving his head well. As fatigued as he certainly is.
One thing Moreno could benefit from is a feint here and there because Garcia is quick to move his head right now.
Just like you spoke right there. Moreno normally does. He's normally very twitchy with the head movement and the feints and the slips.
But his feints tend to be too hard, so he can't punch off them. Right. Because sometimes you got to soften up your good shot there from him. Sometimes you got to soften up your feint so you can punch off of it.
Halfway through the final round. Nice left hook
there by Moreno.
I mean, what else are these guys going to do in the last round?
Crowd here in Kissimmee, Florida, going absolutely nuts.
Regardless of how this fight ends up, can we do a rematch?
Oh my God!
The fight's not even over, and I want to see them again. Oh, man, what a fight!
Moreno should be cutting the ring off here. He's following. He gave Garcia that break.
I thought Moreno was going to push a little harder this round.
He's coming forward.
Yeah, he's not throwing as much. He's not being aggressive enough.
That's the thing. His feet don't cooperate with his punches. He's one of those. He's a bit heavy-footed. Garcia's trying to survive now.
Yeah. Oh! What a shot. Trying to survive, but he's still staying in the pocket and trying to land big left hooks.
Moreno trying to end it with the left hook.
Garcia looks hurt. Garcia looks hurt.
Seconds left in the final round. Great right hand from Garcia. Answered by a right.
What a fight, guys. What a fight.
What? This is insane. Garcia refusing to move. Oh!
It's a slip.
That's a slip.
In the final seconds.
Moreno throwing the knockout punch all the way to the end.
Garcia,
I don't know why he wants a knockout. Right?
He is losing it.
Garcia's out of his mind if he thinks that's a knockdown. Garcia got hit too hard if he thinks that's a knockdown.
Now going after the ref is the corner.
That's not a knockdown.
Garcia's corner is going nuts on the ref.
I mean, okay, you can think you can win, but that's not a knockdown.
It looks like like Moreno hurt his shoulder when he fell.
But you can clearly see it was the wind-up off the hook.
Yeah.
He hurt his
He
shoulder.
might have got touched on the follow-through.
I think that was a good call by the ref. Yeah. I understand where they're coming from. He got hit with a punch and went down, but it was an obvious slip.
Yeah, it was the momentum from the hook that brought him down, though. He followed through.
His corner just asked him if it's out. His right shoulder.
Yeah, the way he was holding that shoulder didn't look good. He went down hard. And he stayed down, too, so he probably did hurt that shoulder.
Yeah, he's hurting it. He's holding on to it like it's dislocated.
When you see a guy holding onto the elbow like that, that's...
Wow, what an incredible fight.
I mean, if this is not fight of the year this year, then this is a really good year.
It's an amazing year.
Yeah.
I like to see that replay of that shot, though. But,
yeah,
you know, from our vantage point, the follow-through on the hook made him go flying. And also, a little bit of a wet ring. He spun around. Sometimes a punch touches you on that follow-through.
And here it is.
Let's see. They're out of their mind. They want to knock down for a jab. They're out of their minds.
It was the momentum of the left hook.
Yeah, he threw
the momentum of the left hook brought him down
off the ground.
Yeah. Either way, though, Garcia may have he may have won this fight, but that would have changed the round because Moreno, it's a round Moreno won, and with the knockdown, it's obviously a Garcia round. But it wouldn't have been a wrong. The knockdown would have been the wrong call. You see, that's a jab, and it's a jab as he's backing up.
Actually, the jab landed first, then he threw the punch and fell. So
yeah, you're never gonna get a knockdown on that.
Well, we will see. The judges' scorecards wouldn't surprise me if they are all over the place here. Will Emiliano Moreno suffer the first loss of his professional career? Lupe Contreras and the suspense. It's killing me.
After 10 all-action rounds, the official scorecard reads as follows. Damas y caballeros, después de 10 vueltas repletas de acción, esta es la decisión oficial. El juez LeBron anotó 96-94. Judge LeBron scores it 96-94. La juez Griffin, 97-93. Judge Griffin scores it 97-93. Y el juez Wilgo anotó 98-92. Judge Wilgo scores it 98-92. All in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision, los tres a favor del vencedor por decisión unánime. From the DR, Raúl Garcia.
Some wide scorecards there, Paulie.
Well, one was by 2 points, one was by 4. Listen, one was 6-4, one was 7-3, one was 8-2. They incrementally went up. Garcia controlled bigger spots in the rounds.
Yes.
Moreno had some big punches, but they were too far in between.
You see the replays, it was all action from the beginning, Paulie.
Yeah, this is a fight of the year candidate through and through, Jimmy. It really is. I mean, this is a crazy fight. But going back to the result, it seemed like Garcia had the more consistency in the fight, so I think the right guy probably wins the fight. But Moreno had bigger spots, I'd say, and made you think like, whoa, he could maybe get a stoppage. This fight turns around, but ultimately the jab and the discipline of Garcia really was a big difference maker. Because even when things got a little too hot in the kitchen and Moreno made it a bigger deal, Garcia was able to pull it back and generate that jab and slow the pace of Moreno down again.
First of all, what
really
you all
was never
think of
able
that
to deal with
fight?
it. There's some things to work on with Moreno. He's got to really work on some things with his footwork and also with changing his heights and his levels.
And Moreno, usually, we called it domesticated. We would land his power punches. That's usually when a guy would shut down. Garcia never shut down.
Yeah, exactly. And Moreno, that's the difference when you rise up the levels. You rise up in levels, what ends up happening is now these guys punch back at you. They punch back at you, and that's the thing. Raúl Garcia wasn't going to respect the big punches of Moreno. He was going to punch back.
And as you said, he never got out of position, was always had his feet underneath him, had a good position to land from, and there is the slip in round 10. That left hook, got jabbed in the face, threw left hook, lost his balance, and Garcia didn't change the outcome. He got the win, and Chris Algieri in the ring with him now. But before we get to that, look at the punch count. Very close fight, but Garcia in the numbers, absolutely winning in every single category. Body shots, that's not a typo, 114-215. Consistent body work from the beginning for Raúl Garcia. Chris Algieri is with our winner in the ring right now.
I'm here with the winner, Raúl Garcia. First and foremost, congratulations, fantastic job. What do you want to say to these people who enjoyed possibly the fight of the year?
First of all, thank you God for everything. Thank you my coach, Robert Chino Riva, and my team, Samson Bossi Local Wing. I want to say thank you, Mamita Bossi República. I want to say thank you everybody for coming here, for watching ProBox TV. So I feel great. Thank God for everything.
Raul, you look like you came in phenomenal condition. You guys had a fantastic game plan. How much does this win mean to you, your career, and your life?
Esta victoria para mí es fenomenal, porque los peleadores, como el peleador que me enfrenté esta noche, que es un peleador joven, con bastante ganas de salir adelante y con un buen récord, un récord invicto, pero esos son los peleadores que vale la pena ganarle, que me hacen ser mejor boxeador. So I feel great.
This is a phenomenal fight for me. These are the type of young fighters that makes it worth you getting a victory, so I feel fantastic.
You know, what can you say about your opponent? You obviously had a lot of respect for him going into the fight, which is why you prepared so well. What can you say about Emiliano and his team?
El peleador que con todo y todo, que una perdida no lo define, que siga adelante porque ese será el próximo también campeón del mundo. Tiene todo lo que necesita y está joven, vivo, sano y se lo agradece a Dios porque tiene todo por delante. So, es un peleador que trae todo, pero este es mi tiempo, esta es mi era ya, Raúl García.
He's a great fighter. One loss doesn't define you. He has everything it takes to be a world champion, so keep moving ahead. This just happened to be my moment tonight, but he should keep moving forward.
Obviously, we're still in the ring and it just happened, but what's next for you? Where do you see you guys going from here? And, I mean, you had a great night, but there's many great nights ahead of you, I believe.
Si de aquí pasa a seguir a mi equipo, mi entrenador, Raúl Rivas, seguir las instrucciones y vamos adelante contigo. Pero solamente tengo que seguir las instrucciones de mi equipo, de mi entrenador Rivas, mi promotor Samsung Boxing Loco Wilma, Wita Boxing Promotion. Seguir ese paso y seguir adelante. Que aquí yo estoy vivo, sano, joven y se lo agradezco a Dios. Y me siento bien, me estoy cuidando.
Basically, I just want to consult with my team. Whatever they suggest, whatever they guide me, we'll take the next step, and whatever comes, that's what comes.
Well, you always have a home here on ProBox TV. Congratulations, great job. Enjoy your victory.
Thank you, ProBox TV, por darme siempre la oportunidad de venir a presentarme aquí. Gracias, ProBox TV, y gracias a todos los que están viendo la pelea y están en sintonía con ProBox TV. Gracias, bendiciones, fuerte abrazo y que Dios me bendiga siempre a todos igual.
I just want to thank everybody for the support, and thanks everybody back home who watched it, and I appreciate everyone.
A very appreciative Raul Garcia after the biggest win of his career. If you didn't know him, you know him now. He earned that from start to finish, Paulie.
He really did, and a disciplined game plan, again, off the jab, consistent, didn't let himself get sucked into a big fight, into a firefight.
Great game plan, great heart, incredible performance for Raul Garcia, and there's still a main event to go.
Live from Lakeland, November 7th, the Contender Series returns. In our main event, Puerto Rican welterweight star Nicholas Flas puts his 15-2 record on the line versus the undefeated Delante Johnson at 16-0. Also on this action-packed card, 3 undefeated fighters putting their records on the line. Senbatar Erdenbot, Katsuma Akitsugi, and Central Florida's own Dominic Valle.
I want to talk about November 7th and the fights we have coming, but I'm still in shock from a co-main event that's got to be on the short list for Fight of the Year. Incredible performance by Raul Garcia, handing Emiliano Moreno the first loss of his professional career. Emiliano Moreno landed some great punches, but not enough. Unanimous decision win for the fighter from the Dominican Republic. How's your energy? You guys all right? We got one more fight to go.
Yeah. I'm not going to sleep for a month.
Oh, my God.
I'm so jacked after that. That fight was awesome.
Absolutely incredible, but if there's anyone who can top that performance, it is Naji Lopez fighting in the main event. He knows all about the crucible that is ProBox TV. Came up fighting on our air, also undefeated, but what that fight shows you is it doesn't matter what your record is. If you step in unprepared for your opponent, they have a great night. You could be the one going home with your first loss. Naji Lopez in the back knows that so very well. Paulie, he's looked great so far in ProBox TV, but a step up again tonight.
Yeah, and you know what? That's the thing about Naji, and that's the thing about a prospect of this level. If they keep stepping you up, and you keep passing with flying colors, you keep looking great, the only next level there is, they got to put you at world-class level. And that's sort of the mindset a blue-chip hot prospect has to have, is you want to keep stepping me up, I'm going to keep forcing you to step me up even higher because I belong at world-class level. So far, Naji's looked the part. We'll see how he does tonight. They're a tough opponent.
Chris, unbelievably athletic, good timing, good range, but as we point out, a lot of times he likes getting in a firefight. Sometimes that can cost him.
Listen, size, athleticism, amateur pedigree, he's got the power, he's got the killer instinct. And guess what? He's fun to watch, too, because he's willing to get in there and engage and exchange. And if you heard him, he's been down before. He gets up and he tries to knock you out. What's better than that?
Unbelievable ability for Naji Lopez. Can fight you with either hand. You talked about that amateur background. That's where fighters build their fundamentals. Naji Lopez has outstanding fundamentals. He has outstanding defense, offense, footwork. He is brimming with confidence. We talked about how he was in the running for the Beterbiev fight. That fell through, and I would understand if I'm part of Beterbiev's camp. Man, why even take on this young, hungry, undefeated lion? We have the B-ball fight coming. I gotta say, management-wise, that's a good decision, but this is a kid right now in Naji Lopez, has the Puerto Rican crowd behind him. He has a ton of physical ability. It's not just about us, it's about the opinion of the experts when it comes to Naji Lopez. Let's find out more about this kid.
I think everybody's starting to take notice of me because, you know, my performances in the ring and just the way I handle business. The guys I've beat, the fashion in which I beat them, you know, I think that plays a lot on why I'm starting to get the recognition I am now.
I expect him to bring it. He's young, he's hungry, undefeated. So with guys like that, you always got to bring it with them because they're going to bring it too. He don't have too many holes in his game, but he definitely is offensive mindset. He lets his hands go. He seems strong, he seems quick. But we got a good game plan to combat that.
He's definitely a decent boxer. He's got a lot of experience. And I'm just looking forward to, you know, sharing the ring with him and putting a hurting on him.
Keys to victory, keep my hands up, stay focused, stay locked in, and be prepared for war.
Everything is starting to come to fruition just from my work and from the work I put in, from, you know, every time I step in the ring and perform, I'm just getting better and better.
Naji, put on a good show, baby. Bring your A game, because I am too.
Calvin, I hope you're ready, because I am.
Not just about having the talent, it's about having the tactics. Paulie, when you look at the keys to victory, what are you seeing?
Yeah, real athleticism and punch selection. You know, Naji, when you see him fight, you know, he's got a very athletic style. He can get those fast twitch muscles going. He's got a great punch selection, so he's got to get to the body as well. Can't just be a headhunter. Get to the body, take the fight desire out of your opponent, Henderson, and be disciplined. You know, sometimes he comes outside of himself a little bit. He gets a little bit over his shoes, as the champ likes to say, to use the champ's expression. And he's got to be disciplined because eventually that could be something that could get him hurt.
Can he stay tight? Can he stay disciplined? That is the question. Well, what do the numbers have to say when we look at the tail of the tape for our main event? One thing that jumps out of the page is Calvin Henderson, 9 years older than his opponent. When you look at the slight height and reach advantage, they go to the younger Naji Lopez, 26 years old, right in his prime. But if you think Calvin Henderson is coming in intimidated, they haven't spoken to this young man as often as we have. Calvin sounds like he is ready to go. He realizes what opportunity this is. And there he is, Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson. Got that nickname to put hot sauce on everything. He likes it spicy. He's going to need that tonight.
For a guy whose nickname is Hot Sauce, he has a very cool demeanor.
Yeah, he is.
Very chill, very cool, very relaxed, and that just comes from his experience. He's been to the big show.
Coming in with his cowboy hat of Puerto Rican descent. Crowd very much behind him here in North Florida. Naji Lopez When you look at that incredibly talented ProBox TV stable, he might be the emotional leader of that group. Let's get our main event going.
We continue with the action here inside of Osceola Heritage Park, Kissimmee, Florida. This is ProBox TV, this contest, set for 10 rounds on the line. The WBA Continental North America Light Heavyweight title, este duelo, 10 vueltas en juego, el título semicompleto continental norteamericana de la AMB. Presidente, Gilberto Jesús Mendoza, supervisor. Four-time world champion, Jorge Linares. Scoring at ringside, our judges are Rodolfo Aguilar, Efraín Lebrón, and Tina Griffith. And now, Boricuas in the house. Veremos quién es el más macho. The ProBox main event is on now. Presenting first, the challenger in the blue corner, wearing orange with black trim, presentando en la esquina azul, vestido de naranja con vivos negros, su peso oficial, 173 libras y 3 cuartos. He weighed in officially at 173 3/4 pounds. In 22 bouts as a pro, he maintains a record of 19 victories against 2 losses, 1 bout even, 13 of those victories coming by way of KO. En 22 combates, mantiene un récord de 19 victorias, 2 derrotas, 1 empate, 13 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. Fighting out of Fayetteville, Arkansas, Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson. In the red corner, en la esquina roja, vestido de azul con dorado, he steps in wearing blue with gold trim. His weight, 174 3/4 pounds, su peso oficial, 174 libras y 3 cuartos. Tonight, he returns to the danger zone, the ProBox TV ring, and puts his undefeated record on the line, consisting of 14 victories, 11 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Esta noche regresa a la zona de peligro el cuadrilátero de ProBox TV y pone en juego su récord invicto de 14 victorias, 11 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, defending his WBA Continental North America Light Heavyweight title, fighting out of the ATL, Atlanta, Georgia, Naji Lopez. With final instructions, Massimo Montanini.
Hey, look, guys. Respect them, respect each other. No elbow, no behind the head, and no holding. You understand? Okay, touch him up. Good luck.
Well, our main event ready to get underway. That's the epic co-main event. If anyone can equal that kind of performance, it is Naji Lopez. His opponent, Calvin Henderson, absolutely ready to go. We're underway at round number 1. Naji Lopez in the gold and blue trunks. Hot Sauce Henderson in the orange and black.
I feel like this fight's going to be very tight early on. Both these guys can punch. You got the athleticism and the youthful exuberance of Naji Lopez, but you have the experience and the punching power of Calvin Henderson.
Henderson holding position well so far, but Naji sharp with the jab.
Both these guys have a long reach. I think only 1 inch separates the two of them.
Very long arms for Naji Lopez. He's used to being able to keep his opponents on the outside. Calvin Henderson, 19-2-1. Biggest stage of his career. Lost to, of course, David Morrell. Outstanding fighter. Got knocked out in round number 4, and it was a case of kind of waiting for your turn to fight, and Morrell never gave him that opportunity.
That tends to happen if you do that at world-class level, right?
Tried to play a little your turn, my turn. He never got a turn against Morrell. One thing Naji Lopez said, he said, I respect his hand speed.
Naji needs to be careful not to drift out to the left after that jab. Because you know Calvin's going to be looking for that right hand. He does have a good one.
Sharp jab so far from Naji, though. Also good distance changes as well, subtle.
And that piston-like jab.
Again, Henderson holding position, though.
Yeah, he's not overreacting to anything either.
He's making it clear he's not going to get bullied in this fight.
You know, he said about the Morrell fight that, you know, the big thing that gave him the trouble was the southpaw. Yeah. He said he saw a lot of the same characteristics in Naji that he faced against Morrell. It's just that he had trouble dealing with the punches coming from the southpaw angles.
Nine of his last 11 wins have been by knockout. Henderson has faith in his power. Since that loss to Morrell, he's won 4 in a row.
Nice stiff jab by Naji Lopez. And then a little hook uppercut combination with that lead hand, showing a very educated lead left hand.
Yeah, not everything's getting through, but what it's doing is it's handcuffing Henderson. He's not able to get anything off because Naji's jab is so sharp.
Yeah, Henderson has to keep those hands at home. Nice stiff jab once again, splitting the guard.
Jab, certainly the story of round number 1 for Naji Lopez.
Bit of a feel around for both guys. Yeah. You know, definitely Naji asserting himself with that jab, especially in the latter half of that round. But honestly, there's no part of me that expected Henderson to come out here busy, especially in round 1.
Now, last time we saw Naji Lopez against Juan Gerardo Osuna. That was a second-round knockout. We know about the power of Naji Lopez. This is his home away from home. He's fought here 11 times. Right in that danger zone, Paulie, that we talked about. He's rated 13th by the WBA, 15th by the IBF, 25th by the WBC. Around the, fringe.
Closing in on that on those world titles.
Doors starting to open for this young man. Has to be very careful.
That's why it's important, not just to win, but to look good.
But not too good, right, Paul?
Not too good, but good enough to where you're in the conversation.
Sharp right hand.
I don't think there is looking too good at light heavyweight these days. Everyone is so good.
So good. Yeah. Ball, Beterbiev, we know about them and their rubber match coming up, provided Beterbiev gets past his challenge later this year.
Nice counter of the counter. Henderson tried to counter over the jab with his right hand.
It was a counter to a counter.
And then Naji countered over that counter. Playing 3D chess out there.
As I said before, he's kind of the leader of this whole ProBox TV camp. A bunch of guys training out here. Like, they all look up to Naji Lopez. He's the one that encourages everybody to keep going, keep training, pushing everybody in the gym.
And Henderson doing more than just holding position now. He's actually coming forward in this round. Ooh, nice knuckle punch to the backside there, around the elbow.
And as Henderson comes forward, it opens up more punch opportunities for Naji. Starting to get more creative with the shots.
But I think also it's one of those things where Henderson has realized, well, I sit on the outside, I'm just going to jab to death. I have to do something at some point.
Yeah, you're going to get hit either way.
Yeah.
Now you can tell Henderson believes in his power. He just feels like he's got to get there and touch that chin.
But you talked about it, Chris, setting the table. You don't just sit down and eat, you set the table. And Naji Lopez, right hands like that, set up by the jab.
And also, Naji prevents the table from being set by Henderson as well. Henderson wants to land that power, but Naji's jab keeps offsetting his ability to get close enough to do that.
Ooh, there was.
Attempt at a counter right hand there from Henderson.
Nice shoulder roll from Naji, though. Shows that he recognized that right hand was coming. like to see a little more body work from Naji. He's great. He's actually a great body puncher with both hands. Right hand down low, left hook to deliver. Nice feint.
Begin round number 3. Calvin Henderson has not been able to find his offensive rhythm, and a lot of it due to the jab of that man, Naji Lopez. Great job controlling the distance, that piston-like jab. Even when it touches glove, you can feel the power.
Yeah, stiff, heavy jabs from Naji.
Not a pawing jab.
Which is exactly what the champ's point was, that he doesn't allow the table to be set. When you plant stiff jabs like that, your opponent can't even counter.
There's level changes there from Naji before shooting the jabs, and he's getting more creative here, more deceptive, forcing Henderson's hand to stay home.
Was it the downfall in the Morrell fight? Was Henderson was taking punches, kind of waiting for Morrell to slow down. Morrell never did. In this sense, he's kind of waiting for Naji Lopez to stop jabbing. He's not doing it.
Yeah, but at least in this fight, he's not languishing on the ropes like he did in the Morrell fight.
Taking the center, look like he's setting up his countering opportunities. Lopez, to his credit, not giving him a lot to go on.
I think what Henderson could do though is shoot that right hand to the stomach or to the side, or even to the elbow, to force Naji to go the other way. It seems like Naji's very comfortable moving to the left, maybe get him shifting in the direction where he doesn't want to go. Right now, Henderson is just at the mercy of the Lopez jab.
But Henderson's only mode of defense on the inside is to just cover up. There's a lot of opportunities and holes for Naji to put shots around and between the elbows.
We do want to, one of the keys was to have Naji be patient, not come outside of himself, right? So I guess this is an opportunity for Naji to work on that with a guy like this who is looking for a key counter punch but needs Naji's help in order to give him the opening. So Naji can stay disciplined. Yeah, it kills the action. It was always going to be a hard act to follow, Moreno and Garcia.
One of the questions I was having going into this fight was how much of Henderson's ability to pull the trigger is still there at 35 years old. Also the willingness to pull the trigger.
Well, he promised us that he wouldn't sit on the ropes like he did against Morrell. He said he would take the center. He's certainly done that. But he also said he'd be a busier puncher. Hasn't been able to do much outside of the occasional jab.
Busy he has not.
Good job.
He stayed off the ropes, but he has not been busy. But also, he's being very much shut down by the jab of Naji Lopez.
Yeah, he's going to have to open up if he wants to try to win the fight, but we'll see.
That was a nice right hand by Henderson. Timed it well.
Right there, we're knocking at the door. This next round on court, facing the right a little bit. Like he's doing that movement. And you gotta do that.
Naji Lopez looking comfortable in his corner. We're about to start round number 4. All he's had to do is stay behind the jabs, landing the occasional right hand. Mark Ferre, his trainer, must be thrilled about his discipline so far. Hasn't gotten wild at all. It's cost him in previous fights, but tonight he stayed very, very controlled. And the question is, will Henderson at some point decide he wants to win this fight?
Yeah, we'll take a chance. At 35 years old, that's another thing. You know, sometimes you just get shut down and you don't come outside of yourself in order to try to win the fight. You're not willing to take as many chances at that age.
Naji's landed 2 nice right hands.
Total punches landed 81-9.
Does that say Henderson did not land a punch in the second round?
Looks like he did not land a punch in round number 2.
That's a rare stat.
Pazienza, anybody? Anybody remember that fight?
It's a very rare stat.
Did he pass?
He's not throwing much either. And the range is just, yeah, the perfect range for Naji. Naji's been controlling range very well. Stepping just outside, stepping in when he needs to.
The jab landed percentage is going to be absurd. Naji's landing at will with that left hand.
And once again, Chris, even when it doesn't land, you block with the gloves, it's still a popping jab. You feel that thing.
There you go, nice right hand in the middle. Yes, this is when Naji starts to pile on the hurt.
Starting to work the body, put his combinations together.
Body shot there from Henderson.
Naji now starting to hold more ground here, get more confident. The distance is closing between them. Naji parrying more jabs from Henderson as opposed to slipping. He's looking to fire back. He's looking at something to fire off.
Followed by a body shot.
Yeah, that body shot was good.
One thing about the high guard of Henderson is some body shots might bring that down a bit.
Henderson has his trunks very high. Nice body shot.
And Naji Lopez starting to open up with the body attack.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick reminder, following our main event, we still have a special attraction. Boricua Phenom Juanita Lopez de Jesus still to come as he put this undefeated record on the line. Once again, a 6-round special attraction coming up following our main event. Thank you.
Naji Lopez starting to turn up the heat just a little bit, gentlemen. Starting to throw combinations in round number 4, some body attacks. There's some of the action from that round 4.
Naji Lopez closing the distance, getting to that body. There we saw a left hook that seemed to have a little bit of an effect there. We saw Henderson lean over after that shot. There it is.
That was a nice one too.
Yeah. So the elbow slide right in that position.
Yep. Stepped in with a nice right hand. Set up the opening for the body shot. It made Henderson's gloves close up the middle and opened up the elbow.
Round number 5 scheduled for 10.
Henderson does have a good poker face though. And with some good right hands, some good left hooks to the body. You tell they have an effect, but he's not showing it on his face.
Everything's short.
Naji Lopez certainly respecting the power and hand speed of Henderson. Told us that in interviews, but he's fighting like he's aware that this is a veteran guy with real skills.
Now you gotta be careful, guys like him.
Yeah.
They set traps. They can punch.
Oh, nice short right hand over the top.
A good counter shot there. Follow-up now. He was hurt. Now the follow-up. Oh, he's hurt bad.
Left hook, and
He's
that's
hurt bad.
It is over.
Good stoppage.
Yeah, good stoppage. He was defenseless. Anderson is complaining, but he was absolutely defensive. It was going to get bad.
What a combination in round number 5.
And exactly that, Jimmy. Because the combination punching of Lopez is so sharp, so tight, so fast, so powerful, and Henderson was completely defenseless. It was going to get really bad right there. Well, I thought it was a great stoppage by Massimo Antonini.
Yeah, it stood him up. You saw the left hand, did not see what was coming.
His hands
after
dropped.
That. Yeah.
His hands dropped.
Yep. Defenseless position. Man,
what's the finish by Naji, right? I mean, stay disciplined. We wanted him to be disciplined and then let things open up and not try to force them open the way sometimes he has a habit of doing and putting himself in danger. That's exactly what he did here. I mean, he opened things up slowly but surely in a disciplined fashion, and then he got the opening he wanted. He slowly started throwing more and more power shots, but in a disciplined fashion again. Didn't open up too much until he needed to. And when he did, starting with that counter right hand, which I don't know if we're going to see here, if he may have already landed it.
Anchor punch.
Yeah, we already landed it. We may. Yeah, this was the follow-up from the counter right hand. It started with the counter right hand, actually. This is all follow-up stuff from that counter right hand, which was over the top of the jab of Henderson. And then the follow-up was nice because now Henderson's in defensive mode, and Naji starts to really see that he's still hurt. And again, this is the final comment. Nice hook around the gloves. See, he's hurt right there. His hands are starting to drop. He's out of his element here. This is going to get really bad because Naji's a quick and destructive finisher. I mean, I thought this was the perfect time to stop this right here. I mean, Antonini gave Henderson a shot, but that's it. Yeah, Henderson doesn't even realize how defenseless he is. He's complaining, but it's about to get really bad. And with the speed of Lopez, it gets really bad really fast when you're defenseless like that.
Just waiting for his opportunity to open up. And as you said, Paulie, as Chris said, setting the table, setting everything up with the jab. He stayed behind it perfectly throughout this fight. Go up to the ring, make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Massimo Montanini called the halt to this contest with an official time of 55 seconds of round number 5. Damas y caballeros, el árbitro Massimo Montanini para la contienda con un tiempo oficial de 55 segundos del quinto asalto, declarando el ganador por knockout técnico, declaring the winner by way of technical knockout. Still, WBA North American champion, still undefeated, Naji Lopez.
Chino gets it done yet again in an incredibly disciplined performance. Stayed behind the jab, never got, as Chris says, over his skis in any way. And this skill set continues to develop right in front of our eyes here at ProBox TV. Chris Algieri is with him in the ring now. Let's hear it.
All right, well, first things first, congratulations, fantastic performance, super disciplined. What do you want to say to this crowd?
First, I want to say I thank God. First and foremost, thank my team, thank Gary Jones, thank ProBox, thank my fans that showed that. And man, I enjoyed putting on a show for y'all.
You know, that was the most disciplined performance I've ever seen of your career. You know, Henderson is one of those guys who has a ton of experience. He's what we call a banana peel. Very difficult guy to deal with. How much respect did you have for him going into this fight, which is why you prepared the way you did?
Man, I respect the game. I respect everybody that I shared a ring with, and I understood that he had the experience. He's been in there with guys. He knows how to fight. So I just took my time, just stuck with the game plan, and honestly, I knew the outcome. I knew it was going to. If I stuck to the game plan, I knew it was going to end like this.
When did you know that it was time to step on the gas and get him out of there?
As soon as it happened.
It was that quick.
As soon as it happened. As soon as it happened. I really can't call it. I just stuck with the game plan, like I said. And as soon as I seen him hurt, I knew. Stay patient. It was exactly what happened.
So how does it feel for have a main event here, a fight card like this, against an opponent like this, on the cusp of another really big thing?
Oh, man, it felt great. And since my first fight, every fight felt like the most important fight of my career. So, you know, I just treated it like that and on to the next.
Speaking of next, what is next? Where do you see yourself by the end of this year or beginning of next year?
Man, I just want to talk to my team, talk to Gary Jonas, and that news is soon, you know. Y'all get that news soon.
I had asked you this a week ago. At what point of your potential are you at right now?
Yeah, I ain't seen nothing yet.
Nice. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Naji Lopez, with his talent, his ability, sky is the limit. The skills we saw tonight, man, it's going to be tough to get to him.
Keep raising the bar. Keep raising the bar. And, you know, we talked about at the top of the show how he was in the conversation for the Beterbiev fight. Beterbiev's fight that ultimately they did not choose him as the opponent. They went with an older guy. But you can see Naji is in the radar of the top of the division, and also ultimately is becoming somebody who I feel is a threat.
When you look at Naji Lopez and that step up, Gary Jonas is always saying it. When I put you in all action 50-50 fights and you're blowing guys out of the water, you're ready for that next level. Much like Ramon Cardenas was, much like Lester Martinez was, Naji Lopez is right there.
Yeah, it's right there. And he's probably in the conversation for possibly a title eliminator later in the year or maybe early next year. We're going to see, because it's been a consistent, impressive run for him here at ProBox.
More action coming, of course, November 7th. Nicholas Floss returns. A guy, once again, who brings that kind of excitement. Puerto Rican Nicholas Floss, you know, that ability to stun a crowd. That is what Nicholas Floss has in spades, Chris, and we're seeing a lot of that tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and this is no easy matchup. Delonte Tiger Fox is a top-ranked...
Johnson,
excuse me. Delonte Tiger Johnson is a top-ranked signee prospect for a long time, so it's a great matchup.
And we had some great matchups tonight. Exciting fights, as always. Don't forget to stick around for our Post-lim, for our YouTube show. It's been a great night of fights, and it continues. Stay with us. We'll see you on YouTube in a second. Night of all action, 50-50 fights. This Puerto Rican crowd has been on their feet from start to finish, but it's not finished yet. That's right, we got one Post-lim left to go. The son of a legend stepping into the ring again. We are ringside. Jimmy Smith alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. One more to go. The adrenaline dump hasn't quite hit us yet after an incredible co-main event, Emiliano Moreno versus Raul Garcia in a fight of the year canon. Then in our main event, Naji Lopez looking absolutely fantastic in the light heavyweight division. We have one more in the super flyweight division. Just the name Juanma, if you remember like I do, the incredible skills he had, well, that continues tonight for our Post-lim. You hear the crowd ready to go. Let's learn about our main eventer right here.
Proudly representing the fine boxing tradition from Caguas, Puerto Rico, here's the undefeated southpaw Juanita Lopez de Jesus.
From the island of Puerto Rico, where boxing legends are born, a new name rises. Juanita Lopez Jr., an Olympian, an undefeated fighter, he fights not just for victory, but for the glory of Puerto Rico. A legacy paved by warriors before him: Benitez, Gomez, Trinidad, Cotto, and his own father, Naji Lopez, who lifted the Puerto Rican flag high on the world stage. But this is not his father's story. This is Juanmita's story, a story written with blood, sweat, and tears. A story of stepping out of the shadows to prove that greatness is not given, it is earned.
Por algo me pusieron Juanma López de Jesús, ¿verdad? Porque soy una persona, ¿verdad? Aparte de lo que es mi papá, ¿verdad? Saliéndome de esa sombra, ya que he hecho muchas cosas, como lo son las Olimpiadas, como tener un récord de 3-0, pues eso demuestra que vamos poco a poco haciendo nuestro propio camino y demostrándole a la gente que todo lo que se ha hecho es por mí, ¿verdad? No por un simple nombre, porque el nombre no se trepa al ring, no, el nombre no suda, el nombre no hace peso, el nombre no hace dieta. Así que eso es lo que vamos a hacer. Nosotros vamos a seguir haciendo nuestro propio camino y demostrándole al público que Juanmita ha llegado aquí por una razón. Para mí ser parte de los nuevos prospectos de Puerto Rico es bien emocionante, ¿verdad? Siempre hemos trabajado para darle la alegría al país y para mí es me pone bien orgulloso, ¿verdad? Saber que poco a poco voy poniendo el nombre de Puerto Rico y de Caguas en especial en alto, ¿verdad? También que estamos, esa es mi gente, ¿verdad? Y para mí es bien emocionante, significa que estamos haciendo el trabajo como se debe y vamos a seguir haciéndolo hasta que Puerto Rico tenga un nuevo campeón. Contento de que ProBox me haya dado la oportunidad. Yo creo que todos los boricuas quieren pelear tanto en Puerto Rico como en Orlando y en Kissimmee más que nada, que es como tú dices, el municipio 79, ¿verdad? Hay muchos boricuas que están allá y que ProBox me dé la oportunidad de presentarme en su cartel para darle el show a mi gente, para mí es bien emocionante, así que estoy bien agradecido por esta oportunidad y vamos a demostrar a la gente que Puerto Rico en donde se pare da buenas peleas. De mí el 27 de septiembre pueden esperar la mejor versión de Juanmita. Van a ver que es más que un nombre. El que crea que es un nombre va a ver la mejor versión de Juanmita, va a ver la potencia que hay en las manos de este muchachito de 5'4" y todo lo que tiene para ofrecer encima de un ring.
In Kissimmee, before his people, he comes to make his mark, to fight for his name, his island, and the future of Puerto Rican boxing. The next chapter begins, and all of Puerto Rico will rise with him.
And we are ready to go. That's right, our Post-lim set, tail of the tape. Let's look at the numbers, which jumps out 19 years old for Lopez de Jesus. Both fighters out of Puerto Rico. De Jesus having a slight height and reach advantage over Luis Morales. But it is the name and the age. How will he perform? We'll find out right now. Lupe?
We continue inside Osceola Heritage Park. This is ProBox TV. This contest being presented in association with Top Rank Incorporated, All-Star Boxing, and Experience Kissimmee. This contest. 6 rounds in the super flyweight division. Este duelo. 6 vueltas, división peso super mosca. Los jueces son, the judges are Alexander Levin, Tina Griffin, and Rodolfo Aguilar. Presenting first in the blue corner. He steps in wearing white with multicolored trim en la esquina azul. Vestido de blanco con vivos multicolor. Su peso oficial, 114 libras y un cuarto. His official weight, 114 1/4 pounds tonight. In his 6th bout as a pro, he maintains an outstanding record of 4 victories. Against 1 lone defeat, 2 of those victories coming by way of KO esta noche. En su 6º combate a nivel profesional, con un récord de 4 victorias. Solo una derrota, 2 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Fighting out of Las Monjas, Atorrey, Puerto Rico, Luis Bazooka Morales. In the red corner, wearing Boricua, red, white, and blue en la esquina roja. Vestido del tricolor Boricua, rojo, azul y blanco. Su peso oficial, 114 libras y media. His official weight, 114 1/2 pounds esta noche. Este fenómeno juvenil le sigue los pasos a su padre y campeón mundial y busca mantenerse invicto con 3 victorias. 2 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout tonight. This teen phenom follows the footsteps of his world champion father and looks to remain undefeated at 3-0. 2 of those victories coming by way of KO. He proves tonight that Puerto Rico es otra cosa. Fighting out of Caguas, Juanmita Lopez de Jesus. A referee, Alicia Collins.
All right, gentlemen, you have your instructions in the dressing room. Obey my commands and protect yourself at all times. You're good here, and your trunks are good here. Go ahead and touch them up.
You've stuck around with us. You've seen some amazing fights tonight. We're looking forward to another one. In our special feature fight, Juanma Lopez de Jesus from Puerto Rico, the young man, 19 years old, son of a legend. Against Luis Morales, also from Puerto Rico, but fighting out of Fort Worth, Texas. And we're underway at round number 1.
Southpaw like his father.
Yep. It was funny when I called his pro debut a couple years ago at Madison Square Garden. I go, well, it's definitely his father's son between those calves and his knockout punch. Very, very reminiscent of his father and the southpaw stance, of course.
Gentlemen, there are all kinds of cliches about pressure-making diamonds. It's one of those things where, you know, in the sport I grew up in, the idea of growing up Gracie sounds great. It comes with a lot of pressure. It comes with a lot of people looking at you. You never get to fight or train under the radar.
Yeah,
everybody knows who you are, right? Chris, you were a wrestler, you know about the Henderson family. All of them wrestle. Kale is the king. Try living with that legacy. See how that works for you. It's not easy to do.
Morales is pretty reactive too. He didn't show up just to the Lopez party.
Didn't show up to be an opponent.
Morales can fight. They have a common opponent.
It's wild though. He's missing, but he's trying.
Just got his head off line. Throws that shot. Dangerous.
What do? You brawl a boxer, you box a brawler. Looks like Morales has made the decision to brawl. I'm not going to box with this guy. He's with the amateur pedigree.
I mean, if you look at the height and range difference between these two, I don't know why Morales would try to box. Very reactive, explosive. Came here with a crowd as well.
Very jumpy is Morales, right? Morales, you know, he's 4-1 himself, so he's not.
Speaking of jumping, he hopped over a punch there.
He's hurdling everything.
Good ups. Ooh, yeah, he's training. He wants to punch with him.
Can't seem to find his distance though.
Listen, he's got 2 KOs in his 4 wins, so.
And maybe those jumping shots landed.
Ducks his head and throws.
Nice little counter left hand landed by Lopez de Jesus there. Now Morales is turning southpaw. Very poised is Lopez de Jesus.
Yeah, only 19 years of age.
Morales, no problem getting in there and poking the bear, throwing big punches.
That's the problem with a guy like this in 4 rounds. You know, you can possibly steal rounds. You gotta be careful.
This is actually a 6th round, so.
Oh, 6th round.
Yeah, scheduled for 6 tonight.
Better
good counter. Let's keep in mind, Lopez de Jesus was knocked down in his 2nd fight, in the 1st round.
It's a young man who doesn't mind
like his
taking
father
risks.
Father was a big chinny, right?
Yeah. Corner of Luis Morales. Energetic round number 1 is the best way to put it.
Energetic, very
energetic. number 2, ready to go. Juan Ma, the southpaw. Luis Morales coming out of that orthodox stance. Very creative trucks, very visually distracting.
Listen, this Luis Morales, that's a not fun guy to fight. No. The way he's whipping that head around, throwing punches from weird angles.
Much like Christian Chacon earlier tonight, a shorter guy but commits to his punches.
But Chacon was more, I'd say, within his style, yeah. More conventional in that way.
Oh, nice left hand. Juan Ma stunned him.
This guy's all over the place. He's like a jumping jelly bean, huh? But he can be dangerous too, but he explodes in.
Juanma doesn't seem to be too worried about anything coming his way. Very poised, very relaxed. Seems like he's biding his time.
You know what it is? It's hard to create traps on a guy like Morales because even he doesn't know how he's going to react next. So how are you going to figure out how to put him in a position where you can figure out where he's going to react? He sort of just flies off the handle, does Morales.
Paul, a couple days ago we were talking about like boxing spasms, right? Yeah. In sparring, where it's just hard to deal with. Yeah. This is a professional version of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they got little gloves on and no headgear. These guys can be dangerous.
He's energetic, you know. But Juanma is he's done a good job of keeping things under control regardless. All that wild stuff has not really led to anything sustained or substantial or even eye-catching for Morales. While Juanma has been able to land little small pot shots that have sort of carried the round, in my opinion.
How long can Morales keep this up? This is a high energy output.
He misses everything. He's energetic, but that's a clash of heads. It's a clash of heads.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Oh, there's a cut right around the eye.
It's not over the eye, it's bleeding around the outside, which is a good thing, but it is bleeding a lot.
Yeah.
But I don't know if Morales has landed anything.
That was a clash of heads.
No, but I'm saying even besides that, if he landed it much, you know, there's a lot of jumping, a lot of flying in, a lot of intent, but it's not much has landed from Morales. I mean, that got blocked by the glove.
Clash of heads in round number 2, but to your point, Paulie, Morales is not able to really get anything done.
It's one of those things where, you know, are you taking pride in making guys look bad, or do you know how to win a fight? You know, it's obviously he's 4-1, he knows how to win, but at this level, now you're raising your stakes. You know, let's see if we get a look at the clash of heads, and that's it right there. That's a major clash of heads.
Nasty one. Opposite stances and that bouncing kind of style.
Flying, and even just the way he moved his head was...
Yeah, that was bleeding instantly. Round number 3 underway. Morales trying to get in.
Again, you saw the way Morales is trying to get in. He didn't even look at what he was throwing at. He put his head down and just threw a bunch of punches.
Throws over the top.
Windmill shots.
With a guy like him, you got to push pull and try to get him to go over his front foot. It's the only thing you can do.
But there's not a lot you can do even setting traps, champ, because he's liable to react in a completely different way. You see, like, you just got to be first with the simple punches. Because you'll hit him with jabs and even little sharp crosses, but pot shots in that regard, not even if you turn all the way in. I don't know if I've seen him land the punch yet. Has he actually landed anything?
I don't think so, no.
Morales?
He doesn't throw jabs to land, and he just wings. Oh!
Just as I said that, he lands a hook.
That was the best shot landed by. Oh!
Beautiful check hook.
Oh, he's hurt.
I heard him.
That was a nice sharp hook. Really, Wamba has good timing because even earlier in the fight, he landed some good sharp little pot shots in between some of the crazy shots.
Plenty of time left, halfway through the round.
That was one thing about Wamba. He had a good right hook.
Yeah.
Really good.
So does his son.
Yeah. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, right? That's that saying?
Now this guy's Morales is turning southpaw.
Southpaw again.
Now going square.
Square paw.
Yeah, this is why you can't set trap for this guy, because even he doesn't even know what he's going to do next.
Wasn't not called enough then. So he did hang on to the ropes there.
Oh, that right hook landed again. Yep. Really impressed with the poise of the young Lopez for Jesus, because this is a really tricky, difficult guy to deal with. He got cut, didn't blink.
Morales now angling in the corner, but having more and more trouble with the speed and combinations of Juanma.
Very, very classy for 19 years old in his fourth fight.
A very composed young man dealing with an awkward opponent.
And a nasty cut.
Halfway through this potential 6-round fight. Man, the timing on that check hook, beautifully placed.
That was a beaut. A peach of a punch.
And this should be it, gentlemen.
Boom. Down.
Got him right off balance. Hands to the floor.
You saw the first one, he touched on his arm. He was trying to throw with him. He was trying to get the timing on it. And when Morales threw the hook again, this time Juanma threw it to the head instead of to the arm. Again, you talk about poise. That's poise. You're setting shots up like that in the midst of the crazy storm with a guy who, like I said, himself doesn't know what he's going to do next.
But also, Morales has to be burning a lot of energy with this style.
That's what I was saying earlier. How long can you keep this up? But again, they are 106 pounds. Ooh, nice right hand by Morales.
Thinking about the low blow.
I'll tell you, Morales.
Jumping, bouncing.
I would hate to fight a guy like Morales at any point in my career. I don't know how Juanma's fighting him.
I don't care how many fights you have.
Yeah.
You're a pain in the ass.
You get no credit for beating him, but he can make you look bad.
Or he can knock you out.
Yeah,
This
land one of those
guy
crazy punches.
cracks you one of these shots you don't see. You're going to get headbutted. You're going to get cut. You're going to get hit with stupid shots. You're going to look bad. At least he's got that highlight reel of that right hook so far.
And then he's looking to get out so quick off the corners, right? When he gets in a bad situation.
Yeah,
He darts out.
he's really looking to engage.
He darts out.
Juanma gets Morales in the corner, and someplace he can't move. He's been very accurate with his punches. As you said it, Paul, there's a little bit of a jumping bean in there.
Yeah.
Hard to get him to stay in one place. There's a nice hook. This ref's got some personality. I know you want to hit him. I know you want to. But you can't. Round number 5 scheduled for 6. Anyone's worried about the scorecards in this one. Juanma has won every round quite handily.
And the knockdown.
And the knockdown. It's not as though we're counting punches from Morales. In the beginning, we didn't know if he had landed one yet. There, a hook over the top. Seems like every time you mention him not landing any punches, he lands a punch.
Yeah. It's almost like he is
still in it.
He's hard to hit. He's tricky with the head movement.
And then he throws his head at you, so you gotta watch his headbutt too.
I fought a few Billy Goats in my career. Oh, he just jumped up in the air and threw a left hook.
Oh! What a shot!
That'll do that one.
That one hurt him.
That'll stop all the jumping.
His legs are rocked.
Plenty of time left. Can Juanma finish the show?
And he's on his bike. He's on his bike.
Morales still moving. Another good left.
He's on full retreat. Man. It's like fighting a rodeo clown.
What was his name? Jorge Paez?
Yeah.
Jorge can fight.
Jorge can fight. He was a world champion.
Manuel Augustus. I'm trying to think of
He
people.
can fight too. I think rodeo clown is trying not to get hit by a bull. That's about it. That's about all their job.
Goofy styles.
Trying to stay away from them horns. Yeah, his legs are still rocked.
Go. That's a slip.
Almost looking for that head too much. The shot that Ashley just dropped him was a body shot. He ducked into it.
It's meant for a body shot.
Yes,
Huh?
right.
One more round to go.
Morales not smiling after the bell anymore.
Yeah.
He's not mugging for Juanma anymore after the bell, trying to frustrate him.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside of Osceola Heritage Park, one more to go. This is the 6th and final round.
Didn't get a shot of that knockdown, Paulie. He's jumping in the air.
He was jumping until he wasn't jumping.
Yep.
Boom. Yeah, see, it was a looping left hand to go to the body. And he ducked in. That's when he, that was the leaping hook.
As he was trying to referee his own fight, he gets dropped. That's why you shouldn't try to referee your own fights.
Touch gloves for round number 6. 6th and final round. In a fight that has been dominated by the young Juanma. A little mugging now. Deal with an awkward style throughout this fight. Dealt with a cut around his right eye caused by a clash of heads.
A lot less jumping.
Yeah. A lot more holding, though.
A lot more holding. A lot more.
Nice jab.
Now, Juanma, you see what he's doing. He's trying to catch and shoot.
Hard to catch and shoot when the other guy's not throwing a lot of punches. He throws about 7 punches around.
That's a slip. Seen a lot of that tonight for some reason. Juanma trying to close the show, to his credit, in a fight where he is way ahead. 2 knockdowns.
Oh, got himself headbutted there. He got himself headbutted there. He jumped right in. You see that?
Yeah.
He ran right into the head himself.
He Billy goated himself.
This time Juanma actually stayed low.
Good attempt there, just missed. He ducks his head so low, it's like you would never throw a punch that low to try and time him. Because then you're worried about his head hitting your head.
Yeah. Nah, he can't fight. He's just there to make it look bad. Throwing like a baseball. He's throwing like a baseball. You see that?
If you throw a punch to try and time him and he doesn't go, it's a low blow. He's got to aim almost at his
kneecap. For his knees.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy.
Not to mention he's 4'11", so if you're aiming at his knees, you're aiming 3 feet off the ground.
Ooh. You see how he followed that up with a headbutt? You see he wanted the left hand? It was a baseball left hand. It was overhand left.
That was a nice straight punch. First straight punch he's thrown tonight.
You only waited until the last round.
Oh!
Old.
That was not an easy opponent, I'll tell you, man.
That was not at all an easy opponent.
And it's not one of those not easy opponents, but he can fight, and so it's good to beat him. It's one of those not easy opponents who also makes you look bad. Yeah. You know, I thought it was a very poised performance by Juanma because, you know, this kind of opponent can make things go bad. And even if you beat him, you don't really get a lot of credit for it, right?
And if not for the cut, I thought he did.
I thought he did personally,
really
I was impressed because, you know, we as former boxers understand how difficult it is to look good against a guy like this.
Yeah.
to time him and so on and so forth.
And how frustrating being in the ring with him can be, and you can make mistakes that way.
I thought he fought a very poised and very disciplined fight, and I thought he timed him well. As good as he's going to time him.
Certainly see the potential in Juanma. Good jab, good power for the weight class. Excellent movement, did not get flustered even though he was cut early on in the fight. As you said, fighting a guy who was all over the place, he still gets it done. 2 knockdowns in this 6th rounder. Bright future for that man.
Ladies and gentlemen, they're going 6 rounds. The official scorecard reads as follows. Damas y caballeros, después de completar 6 vueltas, esta es la decisión oficial. Los jueces Aguilar y Levin entregan tarjetas idénticas de 60 a 52. Judges Levin and Aguilar scored about identically at 60 to 52. Y la juez Griffith anotó 59 a 53. Judge Griffith scores it 59 to 53. All in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. Los tres a favor del ganador por decisión unánime. Still undefeated, Juanmita Lopez de Jesús.
Juanma looking absolutely fantastic in this 6-round fight. Against an awkward opponent. Not the kind of guy it's easy to look good against. But he somehow got it done. 2 knockdowns in this fight. Definitely showed power, showed timing, showed accuracy. Look at the future of this kid with all of Puerto Rico behind him. Very, very bright future for him. As he gets cleaned up from that accidental headbutt, Chris Algieri is with him now.
Juanmita, first and foremost, congratulations. How does it feel to perform in front of a Puerto Rican strong crowd just like this?
It's great, it's great. You know, Kissimmee is like the other part of Puerto Rico, so it's great to be in front of people, you know. A great fight against another Puerto Rican warrior, and we're going to keep doing the good work, you know, to become our champion in the future.
Your opponent was an extremely difficult style to deal with, swinging with wild punches, a lot of movement, got cut in there, but you stayed very, very poised. It was a very impressive performance. How did you feel tonight in the way the fight went?
You know, this type of fight is the fight that made me be a better fighter. First cut, you know, we know how to manage the cut, so we're going to keep doing a good work. Like I say, you know, this is the type of fight that makes you a better fighter to become our champion.
And also, it's only your 4th fight fighting a guy who's 3-1. You don't normally see young fighters taking chances like that. Is that what we're going to see more of moving forward, taking tougher and tougher fights?
Yeah. My top rank and my manager Peter Khan are the best, so they are gonna keep making me have fight like this. So we're going to be a better fighter in the future.
Well, boxing needs the next Puerto Rican star. Could be you right here. Hopefully it is. Congratulations once again. Just say one more thing to the crowd.
You know, for all my people, thank you to come here, you know, to support me. And Puerto Rico have a next star in Juanmita Lopez.
Let's go. Let's hear it for Juanmita Lopez de Jesus.
Juanma looking fantastic tonight. Bright future at only 19 years old. The southpaw out of Puerto Rico. So far handling the pressure very, very well, Paulie. It's got to have those skills because everybody's going to be watching you.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? And also, they're going to be watching you not just because he has the skills, but also, you know, his father was a world champion. There's a lot behind that, you know. So there's an expectation that you kind of sort of have to live up to. And I thought he did a good job tonight. Not an easy opponent to fight.
It is one of those things where you have to be prepared because you are growing up under a spotlight. Everyone is looking at you. Everyone is trying to get at you in the gym. Everyone is expecting you to be great. There is no room at all for error. But Chris, what do you think of his performance against a very tough guy tonight?
You know, like I said, I asked him in there. I mean, this is a very difficult opponent, and he stayed poised in there. And even just in that interview, he was extremely poised. His answer was spot on. He said, "These are the kind of fights that are going to make me better moving forward."
Well, when you look at being poised and being ready and having everybody look at you, our guest right now, victorious tonight, Hugo Amador Mendez. Man, what did you think of how your opponent came at you? Had some good punches early in the fight. And then, as Chris puts it, you tend to domesticate guys with your poise and with your power. How did it go to you tonight?
He did land a good shot on me in the first round, I will say that. It wasn't as much of the shot that landed. It was the way I jumped onto my right foot when that shot landed. I sprained it when I was jumping back. And then if you notice, my right foot kept jumping in the air whenever I was on the ropes is because I sprained it. But after that, I noticed the power wasn't really there. It was a good shot, but it was nothing to be scared of to say, oh my God, I need to worry about this, something like that. I knew what my game plan was. I mean, in boxing, we get hit with good shots. It's just going to happen. But you got to stick to the game plan. You got to stick to doing what you know how to do. And I know how to domesticate him. I know I need to keep that jab out there. I know I need to keep him on these ropes. I need to keep him on this back end right here. I can't let him keep setting up. I can't be on the back end with a tall dude like that.
Yeah, it's one thing to, you know, stick to the game plan, but you made a really good adjustment. In that first round, you pulled straight back. Yeah. You got hit with a right hand. Because he's a long guy. You can't do that with a tall guy.
I can't do it.
You didn't do that ever again the rest of the fight.
No, I couldn't do it. I felt the power, and it wasn't nothing to worry about, so I realized I could just block these shots in the inside, and I don't need to take that step back. I don't need to lean back as much because that's going to get me caught, you know? I figured out my distance and of where I can hit and where I cannot get hit as much, you know? It's more in the middle to inside range right there on him.
And also, he couldn't really pick up steam on his punches. If you weren't stepping back, he wasn't able to get that momentum, right? Because he's long and wiry, so by you stepping back, it would allow him to gain that power.
Yeah, it comes from over here, and velocity,
So you kind of took that away from him. You started catching on the gloves. He's touching. He's not generating enough force anyway. And plus, honestly, he was a little bit wiry, a little bit wild to where he couldn't follow up anyway. So once you started realizing that he was a one-shot pony, you know, if he's going to throw that shot, then you could fire right back at him. And you started busting him up.
Yeah, I mean, he was throwing mostly very long hooks where that generated a lot of power, a lot of force. But if I'm in that inside range, it's just smothered. So that was the perfect range for me. And just keeping the jab out there, he wasn't very active. He wasn't very active with the jab. He has a decent jab, but he wasn't active with it.
But the more you made him pay, the less active he got.
No, he was scared towards the end of the rounds. I believe a round or two, I think he would have been out there.
Yeah, you gave him a lot of attitude, a lot of physical presence, and you saw him shell up and throw less and less punches as the fight wore on. I was hoping you kind of chill a little bit so he would open up, and then you could clip him. But
he was showing me so many signs of being weak and at moments, and he would like cry whenever we're in the inside. He kept like telling me, "Oh, you're hitting me with the elbow, you're hitting me with this." I'm like, "Bro, we got a ref in there. Right? I'm sorry, I'm not going to stop because you're telling me that I'm hurting you. I'm sorry."
That's one sign guys are breaking when they start trying to referee their own fight. You realize guys are starting to break.
He was hitting me in low blows. I'm like, "You don't hear me crying about this." You know what I mean? I sprained my ankle in this first round. I'm not complaining about this. The fight's got to go on. I'm not going to... Ref, what? Oh my God, save me.
Plus, it's protect yourself at all times anyway, so you don't have time to have a conversation with the ref.
Mayweather versus Chop Chop Corley. Quit crying and fight. I'll never forget that in the middle of the fight. He said, quit crying and fight. When you look at this, your performance tonight, you were throwing power punches, tight combinations for 6 rounds straight. Did it feel as though you could do that for 12, you could do that for 10, you were starting to relax on your punches? How did it feel going 6?
Going 6, it was a great experience. I love being able to and having an opponent that could actually push me there. Because, I mean, the people I've fought in the past, you know, I mean, I took care of them. I did what I was supposed to do. but to have a real test in there to go the full 6 to really feel that I can do this 6 and what I really need to do in my. Now I know the adjustments I need to do with that. I mean, the power shots, I saw that I could stop him. That's why I was throwing them, but he was just showing me those signs. But if I didn't see those, I would have taken my time a little bit more to set up those shots. I see what I need to do. I mean, the power shots I was landing was very well, but I should have set them up a little bit more. And I'll take my time more in another 6-round fight so I could be able to do 12 in the future.
I have to know, as a fan, tonight was full of the co-main event, was absolutely unbelievable. Garcia obviously defeating Moreno in an incredible fight. As a fan, getting to sit there and watch the fights, man, what was your thought about it?
It was a great fight. I mean, Moreno bring it, like he was a little soft at the beginning and then he started steaming up, but Raul stayed consistent with the jab. Moreno was doing good and like with the little flurries he had, but Raul was staying consistent with the jab and his straight shots in the inside. And like I would say 40% of the fight, Moreno was landing solid shots. The other 60 was just Raul staying in there, just consistently winning the fight. I mean,
we appreciate you, man. Can't wait to see you next time. One of the best up-and-comers on ProBox TV. Always great watching Hugo Amador Mendez. Can't wait to see him do it again. We'll see you again November 7th. It's going to be Nicholas Flaz taking on Delante Johnson. Nicholas Flaz, right now, we can't show it on camera, but Chrissy's shadowboxing. Think about the flow we're going to see November 7th. Delante Johnson 16-0. We saw some flow tonight in our Post-lim. That's right, Juan Ma getting it done again. Staying undefeated, an incredible performance by him. 2 knockdowns against an awkward opponent. We love you. We'll see you November 7th here at ProBox TV. See you then.